Hello and good evening, everyone out there. I am Monk, brought with you. Me today is forced to bring you this semi-finals match between Australia and Hong Kong. Whew, we got a good game here. Both teams are in the losers brackets. The first match of the week. This is going to be exciting.
I mean, and it's Australia playing, and who else are we gonna get to commentate this than a fake Australian, Pete from Australia, and a real Australian with Monk?
I thought you were calling me fake Australian.
No, I'm not going that far. Come on.
So obviously here we have both teams absolutely stacked. Hong Kong beat Australia this time last year, I believe. I was on the facing side of that. Hong Kong absolutely decimating us in that series. I think it was like 6-3. Chaos Litz, Dinin as Saku Hibiki, iReady, Dragpit 3, also known as, you might know him as Lolly Lover, Sakura, and A21 from the side of Hong Kong. And on Australia, we have Jordan the Bear, a Secret Box, Emrek, Dummy Ugity, LR7, Rairuku, and Machine. So it's going to be a good one. Both teams absolutely stacked. Can't wait to get into it.
So, I mean, if you just look at both these rosters, Hong Kong just has a standard roster here going in, always being low seeded, or just, back in the day when it was group stages, having a lot of upsets here. Finally, qualifiers are around and Hong Kong gets a higher seed. Get dropped down to the losers bracket by Canada, so they actually were in the winners bracket so far. Australia lost a bit early on, but their bracket is insane.
Yeah,
to be honest.
The upper bracket was a lot harder for the Australians. Getting knocked out from Brazil in that second week was a big throw to their momentum. But however, they've sort of brought it back in these loser bracket matches, beating I think it was Singapore and then Indonesia. No, it wasn't Indonesia. It was Singapore and Romania. Who did they beat last week? I'm trolling. I can't seem to remember off the top of my head. But
look, I'm looking it up. Don't worry. Just keep talking.
It was Singapore. I remember they didn't have the monocle, and it was Italy.
Italy.
Yeah, that's what I'm forgetting. Sorry to the Italians out there, but yeah, Australia had a pretty comfortable week last week, and yeah, Hong Kong just coming down now from losers from Canada. That was a good match though. The Canada-Hong Kong one.
Oh yeah, Canada's also pretty scary, but I would reckon Australia is also on the same level of scariness here. Because, Australia, if you just look at community tournaments before the tournament, here, they played in courses for like almost all the Australian roster, right?
Right,
and they got pretty far with against all the other powerhouses, which were like combinations of multiple countries. While Australia was like, I don't care, let's just go full Australian.
Yeah, exactly right. The Australian Corsairs team had the entire OW. Everyone in the OWC roster played in Corsairs. Rairuku wasn't on that Australian team, and neither was Dummy. They both played and actually landed the number 1 and number 3 slot in the tournament. So both of them getting a badge and all the other 6 Australians missing out. But we're going to get into it now. Now, pick and bans are here. Teams are rolling. Jordan actually rolling an 83 to start this one off. So he's rolling high. I believe that was the first one.
All right, they stretched their rolling hands. That's good, nice.
Yep. You want to talk a bit about this pool here? This is the first time everyone's seeing this map pool. The difficulty certainly scaling up now.
Yeah, there's essentially most of the slots are just scaling further into the tournament, just being hard in general. So on some maps, you can definitely look at past performances and then kind of expect a specific level of performance from a team. But other maps are definitely something more unexpected, or something you don't really have too many past maps you can look at. We're
getting to that point where we're going to start seeing a lot of carry performances coming from these big single-digit players, high-rank 2-digit. These really high skill cap maps are starting to come out. I think of those around DT with the speed and stamina. If you got those speed stamina players on your team, they could certainly shred some of these maps. That No Mod 5 especially, so tough.
Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna be speed gated on some of these maps, especially Double Time 1 Mod 5, for example. But there's also a few maps you definitely need a bit of practice on. Like I would argue 3 Mod 2 and No Mod 6 definitely need a decent level amount of practice here for people to perform properly on it. So either people ban it because they didn't want to practice it, or they might go for it or leave it open and just have a gentleman's agreement.
Yep, and we're straight away seeing Australia going to ban that Hard Rock 1 aim map. That's usually the aim consistency map with a few streams. And Hong Kong are going to respond by banning that No Mod 5 really raw stamina map there away from Australia. Hong Kong actually banning DT3 as well. So both those high stamina intensive maps are taken out of the pool early. wait and see what Jordan bans here second for the Australians.
It almost looked like a tiebreaker ban for a second.
Yeah, that comes up every match, actually. I think it comes in the first match. I don't know when it happens, but yeah, it always just say the tiebreaker's been banned. Of course, that's not the case. Hopefully we get a tiebreaker. I'd love to watch one. But yeah, Australia's second ban here. They did ban the Hard Rock A map. Wonder if they're just going to follow that up with a no mod A map. Yeah, no mod 1. Don't really want to take any chances.
I think I've seen some Australians say that they like the Nomad 1. So maybe they'll just keep that one up.
A lot of the players seem to like the entire pool. Just the difficulty of it is getting to that comfort range of a lot of these players. They're very high skill cap. You think of those of Emrek, it's Secret Box, Dummy, Ugity, all these really high ranked players. So the hard maps aren't too much of a challenge, and they're going to go ahead and ban the No Mod 4, which I believe is the tech slot for this week.
I wouldn't really say it's too much of an surprise. No Mod 4 is definitely a bit of a weirder slot this week around because it's higher BPM tech, and the song is definitely split into a way where you can definitely, if you miss one of the harder parts, you just give up like 400 free combo almost.
Yeah.
So, and Hidden 1 is more akin to something people would expect from a No Mod 4 tech slot, so they would rather have that open rather than No Mod 4.
Yeah, No Mod 4 a lot more losable if you miss right before that free combo section and not willing to take that risk. Also, similar to that in Hard Rock 1. Hard Rock 1 was actually one of the... I had the pleasure of playing through the pool, and I got to say, it was really well done. The balance seemed to all be there. The speed and stamina maps were certainly tough. If you don't have a full 4 speed players for this week, or stamina players, you're going to have that 4th player syndrome where, you know, if you don't have a strong 4, that one last person's going to struggle pretty hard.
Yeah, and if you look at this, you can probably infer that Hong Kong doesn't have a 4-man lineup because they definitely banned 2 of the speed picks here.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you only have 2 bans, right? So Australia, I would reckon, have a pretty solid shot with DT2 and probably a bit of DT4 to like get a bit of speed in there just to test the waters there. I think both those picks are probably really solid for Australia, judging that Hong Kong just goes for high BPM bans.
Yep, and we saw Hong Kong pick No Mod 1 into Canada last week, and they had about 3 FCs towards the end, and actually Australia, I think they only had 1 FC on their No Mod 1 when they played it last week, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see a No Mod 1 pick come out of Hong Kong this side, especially considering that Hard Rock 1 was the first ban for Australia.
Alright, and we might even see another No Mod 1 or just I think it's easy to just start with the No Mod pool generally when you get into these pools because there's not really a lot of info you can infer from people. I think Australia has a lot more options to go for in terms of speed and then maybe a few hidden maps because judging from the performances from the last week on both of these teams, Australia did perform better on hidden, for example, across the board than Hong Kong.
Yeah, and I spoke to some of the players in the Australian team. They actually believed it was a bit of a underperformance from some of their players last week. And the fact that they were winning and saying that goes to show how serious these guys are taking this tournament. But we're going to get into No Mod 3, the pick from Hong Kong. It is the alt map for the week. This one was sick.
Oh yeah, I mean, after this one, no matter if Hong Kong wins or loses their own pick, I think everyone wins after listening to this one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a 165 BPM alternate map, a bit on the higher side, but nonetheless it's mapped in the style of an alternate map, and this is what most people here will be expecting. A bit more thin control on some parts, a breakdown part in the middle where I can maybe see a few more people missing, but generally pretty tough across the board. If we see 2 FCs, I think that'll be a really good performance by a team.
Yep. Other team slots swapped around, so Hong Kong's actually on the right and Australia's on the left. I do believe that is the case. I can't confirm that just now, but yeah, it looks like Team Red is actually Australia and not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, Australia's that's just what you kind of expect when Australia plays. It's an upside down country, and so the colors are also upside down here.
Well, they ban Hard Rock 1 then. They love Hard Rock. Let's see what the rosters are for this first pick. This is more of an alt map. We're having Dummy stay in for this one. Emrek, Ugity, and Machine for the side of Australia. Dragbit 3, Sakura, A21, and Saku for the side of Hong Kong. see if this is what they keep. This song is so good. I love this artist, Polka Dot Stingray. Some really good. I think the song and the map that I like the most is, I think it's Telecast Stride. How do I say that word? I don't know. Telecast Stride? I don't know what it's called.
The other Polka Dot Stingray song, right? Yeah. It's also by Moth, and Moth has done a great job there. I would have actually loved to put that Telecast song in there, but the ending is a bit too spiky, so we have another Polka Dot Stingray right here, I guess.
Was it the lower diff for double time, or the top diff for like a number 6 or something, like number 3 rather?
No, number 3 top diff.
Oh yeah, nah, that would be sick. Yeah, so it looks like both teams are going to get their sides swapped real quick. Dragbit and Oogity probably down in the bottom there, shuffling around, get this one sorted for you guys.
Alright, we're forcing them to adhere to our color standards, and we'll get right into match 2.
Team Red, Hong Kong, the flag's red. Team Blue, all blue around Australia here. I'll tell you what, it is really hot for everyone in Australia today. The whole country is just hot today. It sucks. We're getting into it here. First map of the semi-finals.
Hopefully gameplay will be as hot as it is in Australia right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you can see, this is the ult pick. The patterns are super funky. Sakura is going to be the first one to break of the match. Actually, no one really struggling too much. Saku actually dropping as well quite early. So that's 2 breaks for the Hong Kong team already. Keep in mind this was their pick.
Yeah, we'll get into the KI time pretty soon, which is gonna feature patterns in difficulty that you will see across the board, repeating 3 times.
Yep, and we've seen every player on the side of Hong Kong except for Dragbit break. Only Dummy to break on the side of Australia, getting through that first section. Look at Machine's accuracy on this one, looking very comfortable on this map. Oogity is going to break. So the combo is still on the side of the Australians here, so long as both of them hold. Dummy was the first one to break. He does break again, matched with Saku. Really, the veterans of the Australian side struggling quite a bit, and Saku's also matching that. So I think this one goes towards Hong Kong at the moment.
Yeah, so far there's a slight combo lead for Hong Kong, but nonetheless, there's gonna be a breakdown part coming up as well. I mean, there's still plenty of places to miss for those higher combos in Hong Kong.
This slow part can certainly kill you. If you didn't practice this map, it will surely eat you. Oogity is gonna miss. And definitely the combo advantage is on the side of Hong Kong now. It's all up to Machine and Emrek. Emrek is going to break and so is Dummy. No matches on the side of Hong Kong, so this is really bad for the Australian side. But there go both the FCs for the side of Hong Kong. And it's all Machine right now. No one really to match this combo. It's just Sakura and A21. But Machine's holding it down for the Australians right now. It is quite a long map, but almost 1,000 combo.
Man, Machine is actually living up to his name. Just no humans allowed here. Just perfect gameplay all around.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of struggling from the other Australians. Oogity especially having a tough time on this map.
Like, getting a 1k combo here is gonna be insane. If he gets an FC here, that's gonna be almost a solo carry.
And we're getting up to the last slow part of the map. Machine is seriously doing his best here for the side of Australia. We did see a break from Sakura. This is A21 and Saku versus really only Machine. Machine has to FC this map for the side of Australia. And look at his A21 and Saku fall. And this is going to give Machine a lot of combo here. A lot of free reign. Emrek breaking. Machine is absolutely going right now. There is no combos on the side of Hong Kong, and it is just a Machine show.
He's dropping a bit of accuracy here, but I mean, he's still got the highest accuracy on the entire lobby.
He's going, and this is what he was notorious for in the Course Ace tournament. These solo crazy performances later on in the tournament. He's just able to stay composed and just shred unbelievable scores.
Oogity missing again on the last slide of that stream there. You know, it's a bit unfortunate if you miss on the same part every single KI.
Machine is going to FC the first map of the semi-finals in absolute beast mode fashion. No one above 500k on the side of anyone else, actually. No one got above 500k except Machine, and he FC'd it. Whew! talk about a performance to start off this match. We had a lot of struggles from pretty much everyone there. Saku was struggling a bit at the start, but brought it back towards the end. A21 as well, but that was seriously some that was some solo carry. Oh, that was big from
That was a
Mike.
gaming moment by Machine.
Absolutely. And I remember watching the podcast on Ace's channel where they did highlights for, predictions, how teams are going to play in the tournament. And one of the players that was brought up quite a lot for the side of Australia was Machine. And they were debating how good this player was going to be. I'm so glad we got to see him prove his worth here on the semi-final stage. But Australia's going to go straight away into that speed pick, like you mentioned they might, considering Hong Kong banned 2 of those really fast finger control maps. And we're seeing Raruku and Dummy instantly in the lobby. No surprises.
Oh yeah, it's time to make your fingers hurt. This is the RSI map here. You press buttons, you press them fast, and you press them a lot. That's this.
Was this Yaspo? Yeah. This map was Yaspo. So if you played Corsace, you played any DT in Corsace, very familiar with Yaspo. He was very prominent in those maps. This song is awesome too. I love it. You don't expect it to be a speed map until you start playing it. It just goes off.
Oh yeah, Jasper found this song, so I'm very thankful to him here. Also one of the many custom maps in the pool, and Jasper's done a great job here, as well as Muff on the previous one. I mean, bangers all around, but I mean, if you've seen Jasper's map in Corsairs, that one's a lot easier than this one, let's be honest. And
tough.
Yeah, this is really tough. If you have the speed for it, you should actually get a pretty good score consistently. But if you don't, and you feel like barely on the level of being able to play this, you might have a few issues there sometimes.
Yeah, this is one of the longer maps in the pool. If you're really good at 5-note bursts and anything under 9-note bursts, this map will probably be a walk in the park for you. Noticeably players like Dummy and Raruku, A21. Really not long streams, but a lot of speed. And if you have the speed for this type of map, it isn't too hard. Like you said, there's not much to it other than speed. But if you don't have the speed for it, you're absolutely falling behind, and it's painful.
This is the stamina map actually. The speed map got banned. This one has like 16 or 24 note longs per burst at a time.
You're right.
So this is a long map here. It's 3 minutes after the T, so don't be confused by the 4:28 here. It is double time, and after double time, it's around the 3-minute mark here. So if you want to have long maps, you probably want to go for the Nomad one, which is a bit longer here. But yeah, the longest thing about this map are the streams, definitely. I mean, Nomad 2 has longer streams, but it's not 233 BPM here.
Yeah. And we're going to get into it. This is Australia's pick, getting that breakpoint straight away, taking it from Hong Kong. All Machine, actually. I think Ugidi had the lowest score in the lobby there, so well done to Machine for that play. Getting into this first DT, see how both teams scale on this one.
Yeah, the last one was last week was already pretty tough for most people. This one's just gonna be even tougher, and then it will just continue from here on out.
Yep, but that is what the players are expected to do when it comes to these late game OWC stages. You should have a good core roster for every skill set, and the best teams do have that.
Yeah, one thing I will definitely note is that people should be seeing until the KI time. That when in the middle of the KI time, I think is where most people would just hand in the towel, because that's where the long stamina is gonna be drained, and you're gonna slowly but surely run out of it. We're going right into the first KI here.
Yeah, look at the length on these streams. A21's going to be the first one to break of everyone. Honestly, this has got to be one of the most comfortable maps for the side of Australia. A lot of these high stamina players on their team. No surprise they first pick it. Seeing a lot of Axe struggling from iReady. Actually breaking there as well. And Hibiki struggling with actually going to die. Raruku also breaks on the side of Australia, but it really is only one comfortable play on the side of Hong Kong in Danir Nazar. No one's really close to him. The last 7 is going to match that break though. Dummy and Emrek looking good. Dummy holding that 98.5%. Yep. When you get this late into a tournament, you really do start to see team favored maps, and this is looking like one of those just team favored maps for the side of Australia. Really no one below 96 and everyone below 96 on the side of Hong Kong. Really 3 below 92.
Yeah, and this is one of the weird maps that where you almost expect you could actually see a forward C on some teams, but also like a forward B rank on some teams.
Yeah.
That's just the type of map this is.
Absolutely. Some teams not willing to sacrifice some other skill sets for the speed slot, but we're going to see Denier break, and that's going to be the last combo for the last FC for the side of Hong Kong. A21 building that combo back up. However, matched by both Dummy and Emrek, and with this much accuracy gone over the side of the Australians, A21's going to break, and with no real chance for Hong Kong right now, it's almost a 1 million score lead to the side of Australia with 2 FCs at large.
I mean, this is a dominating lead here, over 1 million points in difference. This just definitely shows you that in any type of stamina or speed here, Australia has the advantage.
Yep, so great bans coming out from Hong Kong to not even risk it with the speed and stamina maps, and to just ban him out. And some teams will take that chance, but very smart from Hong Kong to not do that. Dummy's going to find himself a break, the last 200 combo, but Emrek right now, poised as ever, looking great, and is going to come with that FC. So 2 FCs from the side of Australia, and we're at that stage, like we were saying before, where 1 FC on a lot of these maps is going to be enough. And especially on a map like this, where you've got C ranks on the other team, 2 B ranks, an FC is almost enough to 1v4. So great stuff there from the side of Australia, and Emrek especially.
Yeah, I was actually mentioning the 1 million point difference, but it's actually over double the points now right at the end there. Dummy unfortunately missed and didn't get the double FC here, but I mean the damage has been done. He almost got 1 million points by himself as well. So it's just a great performance by Australia.
I think they had 4 scores above the top score on Hong Kong. Definitely a favoured map for the Australians, so we'll see what Hong Kong can do to bounce this one back. Maybe go with a Hard Rock pick, considering Australia banned Hard Rock. Venture on into that free mod pool that hasn't been touched at all. We'll have to see. Also, all the hiddens up, mentioning all hiddens and all free mods up. Usually you see quite a lot of bans thrown towards hidden or free mod, but both teams quite well versed in the reading aspect of the game. Not willing to ban them out.
Yeah, I was about to say that Australia has performed really well on hidden, and while you mostly think of Hong Kong as also being a team which is pretty good at reading, Australia is good at it as well, and you definitely noticed that when Hong Kong tried to pick Nomad 3 and, you know, tried to pick something they're pretty good at, and Australia just kind of had that monster performance by Machine. And that's just the way this match is probably going to go. Hong Kong is going to try something, Australia is going to do something to try and combat it, and they're actually going for the hidden one here. It's definitely one thing. Yeah, it's a tech map in hidden. You didn't really have tech in hidden yet until this point in the tournament. So that's maybe something no one was really tested on. But if you just look at past performances, Australia did well on the tech maps, Hong Kong as well. And on hidden generally, both teams did pretty well. I think this is definitely up in the air.
The only concern I have with this pick is, well, not really. I definitely have a concern for the Hong Kong supporters out there, because Machine is absolutely going to step in for this map for the side of Australia. Now, after that performance on the first map, and Emrek as well, both their carry players on the side of Australia are going to be in for this map. Australia, however, did ban that no mod tech map, so good scouting from Hong Kong. Gonna go ahead and pick that tech map, but it just feels so hard to pick into this team, especially with the 2 FCs already.
Yeah, this one's short and spicy compared to the other Nomad tech map, and you'll just have missed chances all around. It's gonna start with a bit of a finger control section, where if you press one node too many on the streams, you just instantly miss.
I hate those so much. Dude, those are evil. I only miss on those. Seriously? Come on.
Man, you should have seen the map when it had those streams were actually 1-8 slider streams. That was even more finger control there. But you know, we're gonna be a bit nice here. We're gonna play nice for a little bit. It's only semi-finals for now, so you'll just only get the overlap here.
Yeah, this is the thing with the custom maps and stuff, right? You get to tone it down if it's way too hard, or buff it. It's so good. Love it. But we got Jordan LR, Dummy, Emrek, Mike, Machine for the side of Australia, Dragbit, Hibiki, Sakura, and Saku for the side of Hong Kong. And this is one of those, definitely a hard and short map.
And so far, I think the song choice, or rather, the maps which have been chosen here, I think couldn't have been better.
They are so good. Every song this tournament has been insane. Just love the music.
And
no player struggling.
ooh, yeah, we're getting right into the finger control part here, and that's a lot of misses for now.
Yeah, Hibiki and Sakura are both gonna fall on that third section. Hibiki's struggling quite a bit, but everyone on the side of Australia looking good. Dragbit and Saku holding it strong for the side of Hong Kong. Dragbit is gonna break, so it does leave one FC to 3, and there goes Saku. It is a 4-way. Jordan is gonna just about die on that, so it's just a 3-way now for the Australians. Dummy, Machine, and Emrek. Emrek and Machine certainly hot from those last two maps. Emrek is going to slider break. So does Hibiki. It's really Machine and Dummy right now for Australia. And already a 200,000 point lead. Need to hold on to these two large combos for the side of Australia. Only one semi-high combo on the side of Hong Kong though. Those streams. Dragbit is going to fall victim to him. And we get into the slow part for the last hard part. Middle of the map here. 2 FCs on Australia.
I mean, now we're getting right into that's a double part.
Yeah, you really have to practice, and even if you practice, you can just forget. But Machine, Dummy looking good right now. These circle streams, they're so hard to hit with hidden. Dummy and Machine still going. Sakura's still going strong to the side of Hong Kong, but Dummy's going to fall, and it leaves really Machine versus Sakura. Sakura's gone. It's just the Machine show again, and we are having this for the second time in this match. 99% matched by no one in the lobby.
Oh man, it's Machine again. I mean, just look at this man.
Oh, he is so composed right now. No one on the side of Hong Kong can match this man. No one on the side of Australia can hold him back. He is seriously going forth. It's just Hibiki for the side of Hong Kong. You can see how hard this map is. Machine, Dummy making it look easy. Machine making it look like a joke here in the semi-finals. Oh! Second FC from Machine. I can't. I'm gonna get some water.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, you were looking for the Australian Vexai? I mean, look no further. It's Machine over here.
What is he doing today? Machine needs to settle down right now. He is absolutely going off. 2 FCs for his first 2 maps in the semi-finals. Man, I had to stand. I got to stretch.
Yeah, man, this is definitely a showing up by Machine, just performing wonderfully all around here. I feel like Australia has so many wonderful choices of just winning this one. They can go for some more speed here and just win by their form and speed lineup. And whenever Hong Kong is gonna try something, Machine steps in and is just gonna casually FC some of these maps. Because why not?
What Machine is doing right now is nothing short of murder. He wasn't on the team last year when Australia first Hong Kong. It looks like he's certainly making the difference this time. As Australia goes into a 3-0 lead, going into their next pick, they're going to go with more double time.
Oh yeah, I'm worried for this Twitch channel because what Machine is doing here has to be borderline illegal in some countries.
It is just not right. But it is DT, so he will be taking his leave. Looks like banking on that Emrek. And yeah, like you were saying, that Australian back there, Australia is certainly so much more activated this year than last year, and any year really. Most notoriously Emrek coming in that number 2 global spot. Just such a big improvement for the country all around. But Hong Kong, Danir's been no stranger to double time this tournament, and he's going to have to do a lot of work for Hong Kong on this one.
I mean, I think we've seen the situation already. This map is a lot less streamy, at least, than the previous one, so you won't have as much as speed gating. But the entire map is built up on the idea of finger control.
This is the doubles map, right?
Yeah, and it achieves that with the even amount of nodes. Usually in songs and maps in general, you expect an uneven amount, and those are pretty comfortable to play. But when you get a lot of even nodes spammed, that is a lot uncomfortable, and it drains a lot of stamina. So even though it looks a lot easy to play in general, it's also pretty stamina draining.
Yep, so it looks like both teams have their rosters for the map here. This is the stream, the speedy pick, and yeah, like a lot of finger controls, so not really speed, but if there's a DT that Hong Kong has a better chance on, I'd like to say it's this one or DT1, so hopefully they can do it here, bring this one a bit closer.
Good luck to Hong Kong. Yeah, I mean, good luck to Hong Kong on this map, because it's gonna be an uphill battle, especially when you compare it to what you've seen before, but this is definitely a higher chance than DT2, but I would still give the edge to Australia here.
Yeah, there's not much more speed and stamina sort of things left in the pool. Australia exhausting their picks quite early on. Not rather exhausting, but using a lot of those sort of cheese picks, the DTs, the consecutive picks and whatnot. Because it's going to have a quick early break here. And that's really what this whole map is during the entire map. A lot of doubles.
Yeah, this is also approaching 10.3, so if anyone's even more uncomfortable on DT, well, this might just give you that little bit of a disadvantage here, but I think the Australian side should be solid on 10.3.
Yeah, it's worth noting, no appearance from Ugadi or Emrek here, the notorious DT players for the side of Australia. All the DT players for Hong Kong are in. Just goes to show how versatile that roster is. We have a nice 8-way FC for the first time, both teams lasting more than a minute, but it is that type of map. The Chaos Blitz break was actually client side, it wasn't real. Oh, A21's going to be the first one to break. Do that first, TI.
Oh, that's a client break as well?
Oh, it was? Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, both teams looking quite good, and Chaos Blitz is going to break for real.
Is it? But is it? I mean, okay, it might actually
as well. Yeah, I think both scores were. The score's not looking a lot higher. So 2 breaks are just going to fall out of seemingly nowhere for the side of Hong Kong. They still have 2 FCs to match. 4 from Australia though. This combo lead this score is growing a lot. Already 400,000. Box is going to break, however. Hong Kong need to see another break from the side of Australia to at least make this one in their favor.
I mean, so far, over half the map is over, and it's a 400 or 500,000 points lead.
Absolutely. Australia needs to see at least 3 breaks at this point to bring it back for Hong Kong. Oh, and Dummy's going to fall victim on the side of it, but so does A21, and it's just a near for the side of Hong Kong with Raruku and Jordan LR7 holding it down for Australia, looking pretty good right now.
I mean, Daniel Nazar is going to try his best, and actually
and Jordan breaks. Oh. There's 700,000 score he has to make up for. There's almost no chance at all.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel Nazar, even if he sees and Raruku is going to miss, it's still like such a huge lead is pretty demanding. Yeah.
Wow, it seems like Australia just have that one player equipped to do the job, and today it is Raruku doing it for Australia. A secret box also having that one miss in the middle, but good accuracy all around, in Australia doing the tradition right, just winning the DT picks and looking so good with it too. All players having relatively high scores, FCing quite deep into the map. Unfortunately there for Hong Kong, just a few early breaks.
Look, I'm thinking Australia is here picking these DTs just so Machine can't play, and I think they're trying to give Hong Kong a chance here, but not having Machine play these maps.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Hong Kong go with a more aim-focused map coming out now. You can't really pick these high-skill cap maps because Australia's just bringing in Machine, and we've seen Machine today, so probably looking to exclude versing that. Maybe go with some more aim-heavy picks where you can minimize his carry.
I mean, Hong Kong needs to pick something that is pretty easy for a potential 4SC, because Australia just scales this well. You probably want to mostly contest the easier maps. So I would never expect a hidden 3, for example. Maybe a Hard Rock 2, maybe a Nomad 1.
I like Hard Rock 2. I think Hard Rock 2 would probably be one of the better ways to go about it. 6.5 is the most missable, I suppose, of all the maps, really. So, see what we get.
Yeah, Hard Rock 3, Jet Purdue is gonna be a bit too weird maybe with the 1/3 part, so I don't think they have a solid 4-man lineup for people who can play the smaller circle size and the 1/3 part.
Australia's looking really good this week. A lot of that one player FC, it really is going to show, and you're going to see it how crazy some of these performances have been when you start to watch these American matches and Germany and these other really favourable teams to do well in the tournament. See how Australia actually stacks up against them in retrospect.
Yeah, but just coming back to what Hong Kong's gonna pick, I think it's easy to say what they're not gonna pick. Well, they're gonna go for Nomad 6. Actually,
Nomad 6, yeah, I don't know. It's too hard to criticize any one team for any picks they make. Obviously, they're going deep into it. All we can really do is analyze and try guess their thought process. But any pick into a a hard team really is just hard. It's really hard to do. So they're going to go ahead with No Mod 6, which is the rhythm gimmicky sort of map, I guess you'd call it. It's definitely rhythm and a lot of 1/3, right?
Yeah, this one. I mean, I'm not too surprised by this pick. We did mention it early on that it will need some practice here. So let's see if both teams have practiced this one. It starts off with a lot of 1/3. It does have some 140, but it is 1/3, 160 BPM. Speeds up by 5 BPM multiple times until it reaches 180. And then it's mostly 180 BPM streams throughout, but like a lot of aim control and a lot of just overlapping patterns where you need a decent amount of finger control here. And then there's some more disgusting patterns here for some people, which are like a 1/3 into 1/4 into 1/3. But yeah, it's gonna be very straining for the accuracy portion here. We might see decent combos, but accuracy is gonna depend on how well you practice this one.
Yep, this is one of those maps where really how much is accuracy worth, how much is combo worth. You really got to evaluate the two and see, if you have a big combo, it's time to sack, it's time to tank act and keep that combo. This is definitely one of those maps where if you get through a hard part, all right, let's start to drop the combo. Let's try to drop the act and maintain combo. If we're dropping combo a lot, let's try and focus on accuracy. And you're seeing straight away no one getting through the intro with reasonable act except for A21 and Chaos Litz. Boxes isn't too bad as well, but yeah, this map is criminal. Seriously, it's so hard. Misses everywhere. It's only A21 for the side of Hong Kong and 3FC still on Australian. That was just the intro.
Yeah, we're getting into the 1/3 part where you have ever so increasingly BPM here.
This is definitely a secret box map if you are familiar with. I absolutely cursed him. Oh, I love doing that. That's my bad. Saku is gonna completely die. A21 still FCing, and so is Dragbit3. And you can already see now Dragbit3 is going with that combo method. We'll see how well it pays out for him. LR7 looking good. Highest act for the side of Australia, excluding box. He's gonna have to go with the accuracy method. And Hong Kong looked pretty poised to take this. Jordan LR's gonna break, so it's just Emrek and Dummy versus the two combos on the side of Hong Kong. But Dragbit's act is really low, so he's about 70k behind Emrek. Emrek's gonna break, and now it's all up to Dummy, but it's only Dummy as A21 and Dragbit both break. And Dummy breaks, so there's any chance now. Saku's got the combo with no accuracy. This is definitely doable for the side of Hong Kong. About 75% done. 300k lead, and it's just LR7 now. The act tank from Hong Kong is almost too much at this point. It's 300k lead.
Yeah, but this is still the lowest amount of lead we've seen in this match so far.
Saku's score would actually be so high with a bit more accuracy, but with a 400,000 point lead and the act advantage over to the side of Australians, it's just going to be enough. That was definitely act versus combo there. I'm pretty sure Hong Kong had larger combos throughout. Most of their players hitting a 660 combo. Only Dummy and Emrek are doing that for Australia. But you can see Box had that 96.8, and he actually was able to outscore Saku, who had 615 combo, almost double his combo, but he was able to outscore all of them really with the accuracy there. So that's exactly right. One of those maps where act can certainly beat combo.
Yeah, Secret Box over here. He had some unlucky missnaps I've seen when watching his screen. That would have been a great score, by the way, if he would have actually gotten the combo and the accuracy in one.
I feel like it would have been a great score if I just didn't curse him. I seriously cursed him. It was definitely all me. If I just didn't mention it and say it was in a Secret Box map, he wouldn't have missed. But he's going to go ahead and do that one for Australia. They are 5-0 up and on match point in the semifinals. It's quite rare you get such one-sided matches in a semifinals, but will we see it?
Yeah, it's just the way the brackets actually played out, where Australia, for example, got put into a bracket where there's a lot of good teams which scale decently, and there's a lot of teams which are really strong early on. And I mean, Australia thankfully survived until this long, so that they actually can show off their scaling progress here. And I mean, they still have plenty of tough opponents to go, but for now, Australia looks pretty good on this pool.
Yep. Bear in mind, both teams would have to play 2 matches if they win. So if Australia wins, they would verse either China or Indonesia. Tomorrow, whoever wins that matchup, I think that one's actually right after this. And actually, they're going to go with Ascension to Heaven. This song is so sick. This map is sick. It's just every time I hear it, I just hear that one meme video. No matter what I'm doing, if it's in a tournament, I just hear Bobbleman. And it just cracks me up every time. You can't not hear it after watching the video. Such a good edit.
Oh man, yeah, I mean, this is the stream map, doesn't surprise me. If you wanna try to move down from BPMs, sure, maybe 3-3 might be an option, but it doesn't. 3-3 actually doesn't have that much 1-4 for active speed there. It's mostly just single taps or alternate patterns people should be okay with. This one is the closest in terms of just high amount of tapping requirement, and I mean 2 minutes of just a lot of tapping here. Stamina requirement should be good here. And I would still, once again, give Australia the advantage here.
Yeah, it's so hard to verse some of these teams in these semi-finals. Of course, Hong Kong are notorious for how well they do early and really hit that semi-finals, final stage where they start to drop off quite a bit. But that's just the nature of the tournament with so many high-profile teams left. This is certainly looking like one of the highest skill cap OWCs we've ever had. You know, we've got White, Cat, Vaxe, and Emrek all making it to semi-finals. Just names to name a few, but
don't forget Machine.
Don't forget Machine, absolutely right.
he might have been there for previous years, but I mean, just look at him, man. He's going hard.
The best part about it for me is I've seen his entire development as a player since like 3-4 years ago. And, you know, coming up as a 3-digit and not playing tournaments to just being a tournament god. You really only see it if you're an Australian yourself in the, you know, regional 1v1 tournaments. But he's proven himself to everyone in the country, and certainly everyone on the team knows it. But we're going to get into it now. No Mod 2, this is Australia's chance to take the match, the whole series, and advance to that next match.
We're gonna start off with a bit of a fin control section here. I can see some accuracy dropping and maybe a bit of combo if you really didn't play this beforehand, but otherwise you get into this dev streams and that's where you should probably get a lot of accuracy and combo drops if you can't play the BPM.
Yep, we're seeing relatively I played that and I was like, so many people are gonna miss that. We're gonna see 4 people break on that first of the stream. Really only Sakura hitting it for the side of Hong Kong. This one certainly pressures on the stamina and the stream aim. It kind of hits both. And we're going to see the stream aim kill Sakura and Denier. Denier struggling quite a bit early. You'd hope to see someone on the side of Australia struggling, but they all look pretty good. Maybe Rariku with the lowest act, but Chaos Blitz, Hibiki have to hold this one down. Hibiki is on 83%, so his score is really little. Chaos Blitz is going to break.
I mean, he's holding combo though. I mean, that's the only thing you've got to really mention here. He's got the highest one actually on the side of Hong Kong.
Oh, and everyone on Hong Kong just about is going to die. No one on Australia missing, only at the start there for LR7. And if any of them have seen the scoreboard, they certainly know it's over. Sakura is going to miss in the free part, definitely looking at this scoreboard there. So he knows, and it's just Hibiki with 85%. You'd have to see a miracle 4-way break for the side of Hong Kong.
I mean, I think... Like, yeah, this is gonna be extremely hard for Hong Kong to come back, and I think this needs a meteor just crashing into Australia at this point for them to lose this pick.
Bobbleman.
Jesus Christ.
I had to do it, man. I had to do it. It was someone else looking so fortunate, but yeah, Australia looking so good. 4 FCs going into it. Just looking so good, and they've seen the scoreboard. No nerves for any of the Australians. They just want to go out in a dominating fashion here.
Is it gonna be a freeway? I think that's gonna be
Emrek and Jordan dying on that stream aim, so is Sakura and Chaos Blitz. And no one on the side of Hong Kong. Rariku dummy looking poised. Dummy on that, just about 99%.
The lead is increasing, but the bar has stopped moving at the bottom.
Absolutely, it's 1.6 mil lead to the Australians, and the veteran himself, Dummy, is going to be the one to close it out for the side of Australia. And they're going to win 6-0 against Hong Kong in the semi-finals, getting their revenge from last year. Wow. I know Australia was coming in as the favourites. I don't know how many of us thought they were coming in as a 6-0 favourite. Unbelievable scenes from the Australian team. Almost an FC on every single map. you're really going to see just how incredible that performance was later on. But then, unfortunately, for the side of Hong Kong, that's going to be it. Not much you can say about that other than Australia really, really played well today.
Yeah, Hong Kong unfortunately had some obvious disadvantages against Australia, where Australia just was able to pick all the stamina, speed, heavy picks and easily win on those just because they have a solid form and roster on it. Hong Kong is gonna drop out of the tournament, unfortunately. They've been valiant performance here on this stage, but unfortunately wasn't enough against a powerhouse that is Australia. They did actually meet last year around this time. Australia was able to turn it around, and we'll see how far Australia gets here.
Yeah, that was definitely a good match for the Australians. They got their revenge. I actually am very aware that it was Hong Kong because I remember being in that situation where they just knocked us out. The pool's certainly this time around a bit harder at this level than they were last year, and the Australian team absolutely a lot better this time around. And that's going to be it for this match. I do believe there is another match in an hour between China and Indonesia. Not so sure when that is, but I will not be bringing that one with you. I believe it's Doomsday Bubble Man for that. And the winner of this match will verse Australia tomorrow. So we'll find out who their opponent is. Hopefully they can bring on a good performance. But until then, we will catch you all later.
That was it from us. Goodbye.
deepness can't get through. Realize I fall along with you, and you're looking into cold green eyes. Ooh. Suddenly the deepness can't get through. Realize I fall along with you, and we're looking into cold green eyes.
Hello, hello. Welcome. Another weekend of the World Cup is upon us. We've got some incredible matches lined up. I'm Bubbleman, and I'm joined today by my good friend Doomsday.
Hello, hello. What's going on?
How are you feeling about these?
This one should be a really interesting game, actually, considering these two have been on good form this tournament. Going into this one, you gotta say, China dropping down after losing against Japan, whereas Indonesia come into this after, well, beating us. They won against UK last week. Indonesia are going to be going into this with more confidence, you feel? But it should be a good game, this.
Yeah, can you take that idea of momentum during matches and put it forwards into match in general? You know? Indonesia are coming off a win, so they're going to be feeling good, definitely. China now has something to prove.
Yeah, because the last time they might have been a little bit disappointed with how that one went. Of course, Japan on such good form, no slouch at all. But China will be certainly looking to redeem themselves a little bit here, build a nice losers bracket run. Yeah, I suppose after a week, you warm down after a week, and then you have to build yourself back up for the next weekend of matches. But I can't see Indonesia not being super confident going into this because they're on very good form. Yeah, looking at the Chinese team, we mentioned at the start of the tournament how a lot of these guys came back from the previous tournament, and almost all of them have improved by a margin over the course of the year. So, good year for China, but tough opponents ahead.
Yeah, I'm really happy to still be seeing GGBY and Extreme on the team. Sticking around. Some historical names. GGBY. You would know this. GGBY, number 1 on the score ranking for a while.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah, he was actually. That's a good catch. Slipped my mind just now, but yeah, GGBY is a super highly ranked score player. Not from the actual score ranking days. I think he gained all that score afterwards, but yeah, for longest time he was up there.
Here we got the maps. For the semi-finals, this is the semi-finals map pool.
Look at them all. You've already seen one game with this just now. Of course, Australia and Hong Kong played a couple hours earlier. But still plenty to be seen for the first time here. And I think we'll see a lot of different picks. These two teams are very different. Although Indonesia, I suppose, you can throw some parallels to the Australian team in the sense that they have very good double-time players. So there'll be some overlap there, but...
They do indeed, and there's 4 double times to pick from, and only one of them can be banned really by China because of the ban protection. So we're going to be seeing... Was that a 1-point victory in the rolls?
Was it? I think we just about missed the rolls on stream. Might have to get a shout from the ref.
It was 59. 59 for Indonesia. 58 for China.
It bodes well. It's a good omen, that.
It is.
It's a good omen.
Good omen for the match coming down to 1 point.
I'm not jinxing anything, mate. Oh, there goes that hidden 2. Straight away, the low approach rate hidden banned from Indonesia. Kind of a surprising one, but it's a different sort of low AR to what we've seen so far in the tournament. This AR 8.5, more of an awkward modern map.
You see the name IO exception, and you see it's not AR9, it's below AR9, and you have that image in your head of what that might entail. No Mod 2, the ban from China. Ascension to Heaven is gone. I don't know, I was pretty excited to see that in No Mod 2.
Yeah, the Kreutz remap of Ascension to Heaven, the short version. big 200 BPM streams. But we're not going to see it here. And then they follow it up with another streamy ban with DT2, much faster stream map that. So targeting the streams are really hard.
Indeed. And then free mod 2. Hey, an alien.
I'm a bit sad to not see that one, to be honest. It's another low AR pick, but
it's
dude,
Toho.
that map is so weird. And it's Toho, yeah. You ban the Toho, you make me sad. It's such a weird map, though. It's such an awkward, rhythm-heavy, low approach rate map. Nasty to ack, but we're not seeing it here.
Yeah, that's all the 2's gone.
Oh, yeah. Nice line there.
We're not going to be
Well
seeing...
spaced out as well. Oh,
Yeah,
that's pleasing, that is.
Not going to be seeing the middle pick. Middle diff.
Yeah, so
What
definitely
will be
targeting
seeing?
of the streams then from China. And then targeting a low AR from Indonesia. Very telegraphed sort of bans there.
Down the middle still.
From the top. That no mod 5. Next one's gonna be hard work too.
Yeah, I said to Mazarin on Twitter, I didn't think I could be upset going out that early, but yeah, I'm upset I went out that early. Got Mazarin custom mapping. Welcome to your doom by Alter Beast. Specifically made for OWC. It's CS 3.5, it's 240 BPM, and it's Mazarin.
I didn't think I'd see Mazarin in OWC, well, at all, to be honest, not gonna lie. His mapping isn't necessarily what you'd call tournament friendly, usually anyway, but
Yeah.
first time for everything, right? This map is really quite brutal. It's 3 minutes long of constant 240 bursts and streams. It does not stop.
And this is a definite Indonesia pick too.
Yeah, this
Saw them
is
play incredibly well. See if they can match it.
to go off the bat as well, so before anyone really gets settled into the room, but I suppose this suiting Indonesia super well. This shouldn't be a problem for them to adjust. They'll be right at home with this one. It'll be up to China to try and get themselves comfortable very quickly here. The players starting to filter in now. No surprise to see Ematexi in for this one. Very solid speed player.
Historically one of the most infamous speed players, getting DT passes on pretty much any map you could put him on.
Indonesia roster seems to pretty much write itself. Vino, Rexys and Skydiver of course in for this. Ro joining in as well. This one pretty much writes itself for their team, so...
It does, it does. We've seen these guys before. I mean, you and I, Doomsday, we've definitely seen these guys before from Indonesia. Especially on speed picks.
We'll see how it goes for them now. Of course, this is a losers bracket matchup. So the loser of this will be saying goodbye to OWC this year. And neither team are going to want that. Let's see what they've got for us. Now, like, looking at this, in the head-to-heads, China had the better run in the tournament up until last week. But Indonesia actually come out ahead in the head-to-head in the quarterfinals. So Indonesia scaling really hard. But we'll see if China can pull back after that loss last week.
Scaling really hard over far more maps too. China only played 7 maps last weekend. Indonesia played 19. Really didn't have an easy weekend, and Skydiver finding a miss. We've got misses coming everywhere in this already. And already it seems to be down to 2 FCs, one either side.
One FC from China as well. It's pretty low AC, but it is increasing. I think just early on, trying to warm to this map. seems to be getting more comfortable though. And there goes Rowe as well, so it is going to be advantage China early on. Only one FC right now, and the accuracy is increasing, so he needs to hold that.
This map tough on the speed, but tough on the finger control too, because you have to switch from 1/4 beat snap to 1/3. The timing between the streams changes a lot, so you can kind of expect low accuracies, and 92% from I'm a Burger Fox, or Ebisuzawa Kurumi.
It's not just the rhythm as well, but the way the stream spacing jolts around in uncomfortable directions as well can be a little bit weird. So it is a slightly awkward one, this. Players recovering nicely though, seeing some high combos across the board. Indonesia still have the edge because of the recovery.
And they have a bigger edge now with Angel Miku dropping Rixie's trades, but it's the accuracy on Kurumi that is really holding China back right now. They've got a pretty comfortable FC with him. But Skydiver almost matching his score just because of the accuracy he's holding. Going to be some stable points for China, but the rest of the team kind of needs to keep up a little bit. And Burger Fox drops the FC.
That's going to be the show on this one, I think. Holding themselves in it, but yeah, the accuracy tells a story. There's a definite difference in comfort. Even if the combos were pretty good for China, the accuracy just wasn't there against the team of Indonesia, so no break points here. Speed pick working very well. I've got to say, the accuracies across the board looking very nice here for Indonesia. Rowe and Skydiver, very nicely done on that one.
Indeed, the combo's not too shabby either. We've got Extreme and Kurumi on the Chinese side, taking home 1.8, 1.9k combos, but a very, very consistent, that's almost scarily consistent, 1.6k. 1,671 for Vinu, 1,678 for Skydiver, and 1,617.
That's synergy right there, that is.
It is. Everyone doing their part. Taking home that point. It's the first point of the match. Indonesia.
Yeah, I think that one's not going to be too surprising for anyone involved. So props to China for getting right on it in terms of the combo game, but yeah, catching China cold seems to work really well there for Indonesia, because they did struggle on the ACK, even if they did hold that combo pretty well. But now it's time for China to bring out a pick of their own. Something different on the cards, I think.
Indeed. What will it be? Indonesia. Has to be said, I did fact check this time too before I said so. This is already the highest they've ever placed in a World Cup. The highest placement they've ever had was last year, was 13th to 16th, and they've already passed that point.
I'm not too surprised considering the roster they've built.
Indeed.
You'd think they'd want to go for more here, but they are against China. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Indonesia potentially move it on. Although early games here, we can't really say too much yet.
Indeed, I wouldn't be surprised to see them getting more. We've got No Mod 6 picked. This was a pick that we saw last week against Indonesia. I'm not entirely sure whether we saw it in the China match. I will be double checking that. Nope, indeed we didn't.
Nope.
This
No,
is
they didn't quite. Looking at that score that Indonesia put out, the score did seem to sit pretty well with all the other players on the No Mod 6 from last week. But you gotta say, this one is a much more brutal one.
It was
than
banned
that one
against
was.
China.
They did do well on the one in the round of 16 though. Well, that now's a speed pick though, that No Mod 5.
They've got to have some good confidence in this then. for it to be banned against them and then subsequently picked in the next round that they play.
Seeing some swaps in. Harambe, formerly known as Seafood, this is a rename. But he was Seafood in previous rounds. Pop it in for this one. Seeing a couple swaps for China as well. Crystal enters the room alongside David Kutu. I'm surprised to see those two come in for a map like this. A very, very nasty, rhythm-heavy figure control pick. This map is brutal. We saw it in the last match, and I don't think one person had an A rank. It was incredible on the AC.
Oh,
I
wow.
wonder how these guys will do.
That is brutal.
Yeah, I think a Secret Box got the A rank, but I think the rest of the room was 91, 92. It was...
That's terrifying.
Look at that OD9. All right, well, let's see. I hope this becomes a common one. I didn't think we'd see this map too much, but I hope we see it more. 2 and 2 so far.
Oh, is that everyone gone already? It is early misses. In the same place, it was a 5-way miss early on. We've got 3 FCs left on the board and 2 are for China.
This intro is
So if that's
really
a-
nasty on rhythm though. It's the harder part of the map for sure.
Maybe that's prophetic of how the map's gonna go. Seeing another miss on Harambe. Tunisia, though, have built up their combos. Rexy's drops his. Looking a little bit more comfortable past that intro. They keep building up too. Although
In
it
this
does
drop
drop.
now, the rhythm's a bit more standard in terms of the 1-4s, but
Ooh, and a 4-way drop on that rhythm change. 2 for either side. But the full combos are still holding on. Rose still got his, as is Crystal and David Koo.
yeah, definitely standing out as the main players for this
Oh,
one.
but now
Those two-
drops.
Yeah, Ro's gone. Well, there goes David. It's just Crystal left. I was going to say David, Crystal, and Ro looking pretty good there, but now they're starting to drop.
But now Crystal's got Indonesia firmly on the ropes.
Straight up, this map is definitely one of those one-man carry maps, just because its skill set is so specialized. And we're
Oh,
seeing
he
it
does drop.
It's still really good though. 770k. It's a standout performer on this one for sure.
Oh no, 60 combo before the end.
Oh,
That was
not quite.
so close to an FC. It would have been incredible, but I mean, it still is. 94.89%, 900 combo on him. Yeah, one-man carry. Of course it'd be Crystal. Music volume 0? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Not a chance. He did that.
No, not at all.
And nice accuracy on the room. And I think on this one, pointing out the accuracy is doubly valuable. 96% on Ro. We'll take the accuracy crown on this one.
Indeed.
Doesn't quite defeat a secret box, but he's pretty close.
The one missed too.
Right in the middle, I think, as well. It was
Perhaps,
a really
yeah.
poorly timed miss.
Perhaps could have been an FC
Unfortunate.
from him. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
the,
sorry.
middle route. It's broken.
Yeah, it's veered off the beaten path. They've already done that with no mod 6, but just branching out a little bit. Out to the side, we got Epica. Fight your
Yes.
demons.
Dude, the fact that Epica is a featured artist, it's still
Oh,
quite crazy.
Really,
That's
really happy with
fantastic.
that. Some of the featured artists that are coming out are just completely unexpected, but they're things that you didn't know you wanted.
I think they were the 100th edition, I believe. So, big name to add to that. Awesome job by the featured artist crew once again. Speed
Yeah,
map here,
big,
though.
big shout outs to the people who make that happen. Indeed. AR 8.5, so it's going to come out at about AR 10. I think exactly AR 10. Only 7.7 too. What about the content of the map?
Very bursty. Constant little 3-note, 5-note bursts. A few 7 notes as well. It's all about super speedy bursts at almost 270 BPM. 263 BPM. So, yeah, proper like... I would almost call it kind of like an old school sort of DT map, but it's not really an old school map. In terms of the bursts, you know, a lot of those have really fast 3 and 5 note bursts the whole way through. That's pretty much what this one's about. But the mapping is more.
Old school DT. We got GGBY coming in for it, so that definitely makes that claim hold some truth. He's been around, I think, 9 years now.
Yeah, 9th tournament.
Staple on the roster since OWC 3, which is 2012.
I say two swaps for China. Yeah, Ematexi coming in GGBY, so bringing in their veterans for this one. Indonesia, I believe, are swapping out. They swapped Vino out for Harambe, so just the one change for them.
Wait for the client to sync up again.
DT on tournament client. So not only is this one consistently bursty and speedy, but it's quite a long map for a DT pig. Almost 3 minutes long.
From the looks of things, you've got to be really good at resetting your tapping. Going from single tapping to bursting to single tapping again. With no sliders to really reset, take a small break. This is a very Indonesia pick, and David Q2 almost proving that, being the first to miss. Oh, look at the accuracies. This isn't really a win by combo at the moment. This is definitely a win by accuracy. 89% on 2 and 87 for GGBY.
High OD coming into the 4 there. Seen a lot of high OD DT picks so far in this tournament. It really brings out the really good speed players. And the combo drop in there as we hit the slower part here is really going to help split them even more. 500k as we approach the halfway point. It's a major lead at this point. I mean, I don't want to say it's unassailable, but with this easier part, it's looking pretty dire here for China with just Ematexi's FC against 2 and a recovering Rexy's.
Well, 85% accuracy for GGBY. It looks like David Q is double tapping the streams, which explains where his low accuracy is coming from. I mean, whatever gets you the hits, but
it's a valid tactic. It'd be valid if she was against someone that wasn't Indonesia, who just play this map and sit there with all their accuracies looking like what they are. It's just not going to work in this matchup. They're just too good at this. That's a big lead. This is another big DT win for Indonesia.
Question mark from Ematexi.
I mean, there's only one FC left on row. He's had a good game so far. He's really opened his account for this matchup well, especially on these DT picks. Or the speedy picks, I should say. Last one was no mod, but speedy picks has been doing very well. No FC allowed. Not quite, but job's done.
Is that a 1 miss again for him? That's 2 now.
It is. Oh no, yeah. Almost a million. I think we give him that though, Bubble.
Yeah, I'd give him that. So a near FC from Crystal, a near FC from Row. Not really coincidence that they're the two pretty much star players for their teams. Skydiver could contest that for Indonesia, but
It's certainly one of them. I'd say Rose, Skydiver are two of their biggest tournament players. Lifeline as well has staked his claim well, but no doubt SMH/Row and Skydiver have been doing bits this tournament. And they're still doing so. Even more so as the maps are getting tougher.
Indeed. Another point on the board, Indonesia. Interesting end score screen there with 3 C ranks. Possibly.
When you get to these harder maps, man, with high OD, that's going to happen more.
Indeed. Possibly deciding that they weren't going to win that map, so they were going to let their team warm up for whatever the next one might be. And just go C for China.
I guess we're sticking to the tricky rhythm maps again. Worked really well for China last time. Why not go for it again? Here comes that hidden 3, Frailness.
Oh no, this is a brilliant map.
It's a good map.
This is such a brilliant map. And yeah, we have pretty much a full swap out. Burger Fox, Crystal, and Miku will swap in. David Q2 holds his spot, but does swap out. So maybe I was right. Maybe it's a full switch. Deciding that it's not really worth it to try and contest Indonesia on the speed picks. Let them have it. Warm their team up for their next pick. Fuma will swap in for Indonesia.
I mean, when it comes to like that speed pick, this is such a just poles apart pick. So not only for the warm up thing, but I'm not surprised to see a full swap out for maps like this compared to the last one. Always have so much going on the mappers can work with. It's always really cool to see. So I think everyone's settled now. It looks like we're seeing 2 swaps for China actually in the end. Daviku and Crystal. No, sorry, yeah, Daviku and Burger Fox return. But Mayanjo, Miku, and Crystal returning in. Is the same roster that played No Mod 6? No, it's not. No, it's not.
Not quite.
Mayanjo and Miku didn't play that.
Yeah.
Because this map definitely has parallels to that, except of course this is on hidden. With I think it's got a slightly higher AR, and it's not quite as rhythmically dense, but it has plenty of variable spacing and tricky rhythms to deal with, no doubt. But there are parallels, so it's a very similar pick, this.
Yeah, I'm so upset. The maps in this pool I would have absolutely adored playing.
I just played them solo in the week instead, dude. And I'm like, just sitting there chilling, jamming out, knowing I don't have to pop off on them.
That is true. The intro tough on this is the same way it's tough on No Mod 6. We find 3 misses already. Burger Fox, Reeksies, and Skydiver drop their combos. A lot of back and forths too. You can see them as 150 BPM wiggles, I suppose, or you could see them as tiny little jumps, depending on how it helps you to hit them. David Q drops his combo too. This map very consistent in difficulty, so there's not really one difficulty spike in this. David Q, Burger Fox, and Miku all miss.
Yeah, good start here for Indonesia, has to be said, after that 1/3 section. Oh, that slip from Ro though is going to sting. It's a slightly easier part. He's going to be kicking himself for that. That's advantage China, I think?
It is.
No, it seems to be about even, actually. Yeah, it seems about even.
In terms of XCs, I suppose it's advantage China. You can tell Crystal's more comfortable on this than Skydiver or Reeksies. Reeksies shaking a little bit. And Skydiver finds the miss. As does Crystal, though. It's now down to Reeksies.
Yeah, slow part as well, so it's a great time to just try and rack up a bit of relatively free combo. reach the halfway point here. As you mentioned, this map doesn't really change. It's very consistent. Some more of those patterns to go yet. We'll see if the players can adjust to them.
Yeah, you have to be very secure in this. And Burger Fox drops a 400 combo. Now it's just 200s on China compared to two 200s and a 700 for Indonesia. They're going to be running the lead out in their favor. Skydiver misses again, as does Fuma. China looking good. They've got 300 combos. They're going to be building almost faster than the 900, but Miku drops his, and Rixis drops the full combo.
Well, hang on. Yeah, they're coming back now. China have the advantage. They're going to reel it in here.
Yeah, they feel the snag. They start cranking the handle. That lead is closing. You can see the blue bar shrinking. And this is what I said about consistent difficulty. Everyone finding misses. Just as and when they come. There's no real difficulty spike, but Crystal is down. 600 combo down for him, and David Q follows it up.
There goes David. Hang on. The advantage is gone, I believe. Skydiver and Rexy's recovering.
And this is the outro. This is the ending flourish. They couldn't quite pull it back.
Not quite. They were recovering nicely. They were bearing down on Indonesia, China there, but yeah, the breaks on that 1/3 section at the end claimed both of the combos on China, and that stemmed the comeback. So that is a big steal on Indonesia. Massive point for them.
600k nearly from Rixie's 933 combo. Was you just saying about the one-man carries? Rixie's definitely stepping up for his team, putting his points on the table and saying, "Yeah, I've got you."
Putting in an absolute shift on that one. Held that FC for so long. But the Skydiver's recovery at the end there as well. Just about got them over the line. So nice recoveries by then, and the
Nice
harder parts at the
break
end. And look at all that speed still on the board.
Very nice break point. They're 3-1 up now. Interesting way of thinking about breakpoints is there's almost 2 pairs of picks each to take you. So 1-1, 2-2, you know? And the team that picks second, if they get the breakpoint taken against them, it can look really dire for them in terms of scoreline, because Indonesia take their pick now. If they win it, they go to 4-1, and that's a 3-point gap. That's 3 points that they're behind.
Yeah, it's pretty huge at that point. But also as well, when you're at that point, say if it goes to 4-1 here, China do get 2 picks against Indonesia's 1 pick to bring it back to a potential 4-4. So it's not too bad as long as you have material to work with in terms of China. But that's really what it is. If they have 2 good picks at this point, they could potentially pull that back. We'll see if that's how it goes. Or they could take this point, which is a standard DT pick. Standard 10.3 DT pick this. You can eye borderline.
Indeed it is. It's 5 stars. We're seeing the first 5-star map to be DT'd. It's AR9, 161 BPM, which translates to about 241.5. There or thereabouts. It's 3 minutes long after DT. And we'll be seeing lineups back in Indonesia. I'm seeing Lifeline in for this one.
Yes, we bring in your mechanics players. This is a full-on mechanics map. It's just below 7 stars, I believe, in terms of mechanics with DT. Definitely one that's in the comfort range of any of your team's DT players. As far as 10.3 goes, this map is pretty ergonomic, but it is quite long, so it's a big consistency test, and pretty relatively consistent the whole way through. It does have its spikes just before choruses, if I recall. But for the most part, it's pretty consistent, standard DT fare, this. That's why I feel like China could potentially nick this one. Even though Indonesia have been very good on DT, I feel like this is one where China should have a good full-man roster for.
Yeah, again, we're looking at the history of Emetec C. always been very competent on DT. Been able to read those higher approach rates pretty easily. But yeah, I think this is a map you have, if you've ever played the ranking system, you'll be familiar with this type of mapping. And at any point in history, even. So we'll see how these players perform. Bro finds the first miss. It's traded by MXE. I will just resort to calling him extreme.
It makes more sense. It's just this habit, to be honest. I just read it phonetically. Hopefully I'm not wrong. All these years I've been pronouncing his name wrong.
Well, he used to be extra, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
I suppose as top difficulties got harder, he felt the need to step it up a notch. Lifeline has found a miss. Just before the chorus kicks in, Milk Tea does find his own, however, so advantage Indonesia. Lifeline's combo will be higher than Milk Tea's. The trade from Ro and MXE, or Extreme, will mean that their combos are about even. They're going to be getting the same amount of score. But right now, it's Lifeline bearing down on the score of Milk Tea.
Go on, Klein, you can do it. You can do it. Go on. There we go. Yeah, very even as we get to this stage. Oh god, that's two
Oh,
big
no.
breaks from Indonesia.
Oh, Doomsday.
Whoops.
You promised me you wouldn't do that to Indonesia. I know they beat us and all.
I don't know. It just slipped. I think it was Angel Miku though. It's still advantage China though. I have faith in Indonesia. They bring these back.
They do. They've got two players. China have two players with combos. Either of those two players miss, it will mean a large advantage is taken by the other team. Coming into the last chorus, the linear patterns make MXE miss. Milk Tea drops as well. It's only Crystal now on the side of China, and two FCs still exist on Indonesia, or two high combos even. They will be pulling the lead back and taking it. Muxies finds another miss, but with his two combos, two builds better than one, and Crystal, even though it's an FC, and a high accuracy FC at that, it's not going to be enough to keep his team in it. It's there. If either of Lifeline or Ro miss it, is there, but coming up to the end, and there's not enough points for him to bring it back. The lead is unassailable now by one full combo. Skydiver coming in clutch also with his 400. Just holding it, fending them off. It looked like China were going to take that near the start, but the overall consistency from Indonesia comes out. Crystal FC is 3 million points. I think the first map to break 3 million in this match. Both teams do it. 1.15 for Crystal.
Yeah, did everything he could there. It's a very nice score, but it's the recovery from Indonesia. Those early misses, get all those nerves out, FC the rest of the map. But yeah, Lifeline and Ro doing extremely well there. Nice recovery. And they do claim their point, although it was a big fight back to do so.
That was looking sketchy. Skydiver, Rixies. Again, the synergy on the team. Same combos. And we will move on. They do indeed take their pick. Oh, excuse me. They do take their pick, and they make it 4-1. A 3-point lead for Indonesia.
Yeah, so far so good for them. In a really good spot, but it is China's pick next. As mentioned, if they have the right picks, they have two picks into one from Indonesia to bring this back to a 4-4. So if they pick wisely, they're still in a decent spot. If they drop this map, though, they really are in a world of hurt. So they can't drop this point, or they are going to be having to put a lot of work to save their OWC. In terms of picks on the board, there is an entire fleet of Hard Rock picks not touched yet.
Indeed.
Which they could potentially dip into. I think that might be a decent choice for them.
Do you think Hard Rock is the place that they need to go?
I do think it's
They
worth
have-
looking at.
Oh, we've
Yeah.
got an unknown. Neither team picked this last week. No mod 3. or neither team picked its equivalent.
And here comes that Moth alternate heavy pick. Tricky aim control on this one for 3 minutes long on a fantastic map. This map is great.
Absolute
Moth
jam
doing
too.
a good job. Yeah. So that polka dot stingray. Let's go. Of course, we did see an extremely good score on this in the last match. I believe Machine FC'd this, which was fantastic. This map is nasty to be consistent on in a tournament setting. An equivalent here would be very impressive. We do have the players to do it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Crystal come back in for this one once again. It looks like they're not even shifting. No one shifting on the Chinese team.
Yeah, they're going to be one for this. It's a complete style change from the last map, but they can adjust. They're all experienced tournament players. They know how to go from, for example, AR8 hidden to 10.3 DT. It's going to be nothing to them. Indonesia finding a few player swaps.
Yeah, they're currently organising, reacting to the Chinese pick. Still deciding, it seems. So they didn't play this last week, I believe. Or did they play it against Argentina? No, I don't think they did. No, they did not play this last week, so... They played the one in the round of 16. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. No. So yeah, this is completely unknown for Indonesia. Yeah, this really is uncharted territory. Although we have seen No Mod 6 and Hidden 3, and they were pretty competitive on that Hidden 3. I do think they have the players to do well on this. Of course, seeing Rowe play this would be absolutely no surprise at all. He should be very solid on a map like this. Very good alternate player in terms of this style.
He's on a good match right now.
Really is.
Playing very well.
Out of his skin.
But so is Crystal, I suppose. Near FCs, even FCs. The only FC in the match so far has gone to Crystal.
Well, going into this one, their own pick. They're going to be hoping for that again. And more from this very experienced Chinese team. They need to win this point, or things are not looking good for China. So it's important that they pull this back. Otherwise, Indonesia might just be seeing their way through to the next round.
Big misses for Angel Miku, not really having fun with this intro. Not getting into this pick at all.
It opens up so quickly, though, with those patterns. You can kind of compare this map to, in terms of style, to the qualifier map, in terms of lots of sharp, alternate angles, you know, lots of linears, but lots of sharp angles as well. Of course, this map is quite a bit harder than that one, but
Quite a bit. This is a long shot harder than that one.
oh
You
yeah,
see so many patterns in this already that would just absolutely kill you if you're not ready for them. You get a chain of misses on them if you're not careful. Ooh, finds a miss. It is advantage Indonesia at the moment. Lifeline finds a miss, however. 1-1 now in terms of combos, and a slight advantage for China because of David Ku's 200. Everyone really finding a lot of trouble with this. This is such a difficult map. And yet again, another example of consistent difficulty. If you're not good at this, if you find troubles with this, you will find troubles in the entire map, rather than just in one place, in one difficulty spike.
I'm gonna say, oh god, yeah, Rowe. Okay.
Interesting, missing the slow part. These patterns are so difficult. Crystal hits every single one of them.
It's huge. Next chorus here. All these choruses repeat the same patterns.
There's two 200 combos on Indonesia, so they're there. But David Q, again, 100 combo above the highest combo in Indonesia. And then Crystal, near FC. Just a small miss at the start.
Actually, there's no exaggeration that this map it's all on one person right now. One person is the difference, and that is Crystal. Everyone else with 300k max, and then there's Crystal.
He does find a miss on the jump streams. Fuma combos through them. He's got 500 in the bank, but it's so close to the end of the map that I don't think that lead is assailable by him alone. Needed some backup for this, and he just doesn't have it.
Very nicely done though, but yeah, his accuracy is too low to make the gap up, unfortunately. Valiant effort though by him, but the Crystal has already done the job. That is
Crystal,
huge.
it's just his bread and butter. It's just absolutely Crystal to a nutshell, this map, I think. You see him on every single map of this type, on at least the top 5 of the leaderboard, usually the top 2. He's just so good at this. Instead of playing the ranking system, he just grinds out this sort of thing, so it's almost expected for him to play this well, but when you see it, when you watch it, it's incredible.
That scoreboard really says a story. Incredible stuff from Crystal, and they really needed him to do this now. China are still in this because of that. Next pick will go to Indonesia, though. Still potentially with a match point if they could bank their own pick, which they've been doing very well so far. But that was so important for China. You can't overstate that. They needed to win that point so badly. But there is still some good maps for Indonesia on the board. There is one more DT pick if they want to go down that route. A double heavy 10.3 pick.
Really interesting to note about Crystal. I don't know how many people would be able to quote this, but he's been in 3 of the 4 modes World Cups. He's been in the 4K World Cup, he's been in the Catch World Cup, as the carry for China even. And now he's carrying China in Standard too.
I said there's no other player that can do that other than maybe Rustbell as well. Rustbell was in the same boat, of course. Team China again. It's incredible to see, because it's hard enough to get to this level in one game mode, let alone multiple. It's incredible.
He is truly... It will be DT. Yet again, we're seeing DT pick by Indonesia.
Of course, there was Electro GH as well, who also played in other modes as well, although I don't think he ever played in the OWC standard tournaments. He was very
unlucky. He has 3 out of the 4, I think. He has 3 badges.
Maybe one day.
I think he's been top 100 in every mode, although correct me if I'm wrong there. He's definitely top 100 in Catch. He was he top 100 in Mania? I don't think he was.
I don't recall the numbers, but I know he was like very highly ranked in like all 4 modes, which is a ridiculous achievement. Actually, those multi-mode players, I have so much respect for them, really.
Yeah, no, it's really incredible. Although, that is kind of the thing about rhythm games. Once you've learned one of them, another one just gets a little bit easier to learn.
I mean, I suppose.
Because you have finger dexterity to transfer over. You know, transferable skills between the two, they do exist. It would be difficult to go from Osu Standard to some other rhythm game, but to go from some other rhythm game to Osu Standard, you've got finger dexterity, finger control, speed, stamina, rhythm sense even. All you need to learn for Standard is aim, you know.
It's always crazy to see, and it's like Crystal gets so much plaudits for that, and totally deserved for his multi-mode prowess. But anyways, next pick are in, and the lineups are in. And this pick was no surprise. They go for their DTs, Indonesia. And while they've won all of them so far, so They'll be hoping to bring it to match point with this one. I think they're odds on to win this one as well, you'd think.
Speed, I'd say, definitely having one of the highest presences in these map pools in the World Cup so far. Because you've got no mod 5. In past rounds, you had no mod 2 as well, which were Endymion. And then you've got 4 DTs to pick from. So essentially, you could go 6-0 if the other team doesn't ban a speed pick. Definitely a really high presence of that skill set.
We're making great use of it for sure. They're so consistent on it. Their consistency on this sort of thing beggars belief. But if they drop this one, it could be a bit of a sticky situation for them if they have to dig into other pools. But if they win this one, they should still be in a very good spot. And of course this pick 10.3, very double heavy and triple heavy. With very high OD. OD 8.4 base, you can see there. That's the base.
Really difficult to be accurate with. 3 misses from Indonesia already. Is this the same story yet again? They're finding misses early. The combo has dropped. Ro and Fuma find a miss again. They're not going to be able to do any combo up, and it's all on Skydiver at the moment for Indonesia. It's a relatively short one too.
Approaching halfway already. The accuracy telling a story. China have the accuracy this time. It was the opposite up until this point with these speedy picks. But China with the accuracy and the combo. 3 FCs to 1. So far, this is not going the way Indonesia would have thought. A bit of a surprise start.
And they're still holding the 3 FCs. Just not being able to combo this, Indonesia. And my Angel Miku finds another miss, but he's not one of the FCs. He already has more points than either of the 3 other players of Indonesia. Skydiver trying to hold them in it, but it's just not going to happen. That lead is approaching 1 million points, so a single player isn't going to make any difference to this. It's already called, even.
Yeah, this is just all over. I mean, Skydiver has the highest score in the room. Very nice act for this sort of map with this sort of OD, but unfortunately the team just has not been there on this one.
Oh, he drops it. Maybe over-tapping or under-tapping or something on that 4-note lead-in. Now all eyes are just on how high that lead can grow. Milky finds a miss in the outro.
Wow, this is a very good performance though from China, it has to be said.
That's a shutout.
3 million.
If there was a shutout. If there was ever a shutout. 1.5 million on a DT pick, no less. A rank for Amatexi. He does take an FC home. Perfect take. Crystal takes the perfect. 97%. Highest stack in the room. The end of that. Skydiver doing his best. C rank from Fuma. The roles are reversed here.
Yes, this has been their bread and butter, Indonesia. They have been so impressive on DT, but this was not on the cards. And all of a sudden, this matchup is blown wide open. Now, this one is anyone's game. Really
Indeed.
is. Next pick, China's.
Indonesia psyched out a little bit, maybe?
Maybe a little bit. It's unfortunate for Fuma. He struggled a bit on that one. But you can't do much against that team performance. That was just a straight-up excellent team performance from China. The pool's all starting to thin. That Hard Rock pool is still sitting pretty, waiting for someone to pick at it. No one is yet. We're over halfway into this game. 3 picks remaining.
I think in terms of the Hard Rock, it's definitely down to China to pick that. They have 2 picks left. There's 2 Hard Rocks still in the pool. And that it will be crossover. This is the small circle map, if I'm right.
It is. One of the only ranked maps in the pool. It's a good choice though. Pretty standard small circle size map this. Very balanced between aim and streaming. more of a mechanics aim, mechanics test on small circle size. Now this should be a good pick for China, I feel. Indonesia have some solid hard rock players on the more standard sorts of maps. So I think this one will suit them pretty well in the grand scheme of things. But China finally digging into this pool, but Indonesia have looked a bit vulnerable in the past.
They have. It has historically been their weaker skill set is the CS 6.5. Small circles definitely treated as more of a niche skill in these map pools, but definitely a valid skill. It's taking a little bit of think about what their roster's going to be.
So Indonesia have been playing a very reactionary game with China's picks, it seems. So when Indonesia pick their picks, they're very quick with their rosters. When China picks, it generally seems like they hear the pick and then they decide who's playing what. Looking at the way they're jumping in and out of the room, playing very reactionary. Which can work very well, because then you can pin the players down in games that are feeling good on the day, as opposed to pre-planning and then they're a bit shaky after the fact, right? Worked really well for them so far, no doubt.
It has, but it does seem like they're losing a little bit of steam. Somebody needs to take a break point. If they don't want this to go to tiebreaker.
Sneaking Rexy's in. Or not, never mind. Fuma's back. Never mind. Step up Rexy's, play the hard rock. Alright, so how are we looking then with our rosters? Looking like a big swap on China. Two players coming in, David Koo and Burger Fox rejoining in. And it looks like it might be the same. No, just Lifeline swapping in for Indonesia. I feel like getting Lifeline in for a map like this is a good choice. This sort of map should be something that suits him pretty well. He's done very well at hard work so far this tournament, especially the small circle size ones. He's been one of their main players in terms of this start.
His area mechanic definitely suited for a map like this. The smaller circles. Yeah, nothing too difficult in this. No cut streams, no large spacing doubles like last week. It's just focusing on the mechanics.
It's also quite short as well.
I think a touch longer than cross time.
Yeah, just by a little bit, like about 15 or so seconds, I believe. That was around 2 minutes long, flat. Ish. There's a tricky stream coming up here. I could split them a little bit. Indonesia, we've already seen a couple of breaks. Oh, the stream. Never mind. There's a stream coming up around halfway through that's one of the harder little streams.
Yeah, Rowan Fuma finding a little bit of difficulty with this. Not comfortable at all. Is that the difficult stream?
Yep, that's
or
the
is
one.
It still yet to come? Well,
no, that was the one. And
that was the one. Everyone. Just Ro finding a miss on it. And that's really it. As long as you have no trouble with the mechanics, you're going to be really comfortable on something like this. Karumi finding a miss for China. That's their first miss, but with 550k on his side, he's done far more than enough already.
Yeah, the slow part should be enough to see them home. The combo is just too large. I mean, there's a lot of combo on the field, but just too late. But good scores, got to be said, from from a lot of the players in this room right now.
Oh no, Lifeline drops his FC. It's traded by Extreme, but as does David Q2. Yeah, it's just not looking like there's enough time. And Crystal Banks, another FC.
My god, someone needs to stop this man. He's actually destroying this game right now. He's so good in this match. It's incredible to see. We're 4-4 bubble. Game on.
4-4 Dooms. Ro looking like he's faltering a little bit. Passes the baton over to Skydiver, who banks his own FC for Indonesia, but it's not enough. The overall team performance from China was just too much, and yeah, we're into a best of 3. 1 pick each. Confirmed 1 pick each.
And what happens now? I mean, looking at the performance, this is definitely a step up from China against last week. Definitely a lot stronger now. And I say Crystal is having an incredibly good game here. This is exactly what China needed against a team in form, but it's still not over yet. Both teams with good fights. Indonesia looking so strong in the early game, but China running it back. And with China winning the last few points, they have the momentum on their side here.
As you said, they have a lot of momentum. They've got the last pick of the match too. They're pretty secure if they want to take it to tiebreaker, and they know a pick that they can definitely win on. It's definitely a strategy for a lot of teams to hold their best pick until the end. Let's see if Indonesia have done that. They do pick no mod 1.
No mod modification. No modification. I can speak. Pick 'em the
I thought you were doing a bit there.
No, not quite.
You should have started that out.
Start that one again.
Yeah. Try again. One more time.
No mod modification one time. Here comes that Imi.
Him in Otomushibi. Legacy div 6.9 stars. We're getting up there, Dooms.
Yeah, that is climbing. That star rating is big. Lots of numbers there. Now here's the thing with Indonesia. When they have those DT picks, they look real hard to stop. But this is their last pick, going for that aim. Now they have done pretty well on aim in the past. But you do wonder if this was a power pick or if this was the best of what's left. I don't think it was the best pick. Although they should do okay on this. This is a bit of a toss-up with these rosters. Like, how are you feeling on this one?
I'm feeling... I really don't know how to feel. China, again, if we're looking at their last round performance, it was 2.3 million on 6.7 stars-ish. This is 6.9, so it's a step above. You would expect that this kind of catches them off guard. They're not going to perform as well, but also they've really stepped up this week. Their performance is a level above, maybe even a level and a half, so...
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, the no mod ones haven't really been their bag. That's true. But on the performance of some of their star players here, this is the stage of one-man carries, and we've seen Crystal do it so often. Their uptick in performance, actually. Oh, it looks like stream just went down. We're back now.
We should be back.
Hold tight.
Fuma completing the roster. Yeah, we've got Ro, Lifeline, Skydiver, and Fuma for Indonesia. Milk Tea, Angel, Miku, Crystal, and David Ku2 for China. We'll get straight into it. No mod 1.
No mod modification 1. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Things happen, but I think we're back now. The client got a fat restart, but everything should be fine.
We had Skydiver taking a restart or taking a timeout because he needed to download the map. So he didn't miss anything. We're right back to it. In good fashion too. An early miss from David Coutu.
David calling GG already? Nah, man. Not even close to over yet. Although, actually, looking at those early minutes, it's
dear.
a scary start from China.
They stumble out of the gates.
An early miss
Doesn't
from
have-
Crystal, though, is worrying for China.
It is.
Like we said.
It is pretty early. It doesn't really have much bearing on how the rest of the map goes. We did see Indonesia take a big comeback, but Milk Tea, no FCs now for China. David Coutu with the highest combo. Although Skydiver with a drop. It's not going to mean too much. He's still got 3 FCs for his team. Boomer and Migu trade their combos, so favourable for China, but Mukti follows up with a miss of his own. David Kuhn lifeline.
Dropping now.
Yeah.
Still good though for Indonesia as we get to the slightly easier verse. Rowe doing the job for his team, as he has been doing for a lot of this game so far.
Yeah, you're going to be hearing me talk about trading combos. Means if one player from each team misses at the same time, any lead, any scoreline difference will be reset between those two players, so there's not going to be any difference between their combos. They'll be gaining the same amount of score from that point onwards. No trade for that one though. Miku drops. Getting to another chorus. Finding a little bit of trouble with these jumps. Skydiver.
There goes Crystal.
As does Crystal.
And that's a big combo from China gone. We're past halfway, we're into the last third. And Rowe still sitting there with his FC. Now it's looking really good for Indonesia. Here comes the solo though. If they combo this, it's gonna be over. See if anyone can get it. Okay,
Everyone holding through that. Large advantage though to Indonesia. They've got 2 600 combos and a 300. Whereas there's a big jumble of combos on China's side. Crystal drops his. The lead into the last chorus catches him.
It turns out, yeah, this turned out to be a great pick for Indonesia. Never mind, China's No Mod 1 woes will continue here. Nice recovery, actually, from the members of both teams, but you've got to hand it to Rowe. Really hauling his team through this one. Look at him,
Not
accuracy as well.
Not letting any of the slip-ups on the past few maps bother him. He knows his strengths, he plays to them. Oh, he finds a miss on the last jump section. But it won't matter, that's basically an FC. You can't tell me that's not an FC.
That's what we say. We'll give him that one. We give him that.
977,000 points. Doing a lot of the work by himself, but the rest of his team just there for backup.
That was
That
the final
will
pick
be-
for Indonesia.
Yeah, that'll be match point to them. But of course, it's match point in a best of 3, so it doesn't mean too much. China now, if they win their pick, they take it to tiebreaker. There's a
What's
little
left?
bit of pressure on them.
I think more than a little bit, to be honest with you. Their tournament lives are on the line here. This is do or die for China. 2 hard rocks left, 2 free mods open. 2 no mod, no, there's 1 no mod open. Just Hemizorv tech map open in the no mod pool. They also have a tech map in no mod. And they were going for quite a bit of those more techie maps in the early game. They dropped 1 and then they didn't go for them again. They dropped that hit 3 and then changed the tactic.
No, I would disagree with that. I'd say No Mod 3 was a good pick for them. Or was that Indonesia's pick?
No, they did pick that. You're right. They did pick number 3. You're right. That was a good pick for them as well, yeah. And they are going for more tech, so... Yeah. If it ain't broke, I suppose. Yeah, No Mod 3 went very well.
Yeah, no, that was Indonesia's pick, I think. I'm really confused. I'm sorry.
They won it, I know that much. They won it.
They did win it.
So this is a pretty sensible choice for a final pick, I feel.
Yeah, I'd say so. Real-easy mapping. I think the first... Is it the first? I'm not sure, but... Veriquitus. Absolute belter. 3 minutes 21. 6.2 stars. But star rating on a map like this, you really kind of... Just ignore it. It's going to be a lot more difficult than that would suggest. It's OD9 too. 191 BPM to cap it all off. What can you tell me about this map?
Yeah, this is a map with very distinctive sections of techie patterns. There's one at the start, middle, and the end, broken up by easier parts. The start and the middle are definitely the hardest parts of this and the ones to watch. The ending patterns are kind of tricky, but no doubt the start and the middle are where most of the breaks are going to happen. I feel like this game's going to be decided. Very different patterns in each of those.
Very interesting too. This is a very almost eerie mirror to the last match. You remember how our match went, Doomsday, right?
I did.
They took a break point early. We took a break point back. And then for our last pick, we picked No Mod 4.
And we know how that one went. So let's see if it's a mirror. Or let's see if China can bank this one. The tournament lives are on the line here. Match point for Indonesia. If they win, they go on to the next round. And they play again this weekend, tomorrow, I believe. This last chance saloon here for China. They have to win this point to take it to tiebreaker.
Not going to quite be a mirror of the last match. Lifeline is down already, not in the NFC for him. But the combos are falling. Burger Fox drops, David Q drops. Lifeline misses again, but the advantage is on Indonesia's side. Milk Tea's dropped his FC, and it's just Crystal yet again. Has to put the team on his back now. Rexy's Skydiver combo through that row holds a 300. It's one of the slower sections that you were talking about. Everyone gets to let some of those nerves go, shake them out. We're about to get into a bigger drop yet again. It's going to be really important. It's going to be absolutely vital to hold all of the combo you can. Grab everything from this lower section and row finds a miss. There will be a slight advantage now to China with 4 combos instead of 3.
Still looking good though for Indonesia. They're still in a good spot, but not too much. Here comes the next middle section, another hard part here.
Yeah, we're seeing space doubles, we're seeing space triples. Milk Tea tries to miss, but mirrored by Skydiver. Roan, Burger Fox both drop. Rix's as well. Now Indonesia are on the back foot. China are going to be extending that lead. Crystal comboing greatly through this, as a David Koo. Lifeline trying to hold it for his team, but Ro finding another miss, making it difficult for him. Yet again on No Mod 4, Lifeline, the last bastion. The last line of defense for Indonesia, keeping his team in it. If China find a big collapse, he will swoop in and steal it, but we're halfway through.
Yeah, the harder parts are done now. There are trickier parts to go. The very ending is a nasty section, but by then it's going to be decided. It's on Lifeline against David and Crystal.
Are we going to see David throw just so it doesn't go to tiebreaker? No.
Don't do it.
I'm kidding.
He won't. He's too good for that.
Here comes another drop. Not quite as mechanically intensive as the last one. Loads of sliders. Got to be following them, but be careful. If you follow them to the end, you want to be able to move from the end of the slider to the next circle accurately.
No chokes on this ending tough section. Everyone hitting them. It might be too little too late here for Indonesia. And looks like the only
Indeed.
again.
They're all holding combos. It could happen. It feels like there's going to be one more drop to me, but this might just be the ending. Might just be comfortable section to cap off the map. It is. You find a little drop, but only the sliders that we saw in the intro. And Crystal, despite an early leave from China, it will be tiebreaker.
It's
Locking an FC out of a Crystal. How incredible has he been playing this match?
He has been so good. Incredible performance from Crystal. It's just insane. He has been the linchpin for China. David Koo as well with an excellent run, almost 99% early slider break. But my gosh, you got to hand it to Crystal. He has had, I don't want to say the game of his life, he's had many games of his life, but this is to put
He's
up there.
he's used to this sort of pressure. He's used to this sort of role in his team where he just throws everyone in a backpack and runs with them.
It's time. Tiebreaker time. Indonesia have been here before. Hopefully this time, well, they'll be hoping for sure that this goes better. Here comes that eternal dream. The eternal dream for either of these teams could be extinguished if they drop it here.
We're looking at two incredible teams. They have played so hard for this. It's 6.9 stars this tiebreaker, so it's a mirror star rating to No Mod 1. A lot longer though, it's 6 minutes. 6 BPM higher too. Relatively consistent with No Mod 1, but of course it's a tiebreaker. One would assume it's not that straightforward.
No, this map isn't like the last couple of tiebreakers where they've been more standard in terms of feel, focused on mechanics. This one certainly does have a mechanics focus, but this is a collab between Kite and Idki. And if anyone here, I mean, I'm sure everyone in this room's played Uta before. The aim style where it's kind of comfortable, but it has those weird angles and the little anti-jumps, little spacing, little variants that makes it slightly less than completely comfortable. That's kind of what this one is. Little angles can throw you off in a situation like this, in terms of consistency. So I imagine we'll be seeing similar lineups to No Mod 1, because it's not really far from that tree. Who's feeling brave? The players are in relatively quickly.
Who's feeling confident? Who doesn't have that adrenaline flowing through them yet? Or maybe who does have that adrenaline? Sit in for a tiebreaker, the map starts and an eerie calm drops. When that happens, you know you're going to play well.
So looking to compare the lineups to No Mod 1. On Indonesia's side, we are seeing one swap from that No Mod 1. Fuma has been swapped in here for Rexys. He'll be accompanying his teammates Skydiver, Lifeline and Ro. On the Chinese side though, we are looking at a swap. Milk Tea played the last No Mod 1, but Emetexi Extreme comes in for this one. Combined with the rest of the lineup of David Kutu, Crystal and My Angel Miku.
It's tiebreaker time. And remember, this is a loser's bracket match. Whoever wins this advances in the tournament. Whoever loses goes home. Either team, you want to bring out your best.
Consistent difficulty throughout this one. Minor little slow parts in between, but nothing much. Also, the solo about 3/4 in, very streamy. Watch out for those.
Early miss from Extreme. It's 6 minutes long. Lots of combo to get in this one. We do see My Angel Miku taking Hidden. So, doesn't apply anymore, but if all 4 players had FCE, just by virtue of having the Hidden, would be theirs to take. Lifeline finds a miss. That weird-shaped stream pattern. Skydiver an extreme trade, and that is favorable for China. Skydiver drops his FC. Rexy's had found an early miss.
Covering nicely, though. With the amount of combo on this map, that's going to be negligible, I think. That said, though, very good start here from China in the opening exchanges. Rogue did so well on that No Mod 1 with that near FC. Has the highest combo for his team in the early game.
Extreme and Miku both drop. So that will reset their combos back to 0. Whereas on the other side, there's a 300 for Lifeliner and a 200 for Skydiver, so they're going to be pulling the lead slowly but surely back to themselves. You can see how low the scores are, considering it's already been a minute or two of the map. Miku finds another miss, as does Extreme. The lead flickers to Indonesia. You can really tell how long this map is, how much time there is for things to happen. Lifeline finds his own miss, drops the combo. Skydiver, though, the difference. Really making a difference, his presence with the 400 combo, but Ro finds a miss. And does Rixie's, no FCs, both FCs are down. The only one from China.
Just Skydive with 500. We're not halfway yet. This thing is not over. But in this slower plot,
a difference of about 100 combo is absolutely nothing in a map like this, but the difference is growing by the second. Rixie finds another miss. Skydiver trying his best. He's got 600 combo, and it could come down to him if everything falls apart for China. But they're looking pretty strong in this bridge section between two choruses.
that accuracy from Skydiver. Was it really a 1/100 miss so far for him?
Very much could have been. Combos are slowly coming back for Indonesia. They are still in this. It's only 100,000 points. I mean, I can't stress that enough. And David Q drops his FC. Skydiver drops the big combo, however.
Crystal with the only FC in the room right now. Really going to be doing bits for his team, but he's not getting very far because of the recoveries from Indonesia. Halfway now.
Ro finding a miss. Only two combos left. Lifeline and Rexy's. If they combo reset again, this might just be over. There might be nothing they can do.
Here comes the solo, though. Streamy solo. And there goes Crystal immediately. FC is down. Mind or Miku recovering.
And it will be Miku and Lifeline. No, Miku down. Lifeline down. Skydiver with 300 combo through this solo. He is there for his team, but he's got a lot of score to make up, and I don't think that he can do it in the time provided. Lifeline Rexy's fine misses trade with Miku.
1500k. That's not a lot, you know. Sorry, 150k, sorry. That's not too much. We have a third of the map to go. If people keep combo resetting, still time here, but they need more breaks. More breaks from China, and Indonesia are back in this, you feel?
Yeah, they need more breaks from China. They need more combos from Indonesia. Extreme drops his. They need to have an advantage on every player on their team for them to bring this back. David Ku, Miku reset their combos. They have advantage.
They're breaking so much. Now, Indonesia really are back in this, you know. 100k lead, and it's dwindling.
It is closing. There is absolutely no time. China almost have to keep breaking for it to be a safe point. A safe win for Indonesia. You look and see the score's less than 100k. Miku finds another miss. Resets his combo, and everyone has to combo through the outro here. Miku another drop. He's put his score on the board. There's not much more he can do. Ro finds a miss. Resets with Crystal. 300 combos on Ematek C, 200 on David Ku, and the lead is closing. David Ku misses. No more points for him. And the lead is closing. 50k, 40k. It's closing so quickly. Skydiver pulling it. The rest of the team pulling it. All their might. They're digging their heels in. They don't want to go home. They don't want to go home yet. They want to carry on. And it's looking like they'll carry on. They take the lead. Skydiver drops his FC, though. It's not going to matter. He's done his job. Everyone else matching MTXC, who misses in the outro. And it will be Indonesia who take this.
Wow! Oh my gosh! That was Herculean. What did I just watch, Bubble? Indonesia, oh my goodness. Rexy's Skydiver Lifeline. Hauling with all their might. Super strength. Pulling that lead back from Oblivion.
They absolutely did not want to go home. An almighty effort. Everyone on that team. In fact, it might have even just come down to accuracy. Skydiver holding 99 might have sealed that for them.
I think it might have done. That score lead was so small. And on Score V2, the accuracy difference between a 99 and a 98 is pretty large. That could have come down to it. Every little bit they did just to stay in the tournament. And they are in the tournament because Indonesia carry on their best ever OWC performance into another game. They march on.
Incredible style, too, to take that. Crystal for the Chinese side. We have to shout that out. The MVP of the match. He FC'd 3-4 maps. He one missed choked, maybe another 2.
It was actually ridiculous. Like Crystal, when this team needs him most in the OWC, he always does it. Usually in the early game, but this is a nasty pool, and he performed so well. Also, shout outs to David Koo as well, who had a good match as well.
He had a brilliant match. Crystal playing far and away the best in the match, though. However, of course, this is the World Cup. 8-player teams, 4v4. And Crystal, David Koo, they're only 2 players. Doesn't make a team, and of course it's the team performance that pulls through for Indonesia, takes them into the next round. Top 8.
Seed 20, by the way. Seeding means nothing this tournament.
Absolutely.
Indonesia are throwing the rulebook out.
Absolutely.
But
That
guess
was
what?
an absolute joy to watch. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, it was. But guess what? Indonesia now have a showdown against Australia to look forward to tomorrow. And that is going to be something. Indonesia take on Australia for a chance to go even further, but that is going to be a colossal matchup. Looking forward to seeing that one.
I can't wait. The way the team have played, it's gonna be a wall to climb. If they want to get over Australia, it's going to be a Herculean effort from everyone. Australia played so well in their match against Russia.
Anyways, I think we should swiftly move on and also introduce the next casters for the next match, because that match was such a long one, South Korea and Russia started a bit earlier. We are going to switch into those once the client is ready. Of course, the streamer can get that sorted whenever it's ready, but I believe it's not quite ready yet. But we will be switching over as soon as we can.
We can introduce our casters now, though. Of course, this next match. You said South Korea. Oh no, sorry, it was Australia versus Hong Kong. My bad. South Korea, Russian Federation.
Yeah, they're currently playing right now. It's currently South Korea 3 and the Russian Federation 1 in their game. So at the moment, South Korea with a good start for them. We're switching over to that as soon as we can. Hold tight. Oh, looks like we have the next casters in.
Good
Two cool
morning.
dudes.
We get
Good
to hand
morning.
off.
Oh Lord, what a match,
How did you enjoy that one, Ed? Chilia?
dude! I couldn't believe it. I could have sworn that China had the bag, but then Skydiver went level 3 backpack mode and literally just like ascended to the 5th dimension. Oh my Lord, dude! Flipping the score in Indonesia's favor. Come on, man! This is insane. Actually insane.
It really is a fairy tale performance by Indonesia, I think, this World Cup. 20th seed, and they're in top 8 now.
Holy Lord. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. All right. That was an insane match. Absolutely insane. Well played, Indonesia.
Oh, just in
China.
time dooms as well.
Oh, let's go. Anyways, I'll leave you guys to it. I'm just gonna chill and lurk and enjoy the zone. You guys have a good cast, man.
Sounds good, dudes. Have a good one, man. Bubble.
Thank you.
Peace out, brother.
Peace, guys. Absolute joy. Good. Have fun.
Hey, thanks. All right. Hello, nation. Welcome back. We are now going to be commentating South Korea versus Russia. I am BTNT. I'm joined here with my co-commentator, Chillier Pear. What's poppin', dude?
We're back. What's poppin', man? That was the tiebreaker of the day right there.
Dude, that entire match was just an entire swing of emotions, dude. It really looked like Indonesia had the lead, and then China was coming back, bringing it all the way to tiebreaker. Holy Lord, dude. It's insane. Actually insane.
Dude, China had crystal mode, Indonesia had skydiver mode, the backing combos, everything going back and forth. China winning like 5 consecutive points in a row. What the heck was happening
Dude,
in that last match?
I don't know, but all I'm trying to say is that match was absolutely beautiful. This is what OWC is about. These close matches, these fights to the death. That's what this is. That's literally what this is. That's insane.
What we need. Oh, we need it. I need to see it again right now. South Korea versus Russia, 3-1 already. They had to get started while China and Indonesia had their little bit of a fist fight in the match before. And now we get to see if Russia can scrape this back against defending second place team.
That's right. It seems like, all right, because the match was taking on so long, South Korea and Russia will have to start their match, and they're already 4 maps in. In that time, it seems like South Korea has the initial lead here, up by 2 points now. But if Russia can bring this back, things might not be too bad for them. But if they do lose this pick, things are going to look really, they're going to be in a really sticky situation. I'll tell you that, dude.
Will be grim for them. This is South Korea's pick. The last pick was Russia's. They lost that map by 611,000 points, giving South Korea a massive lead. And they're going to look to capitalize on that with 2 early breaks from Akinatori and Karuna.
That's not looking good for them. I'll tell you that. South Korea still having the initial lead, but this is a really slow map in terms of both approach rate and just overall BPM. There's like a couple of things that you might slip up on if you misread them, but overall, it's pretty consistent in difficulty. It's just reading, it's the density, and it's just, if you opt for Hard Rock, just the raw aim in the corners and the edges of the map. That's what really gets you.
Yeah, big density is going to get a lot of these players, especially the hidden on Akinatori and Neil Tori. You can see Akinatori struggling a little bit on this, but Red Pixel on the Nomad has found a break himself. We're almost halfway into the map. We're going to get to that big choke point. Any break at that halfway point is the traditional 650,000 cap score for them. And South Korea looking ridiculously strong in the middle here. What are we thinking for players that are going to hold FCs here? I don't know where to go with this.
I don't know. For South Korea, with all of those FCs, literally 3 FCs on the board right now, things are looking really good for them. And I just can't. I'm struggling to comprehend how Russia is going to come back from this. Having a lead this early in the match is not good for them. Or having a deficit this early in the match is not good for them. South Korea leading now, which what could potentially be 3 points this early, is insane. Absolutely insane. Basically, the complete opposite of what we were seeing in the last match.
Massive. Elementary and Talala both break. That is the only FCs left on Russia. Gone now. And Akinatori is going to try and hold this in with the hidden, but it's 4 FCs almost. Karuna on the Hard Rock, barely behind. Every single player on South Korea is going at it right now.
Just look at this lead. It's absolutely massive. 500,000 points and counting.
They're scraping every single ounce of score out that they possibly can. Red Pixel's having a really tough time on this map with the Nomad. Definitely not something you normally see him playing. The AR 8.3 is not the Red Pixel specific style here, but he's doing his thing. Nope, KJK does find a break for South Korea, so there is a little bit of wiggle room there, but it is... Oh, but there goes Neil Tori, hold on.
Lots of accuracy as well, but it's not enough. The lead of South Korea is just constantly growing bigger and bigger.
This is massive difference here. Karuna and Flying Tuna making it work right now, even with 2 breaks from their teammates, but all of Russia is really struggling right now. Highest score on Okinatori going to be surpassed by Talala soon.
Oh yeah, dude. Flying Tuna still with the full combo. Karuna with the backup combo as well, and no FCs on the Russia's side. That's going to give the 4th point to South Korea. This is such a massive skew compared to what we saw in the last match. And this is losers bracket as well. One of these teams are going to get eliminated here, and it's not looking good for Russia.
This is huge. Losers bracket right here. Russia made it all the way to the finals last year in 2019, only to get knocked out by South Korea in the finals. So that's something to note. That's something to note. We also have to note South Korea is at that 4-1 point here. In the last match, China versus Indonesia, 4-1 is when China started to crawl back into the match. So Russia's got their opportunity here. And I'm gonna kind of laugh if they pick a DT and then drop it back to Russia, because that is exactly what happened again. It's gonna happen.
We might see history repeat itself.
Oh, that would be fun. Oh, they do pick crossover though, so that was picked in the last match. We just saw it.
Russia now in the driver's seat. Opts for Hard Rock 2, the smallest circle size map. Very precise aim that you're looking for.
We just saw it on the previous match, the Hard Rock 2. China was able to clinch this out on a lot of backing combo from players like David Q on their team. We have a lot of decent Hard Rock players in here, and Russia has been looking really good on the precision picks thus far in the tournament, and I'm sure it's going to be no different in semifinals. They have a lot of players that don't really get skill capped yet, which is really good about both of these teams here. There's not many that are going to struggle dropping the difficulty up. Dropping it up? Dropping it down. Throwing it? I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. South Korea is going to try to throw together a roster to beat a very strong Russia.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with the whole scaling stuff. All right, both of these teams in their own ways are absolute powerhouses. All right, Russia and South Korea, they both have extremely star players. On Russia's side, we have Talala, Red Pixel. All right, South Korea, Flying Tuna. It's insane. All right, absolutely insane. Both of these teams are going to do perfectly well in terms of scaling. But what it really comes down to is which team can really clench their own specific skill set, very specific ones. Russia's opting for precision. We'll see how it works out for them. Obviously, South Korea, they're going to have a lineup for this. They're not going to let Russia get away with this.
Nobody can let Russia get away with taking a Hard Rock pick and get out of it unscathed. South Korea needs to be on their game for this. And we saw the underdog teams do sometimes take a lot of big score difference on this map here. We've seen Talala and Mr. Future kind of go at it for Hard Rock, but we've also seen Ponytail look really good this year. Flying Tune has been playing well today, and Karuna has just absolutely beasted this tournament like Karuna does.
An absolute beast.
Yeah, really. He's going for it. Ponytail with an early combo deficit, breaking on a slider somewhere, but it's looking good for Russia right now on the accuracy. That is all around.
And accuracy is something that's usually going to stay consistent throughout this map in particular. It's fairly short, I would argue, all right? And there's not really too many big places to drop accuracy except for a couple of bursts. So this accuracy benefit is definitely going to, hopefully, we'll say, all right, take them leagues. But we do see a break from Talala on the Russian side. All right, that's going to be matched by Ponytail back on South Korea. So far, still pretty even.
Yeah, this is even. This is really big, actually. Mr. Future and Karcher are breaking. These are really early breaks for this map. We're not really into the difficult section yet. There's some big 1/3s into the middle that you can really find breaks on right before the ending. They're past the halfway point, though. So this is going to stay pretty even. Mr. Future breaks again. It's 2 FCs to 2 right now. But Red Pixel breaks and Ponytail, I can't speak anymore. Karuna and Flying Tuna both FCing still.
Yeah, that break on Red Pixel was absolutely massive. And now the lead is just, whoa, what's going on here? Big breaks all around. Karuna and Karcher.
This is down to Alametri and Flying Tuna, and Alametri has the accuracy lead. He also has backing combo on Talala and Red Pixel right now. It's just Ponytail backing up Flying Tuna right now. It's going to be so close. There's a quarter, then Alametri breaks!
Oh my lord. That was a big combo that Russia needed. Flying
Tuna
Tuna still holding on.
Alametri was all of Russia right there. It's just Flying Tuna left in the match right now. He's going to crawl back slowly. You can see the score lead going back. There's less than a quarter of the map to go.
And the
It's
slow
gonna-
start is
Oh,
over.
Tuna!
Right getting into it. The flying
Tuna
tuna
breaks!
breaks.
That's it. Wait
And all of a
second.
sudden, Russia, their lead is growing bigger and bigger.
Talala found a broke, but Mr. Future breaks as well. There's more combo, and Red Pixel breaks the only combo, and Russia's gone. It's gonna go back to South Korea in the ending.
What
There's
is
back in
this map?
combo.
What is this?
Wh-
The score is just flipping back and forth.
wh- How does that happen? How does the score go back and forth so many times?
Dude, there were breaks literally everywhere. Every single person was struggling on this map.
Highest score in the lobby, 779k on Flying Tuna. Only closest was Allometry at 720k, and it was just a big mosh pit fight between everybody else in the match for that last single bit of score, and the final 40,000 score being clawed out by South Korea in the ending.
I was on the edge of my seat. I honestly couldn't tell where it was going. It really looked like Russia had it secured, but then all the breaks happened on Red Pixel and Talala, and all of a sudden it started flipping and ended up on South Korea's side. Dude, we've just suddenly found South Korea on match point. What?
I can't even begin to fathom how ridiculously close that map was. We've seen so many maps in this match here that have had minute score differences all around, and with that being no exception, you have to wonder if either of these teams are underperforming maybe just a little bit from what they want from this match here today. South Korea has been able to clinch it out, but for a team as high performing as they are, maybe not looking amazing in terms of score difference against someone like Russia, who definitely starts to drop off a little bit once you hit semifinals and finals in terms of scaling compared to a lot of these other teams. South Korea is looking really good right now, but Russia's making a run for this, and the ult map here is going to be their last opportunity.
Yep, that's basically it. I mean, if Russia really wants a chance of bringing this back, they need to win this point. Otherwise, it's over for them. Not just for this match, but for their entire 2020 OWC run completely. That's it. They are completely against the wall.
So this is the final opportunity for Russia to keep themselves in this match. This is South Korea's pick. They do need to be very careful on the alting map here. Generally, South Korea very confident on something like this. We've seen Zason and Flying Tuna do exactly what they need to here. We're going to get into the final map. 3 minutes and 8 seconds, 165 BPM, awkward, big spacing pattern alt map. Can Russia keep themselves in this, or is South Korea going to bring it home early?
I don't know, man. All right, with South Korea's pick, I'm fairly sure that they're going to be ready for this map. Meanwhile, on Russia's side, we can only hope that they have what it takes to continue playing and survive. The South Korean onslaught is just insane. They're showing their power here in this match. And we could see history repeat itself.
We have a big early score lead here. Russia's going to take it a little here. Flying Tuna and Zason found some very uncharacteristic breaks at the beginning. Gasha is a little bit down on combo, and so is Red Pixel, but it's about 100 difference, and there goes Okinatori and Red Pixel. So early breaks from Russia. South Korea is going to be able to bring that score lead back even with those early breaks.
Still, that was just the intro for the map. We're finally getting into the meat and bones of this map, where we see many of these courses littered throughout it. I believe 3 of them, actually. So what you really want to pay attention to is just whether or not we see any sort of inconsistencies or breaks in these sections, because this isn't the only time that players are going to have to deal with this.
So Ponytail does find a break, though, so that's going to give Russia a little bit more of a chance to stay in this map here, but they do have to deal with Karuna and Flying Tuna right now. But there goes Karuna again, so there's more opportunity here. Almost halfway through the map, and any breaks here are going to be detrimental to the final score. We actually have 0 FCs left already.
Elementary and Gasha did break early on in that chorus, but Okinatori and Red Pixel still holding on.
We have
Flying Tuna with the biggest combo in the match.
Ooh, there's 3 big combo breaks. Red Pixel, Karuna, and Allometry all dropping here. It's just on Flying Tuna right now. He's got a massive backing combo on Zason. Ponytail is starting to build up a combo again, but he's traditionally found a break after he starts to build up one. It's all on of Kinatori and Gasha and what they do. And there goes Gasha.
Gasha's gone.
Gasha.
Kinatori is now the only lasting combo on Russia with no supporting combos. Meanwhile, Flying Tuna is just running away with this. Supporting combos from Zyson and even Ponytail is gone as well. But dude, there's only a quarter of the map left.
There is so little time, and with just under 200,000, it's gonna claw. I can't. What is happening today? Elementary
A
Red
triple
Pixel.
break on Russia. That basically seals it, dude. All right, with a combo like Flying Tuna on this, there's no way. Russia's gone.
This is it right here. Flying Tuna and Zason with almost 1,000 combo each, and there goes Akinatori, the only combo on Russia. Flying Tuna is gonna bring this one home for his country here. 400,000 and climbing, and this match has been insane for the picks that we've seen. This has been a massive back and forth, even if it has been less than optimal for Russia here, and they're gonna get knocked out a round earlier than last year, unfortunately, going up against some really hard teams here.
Oh
And
my
there
lord.
it is. That's
Wow. Every single map that we saw went to South Korea. The only point that Russia managed to scrape against South Korea wasn't even shown.
Unfortunately, the hidden pick was not the one that we got to see for Russia to take their point. But Russia, they put forward a very, very valiant effort in the tournament this year, especially going up against some very hard matches last weekend. They clinched it out against Poland 6-2 in a very dominant performance. Unfortunately, going up against the reigning second place champions here is definitely not something that you can expect to win easily if you're not on the top of your game. And unfortunately for Russia, South Korea was looking very, very solid today.
Oh yeah, South Korea was literally just dominating this match. They were not letting up. There was that one map that was extremely close, Hard Rock 2. All right, we honestly couldn't tell which way it was gonna go. But at the end, South Korea just took it and ran.
I can't even believe it. That was a crazy finish to that match there, and South Korea is going to get their opportunity to go to the finals now after they play against the winner of Brazil-Taiwan, which which follows this match. So they're going to try and get to a similar placement of last year, but they have to go through that winner first. That is going to be in 42 minutes from now. Brazil versus Taiwan. That's another match to look out for. We have all of the rest of the matches listed on screen now. Canada versus Japan, and then the match that I think a lot of people have been waiting for, United States versus Germany at 19 UTC. So 3 more. That's the big one.
USA versus Germany, I'm sure, yes, like you said, a lot of people are going to be looking forward to this one. All right, it's going to be the match of the century. Who knows how it's going to go? All right, obviously, with me being on the USA team, I have a little bit of a bias. All right, but I'm sure lots of people are looking forward to see two reigning champions right now in terms of rankings, Vaxa and Whitecat, duking it out in the tournament setting, an official tournament setting as well. It's going to be awesome, dude.
Gonna be a crazy match. Keep a lookout for Canada, Japan too. Japan made massive improvements to their roster this year, and with a second-seeded Canada looking very strong, barely winning against Taiwan last weekend in that tiebreaker to keep themselves in the winner's bracket. The question is which one of those two teams is going to be able to keep themselves there into the finals. Will Canada make it? Will they live up to their second place seeding? Same thing with the United States, reigning champions, still gonna look to maybe close out against Germany, or maybe Germany gonna try and make a change to things this year. Brazil-Taiwan's gonna be the close one. Both of these teams looking strong. Taiwan had a massive performance last week. Brazil had a very difficult match against the United States, but still were able to take 2 points, looking solid. So a lot of good matches left for today, but that has been it for Korea versus Russia. Once again, congratulations to Korea, Indonesia, and Australia, the respective winners this morning. make sure you all check out your pick'ems. Make sure those are filled out, making sure everything's looking pretty good for the afternoon and tomorrow's potential matches. And I think we're gonna take our leave for the 40 minutes, and we'll be good. Thank you to Ed for joining me today. It's been a pleasure
being here.
Fantastic. Anything you have to close us out today?
I'm basically done. We're all good, dude. I need to start prepping for my own match.
Big one. 5 hours from now. Everyone keep a lookout. Stay tuned for Brazil versus Taiwan, Canada, Japan, USA versus Germany. 3 more matches on the day. We'll be right back with you in about 40 minutes. Thank you.
Sayonara.
to throw it all on the line, throw it all on black, jump into the captain one tiebreaker.
Everybody wants to see that tiebreaker.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if we get into that, it looks pretty even. I think Germany might have a bit of an edge. I mean, they've got Kanali as a number 1. The number 1 player on the leaderboard is Kanali with a hidden FC. So we'll have to
Germany
see
will
what happens.
probably feel pretty good about that.
I think if they can get to the tiebreaker, their spirits will be pretty high, and then Romania will be the one on the hot seat with.
This is very
Luis. But
crucial for Romania.
yeah, it comes down to this map. It's all about. I'm not. Oh, okay, I was gonna say the map name, but you know what? I'm not.
Yeah,
Nomad 5.
it's Nomad 5. We're trying to 3 and go to finals week for the first time ever. Who is it gonna be? Dead even at the start toy.
I think this one might come down to accuracy. If not, like, because they all FC. I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but like some of the score gap might just be from accuracy. And, you know, it's a bit surprising. Badu is out there with 95% accuracy. You know, stream's not exactly his specialty, but he's still fighting.
Yeah, he's definitely giving it his all, and actually Romania's still hanging in there despite that. His teammate's doing a great job keeping the accuracy up. But you know, sometimes you gotta love this move by Badu though, because sometimes as a captain you just gotta step up big as the ace and play when your team needs you, despite the fact it might not be your best skill set.
Yeah, and who better to put your confidence in than Badu, who's shown up so strong this entire match, and every match beforehand.
This entire tournament.
Yeah, really. I think an early miss from Kanali has thrown it into Romania's favor really early.
We did not. Yeah, we did not catch that. That was an early miss from Kanali.
But, like we know, any miss can swing the score gap.
Yeah, this is still
lead.
extremely close. Epics,
Like
though,
one.
that's a drop halfway through. Not ideal. And now Romania gonna stretch it a little further. And it's another one of these high-pressure situations for both teams now. Both teams are feeling the pressure. Epics will miss yet again. And now Romania still holding on here. Okinamo and Justice are there, though.
3 SS's still out there halfway through this
insane.
map. Eternum, Camo, and Dust Ice all
Goodness.
SS.
A third of the map left. Another big win.
I mean, at this point, it's up to Romania. Germany has no say in it if Romania keeps their combo.
Yeah. And Germany have to hold on for dear life if they
It's
want
both.
to even capitalize off of anything.
Ooh, some lots of big act drops on that
Yeah.
stream.
But the combos are being maintained, and that's what's important right now, especially if you're Romania.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're like Badu.
Rolly is
who's-
going to miss, though. There's a miss from Romania. That's going to kind of even things out, but again, not a lot of time.
There is very little time, but if they drop once more right here near the end, it could be.
Oh, any drops are going to be punished so hard, regardless of who misses them. Badu!
Badu goes down.
Badu! He slips up!
Is there
At the
time?
end, Germany trying to stay alive! Could we see
Oh,
it?
no! Oh god, it swung. It's there.
It swung!
Oh god!
Oh!
What's
By 5K! Germany have done it!
Oh my
By
god!
5K! Germany force a tiebreak! Oh! Heartbreak for Romania! They were just a couple more notes away from history. Germany able to come up and deny them at the brink and stay alive.
Okay, it's official. I've been teleported to the Amazon rainforest. My entire shirt is soaked. I am sweaty. I am nervous. It's tiebreaker time. Reset my refrain.
Are you afraid of the night? Close your eyes and discover a new world. Leave the world behind. Feel the tune of my mind. Scream of my soul.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2020 OS World Cup semifinals. Dolan here, joined by T1G for Brazil, Taiwan.
What is up? How's it going? How are we doing today? Glad to be here.
Awesome, awesome. 3 matches already in the books in the losers bracket, and 1 more to go. Brazil and Taiwan are going to do battle for that last spot in the next loser bracket round.
And it is a date with none other than South Korea on the line, who just won, of course, over Russia in pretty dominant fashion. The trend of today seems to be you either get dominated or it goes the distance. China, Indonesia going to the tiebreaker. I hope we get to see another one of those, because Brazil and Taiwan are 2 very closely matched teams on paper, both looking to make that next step, kind of perennial top 8 semifinals weekend participants, but both looking to move on a little farther, try to reach to maybe that top 4 that they could be hyped up for in that next week of matches. Everybody'd like to win this one, move on another round, and I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup today that we get to see, and I am hoping that it proves as enjoyable and exciting as that China-Indonesia match did.
Yeah, currently a lot on the line here in this losers bracket. Right now, these 2 teams are currently in top 12. The winner will get to play South Korea, which would guarantee them top 8. But it's all about that finals week. Everyone's trying to make it through the losers bracket to grab one of the last 2 spots open.
Yeah, and for these 2 teams, I think that it's really meaningful. You've got a lot of players in these rosters who have been trying year after year to make that next leap into that top 8 spot, and who are definitely more than capable of it. You've got guys like Mouse Easy for Brazil. You've got GIF, MRT, Riser, Shield on Taiwan. A lot of really strong players who, are just trying to go that little bit farther here. And I think this matchup, it's 2 teams that, looking over their performances in past rounds, are likely to be just incredibly closely matched. They've got some very different skill sets in certain areas. They've got some similar skill sets in other areas, so I think it's going to be fascinating to see what they end up doing with their ban phase, especially. I think Brazil, maybe trending a little into the awkward maps, whereas Taiwan will want to trend maybe a little more toward the mechanics type of stuff. But I think it's going to be great to see. It's their 4th match already on this pool, so trying to see some trends here, and trying to see if we get, some of those popular picks. We've seen, I think, a fair amount of DT from some rosters, for instance, and so I'm very excited. I really want to know what these teams are going to do because I think their strategies are a little bit up in the air for how they want to play this match out if they've been looking at how they match up against each other.
Well, Brazil is going to be up to ban first out of the map pool. We'll see where they go with that. But you also when you also look at Brazil and Taiwan, you think two teams that are very experienced in World Cup history. You think two teams that have veteran players every year and always have some new blood stepping up. So should be an exciting match.
Yeah, you've kind of got this core for these rosters. Brazil with guys with, like I said, Mausizi, joined by Nissan and Mistia, Korean Maluko, guys who've been around the scene. Taiwan, likewise, the players that I mentioned before. But both teams, like you said, bringing in some new blood. You've got Tusk and Dada for Brazil coming in this year. You've got Taiwan, with guys like Spinesight and Yunha this year, who are looking to make a name for themselves, kind of a little bit more referred to sometimes as fill players, but that does not make them any less important than their teammates. Those guys come in and make for a very important role on the team, whether it's guys like Dada coming in for those tricky hidden maps, or whether it's guys like Spinesight coming in to just combo game the world on things like Nomad 6s. The new blood can be every bit as important as the existing members who've been around for 5-6 OWCs in the past. And I think that's going to play into their strategy. I think they're going to be strategizing around those guys because they want to make sure that they have the best time possible with both their carry players and their more kind of fill players for those tricky spots.
Yeah, and Brazil with their first ban are actually going to go with Hard Rock 1. That doesn't, that's not too big of a surprise, just considering Taiwan's skill on Hard Rock.
Yeah, Taiwan, of course, played Hard Rock 1 in both of their matches last week against Chile and then against France in those losers bracket matches. Obviously, certain players on that roster known as those mechanics players in the Hard Rock and AIM, guys like Riser you see at the top of all kinds of leaderboards, and other members on their team like Shield and GFMRT, obviously really good at just making sure they hit notes. I know it sounds really silly, but like on AIM maps, you just have to have that AIM consistency down. And they've got some players who are really good at that. So, yeah, I think, like I said, Brazil probably going to try to poke away at the more mechanics-based maps because I think that's where Taiwan might find some of their greatest strength. Very interested to see what Taiwan comes out with the bans on here. They did end up having, like, a total of, I think, 5 common maps last week, and Brazil won 4 of those. So, with a couple of them being very different skill sets, and a couple of them being speed maps, a couple of them being more awkward maps. For instance, Brazil won pretty heavily on like last week's Nomad 6 in comparison between the two. They also won pretty heavily on last week's Air 8 Hidden.
Ooh.
But it's going to be an interesting pair of bans. So they're going about double speed ban here for Taiwan.
Yeah, Nomad 5 and DT3 are the bans from Taiwan. So a double speed ban, as you said.
Taiwan got better at speed in their second match last week. They brought Shina Noriko in, who is a very solid speed player, and so they did a little better on those maps. But I think you definitely have to be afraid of Brazil in that particular skill set. And likewise, Brazil, I think, afraid of Taiwan in certain areas of like tech type of maps with that Nomad 4 ban. Maybe something that they're just not perfectly comfortable with because that's less of a mechanics map, more of that kind of reading and slider velocity type. But I think bans mostly making sense there. The Hard Rock one was a pretty obvious one from Brazil, and then speed from Taiwan. The only one that I question a little bit is Nomad 4, but that might have just been a personal thing where they didn't perform super well on that map.
And now they will have the pick. So Hidden is going to be completely open. Free mod completely open.
And Double Time 2 going to be the first pick. So our lowest approach rate of the DTs, but also the middle BPM, right? Childish Killer. It's a 3-minute long, pretty combo heavy Yaspo DT map. An interesting place to start this one off. I don't know that I would have expected the DT2, maybe the Double Time 4. But you see a team double ban speed against you, it doesn't make
it kind of gives you a little
first pick of DT.
Little hint there, speed.
And Brazil looked very good, despite their loss against the United States last week. That was a matchup that nobody was going to really win the way the United States performed. I think they were pretty unstoppable on that day. And they did end up playing a couple of DTs and putting up pretty decent scores on them. Brazil's obviously a team with guys like Mausizi, like Nissan, who are really good at double time. Is a team that is expected to, I think, pick into the skill set against Taiwan.
Now the only question that remains is who will step in on each side to play it.
Yeah, I would think, Nissan Mouse Easy probably going to be joined by maybe Mistia, and I don't actually know who to expect as the fourth, maybe just Korean Maliko. Taiwan looks pretty set here. It looks like Riser, Yunha, Shield, and Zane. Yunha's been one of their less utilized players, and he's had kind of his up and down moments in the maps that he has been in for on the Taiwan side. So getting him in on map number 1 of this match is very interesting, kind of dipping his toes into the water early on here. We'll have to see how he performs, because he's kind of a fill player for a skill set that Taiwan isn't as great at with kind of the speed and streamy type of maps. So that's an important kind of keystone for them. Their other players are pretty much guaranteed to do well. But Yunha and Tusk, the fill players, I think a little bit for this map. We'll see how they do. It might be a little concern that a guy like Tusk, who's a lower ranked player, might be outscaled at this point, but he's going to be out to prove that that's not the case.
Well, there he goes. Oh,
Maybe.
he just wanted to be in that bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah, he just wants to
corner,
be in their
so.
slot. He just wants to be in slot 3. It's his comfy spot on that.
And did you see his
team.
roll?
Oh, nice.
Oh, smooth roll.
I
He's
wonder if
gonna
he
have C for sure.
Were he in Sanju Lift like rolling to see who was going to play, and he rolled higher, so he's playing? Because you'll note Sanju Lift was in to do that roll and is not in to play.
Could be. Who knows?
We're going to get going here at any rate, so we'll find out how that roll ends up working out for him, if it's a harbinger of good things to come. Brazil-Taiwan, map number 1. A lot online, as you said, in this match, so very excited to see how this one plays out, getting started.
Yep, and it's finally going to get underway with a little panic button clickaroo. The start command goes in from the referee, and away we go on double time.
You always wonder with DT starts, hopefully everybody's really, really warmed up in the match. It's a tough place to start if you're not perfectly ready to go. But I think all these players, with a match as big as this one on the line, will have been prepared and will be ready for this match.
Yeah.
So we did get the very early break from Yunha. He'll be traded back by Mistia.
Yeah, Mistia will find that miss and trade it, as you said. So Taiwan will be pulling it back for now.
And this one's relatively long. This DT pool is actually, in terms of double time pools, fairly long. I mean, the average map length in this DT pool is almost 3 minutes, which is a little longer than what we're used to seeing. But, makes for a little bit more of a consistency-based pool, in addition to the skill sets already being tested, whether it's your aim or whether it's your raw speed. And you see these streams starting to come in. This is what Brazil wanted to start off on, were these longer stamina-based streams and finger control patterns. And everybody looking pretty comfortable. There is that early miss from Tusk, though, as well. So Taiwan going to take that lead.
Yeah, now 3 FCs to 2 in favor of Taiwan.
And Mouse Easy is going to go as well. Taiwan's going to build a huge lead in here in this first third.
Yeah, now it's all on Taiwan right now. Riser, Shield, and Zane just trying to put this out of reach, and we're not even at the halfway point.
Yeah, already over 100,000 point lead just about for Taiwan. Those early breaks not doing well. That's really going to cost Brazil a lot of combos. We're already halfway through, and they've got 2 very low combos. There goes Nissan as well. Boy, this is not the start Brazil wanted at all for their first pick.
This is falling apart pretty quickly here for Brazil, as Nissan also gives it up once again. Riser, Shield, and Zane just crushing it right now. Combo gaming.
And honestly, I mean, yeah, their AC is a little bit lower, but Brazil's is not that great either, so it's not even like all that different in that regard. It's just Taiwan holding combo better and accuracy as well through some kind of awkward aim in those longer streams in that chorus. It's the type of map that requires a few different skill sets. As a just miss on nothing comes in from Tusk. I'm not sure what happened there, but Mistia's about all they've got left to lean on. Taiwan is just going to run away with this one, though.
Yeah, with only a quarter of the map left in this score gap, it's basically almost impossible, still with Taiwan holding 3 FCs.
You almost wonder if it was a little bit of a bait from Taiwan. They say, hey, we're going to double ban a couple of speed maps and make you guys think that that's an optimal skill set for you to pick into, and then we're going to show up and just 3-way this like it's nothing. I mean, this is very casual stuff from Taiwan here. Just looking like they're out for a friendly little Saturday afternoon multi with the boys.
Friendly Saturday multi with the boys.
Yunha does finally break at the end, as does Riser, but I mean, it's just not going to matter at this point.
Yeah.
Zane bringing in the double FC, it looks like here.
That's going to be 2 FCs to 0 on the side of Brazil. And that is the opening break point for Taiwan. Strong start for them.
1.5 million point margin of victory. I mean, that was, you can't even like try to claim that was close, because that was absolutely the most one-sided starting that Taiwan could have hoped for. Really very impressive play from them. Brazil has their own first pick. You hate to see that happen on a team's own first pick. That is not what you like. And the whole team really just, I think, underperforming across the board on that. Maybe a little bit of nerves, maybe a little not quite prepped, but all credit to Taiwan for, the double FC. Hard to argue against that, especially with the backing scores from Yunha and Reiser. Now, of course, they get their own pick early on here. With a break point in their back pocket, just got to consolidate that, and then they can kind of slow roll things the rest of the way if they want. They're going to pick whatever they feel advantaged on and just have a nice little lead.
Yeah, it's very important, though, for Taiwan to convert this next pick to fully take advantage of that break point.
Yeah, we saw last week, that little bit of back and forth with the break points in, I think, both of their matches, really. They lost their first pick, won Chile's first pick. They won their first pick against France, and then that one went kind of back and forth a little bit as well in the mid stages. So one thing that's been a little concerning maybe about Taiwan is, kind of how consistent they can be and whether they can hold on to leads. So we'll see if they can put together another performance as good as that first map to run out to that 2-0 and consolidate that break point. It's so important early on, especially these longer festivals.
And
love playing from the front.
you have to wonder if they're eyeing up Hard Rock, but at the same time, they have to be careful because it could be a misstep, because Brazil isn't a slouch on Hard Rock either.
Yeah, Brazil did not play any Hard Rock maps against the United States last week, so, not a lot to compare against these two teams. And Taiwan's going to go with one of the most difficult maps in the pool instead. They're going to go Nomad 3 Otoshimae, which is, of course, our alt pick by Moth this week. This is a very, very hard map, and I think that's a good thing for Taiwan, because I think their skill set on this is a little bit higher than Brazil on this particular kind of map.
Yeah, and also even, just because it's a more difficult map, it means both teams are going to struggle a little more. If Taiwan are betting that, they're going to outperform Brazil in this map, as long as they come away with the point, it doesn't matter, even if it's a coin flip per se. But I'm sure if Taiwan are picking this, they have some amount of confidence in it. And we see Spines Knight, Flask, GFMRT come in.
Yeah, Taiwan, I believe the last map of their match last week against Chile, they played the Nomad 3 there, and they did end up with a double FC on it. That was Reiser, or no, they almost ended up with a double FC on it. Let me see here. Yeah, it was Flask and GFMRT. Sorry, I looked at the wrong map. But they had Flask and GFMRT double FCing the alt map last week. Backed up by Spines Knight and Shield with very solid scores. And I think they're just going to look for that again this week, because those are some very, very good alt map players. It's that flow aim skill set and some very tricky patterning in this particular one that I think is something that they feel very comfortable with.
And it will be Shield stepping in to round out the roster for Taiwan. Brazil awaiting one more, and it will be Dada.
Yeah, and this is a little bit maybe of a concern for me looking at this Brazil roster. They're playing their two new players with Husk and Dada both in on the same map, and I'm very curious to see how those two will do on a pool as relatively difficult as this. I mean, semifinals in OWC, this is no pushover, any of these maps. And we saw, not the greatest performance from a couple players on Brazil in that first map. So, maybe bring in Dada, see what he can do on this one, but I think definitely Taiwan favored this pick.
We'll have to see. And you never know. Sometimes a few players, it just takes a couple maps for them to really sink into the match and kind of come alive. So we'll have to see if that's just the case for Brazil. But Taiwan going with the alt map.
Yep, trying to hit the ground running here with their own first pick, but this is a very, very difficult Nomad 3. You can miss pretty much anywhere. You know, in any Nomad 3 that feels like the case, but this one, the spacing is just really tricky. A lot of patterns that are very hard
That's
to be
already
consistent
3 misses on Taiwan's side to 1 on Brazil at the start. So Brazil have 3 FCs to Taiwan's only 1. Shield and Mystia.
And you're just going to see more and more of these crazy spacing patterns that people will break on, you know, like you just said, Mystia and Shield both finding misses. Tusk Mouse Easy both holding combos against GFMRT, Spine's Knight, Blast. It's a little bit of a combo lead for Taiwan, but it's very, very close with that double FC holding things together for Brazil.
Yeah, and Spine's Knight had a very, very early miss, so he's basically good for an FC right now.
Oh, there goes Tusk. That was one of the 2 FCs, but GFMRT trades it right back, as does Spine's Knight. Oh, goodness. Ooh. Well, yeah, and there goes Dada, too. Like I said, you can seriously miss literally at any point in this map, and it's just not a surprise because the
right
patterns are so hard.
It's Mouse Easy doing the heavy lifting. The only FC left in the lobby, and his highest supporting combo is going to be Mystia at around 400. Flask, though, up to 500 with Shield at 400, but Mystia will drop, so now Taiwan will have a shot to pull it back.
Yeah, Mystia just, I mean, the slow section, some awkward rhythm, but, and there goes Mouse Easy as well, so the big combo now gone from Brazil. It is basically just Flask, 650 combo, and GFMRT at 250. It's a misfest, it really is, but that combo being held shaky from Flask, but it's being held, pulling that gap back. It's going to flip over here in just a second for Taiwan, and we'll see if they can run with it.
Flask pulling it back for Taiwan. He will give it up right as Taiwan gets that score lead, though. GFMRT will go to work to try to preserve it, and no one on Brazil's side actually really has any significant combo to fight this, so Brazil will pull it back slowly, but with that miss from GFMRT, Brazil now will have a shot to further cement the lead.
This was such a tricky selection, and you just never know what's going to happen in terms of performance within the actual map. Still have the last quarter to come. Mouse Easy Dada with those combos. Not anymore. Dada breaking. I think this can be brought back by Taiwan, especially with that miss from Tusk.
Ooh, that's
it's
a
going to go over.
Miss from Brazil.
Mouse Easy playing that anchor role for Brazil, but it's just not going to be enough at this rate. Those combos from Taiwan growing, and Brazil kind of falling apart a little bit here. Dada and Tusk having a lot of trouble in this last moment.
Shield, Spine's Knight, and Flask really came up with the 400 combos. They were basically negating Mouse Easy and then some. So Spine's Knight even right now is fending off Mouse Easy, and Flask is doing the real damage with this 480 combo.
Yeah, Flask only 100 combo behind Mouse Easy, has very similar accuracy. Spine's Knight obviously struggling on the act, but that combo is what's keeping his score relevant. And Taiwan is just going to take this in the last chorus. That was such an important combo from those 3 members in that last third, just to run away with enough of a lead to take the point. That was very tense, though, through much of it.
Taiwan just had more players who were able to consistently combo that round than Brazil. You see, Dada, he really struggled there, but you notice Spine's Knight, Shield, GFMRT, all having around similar scores, and Flask really stepping up to help counter that brilliant score from Mouse Easy.
Yep, that 526k versus 556k, and just a little bit higher scores on the other players for Taiwan. That was, I mean, only 100,000 points, but you take the win no matter how big or small it may be if you are Taiwan on your own first pick on a map like that, where the misses came frequently. Now that's that 2-0 lead. They have that little bit of cushion. Brazil has to pick from a 2-0 deficit to try and get the first point on the board here.
Yeah, and now this is when the early pressure is really mounting on Brazil. That's why it was so important for Taiwan to convert that their first pick and go up 2-0, because they got that break point. Now they've got some breathing room, and now Brazil are going to kind of be backed into a wall here. The pressure's on them to get their first point on the board.
And it becomes tricky to come up with a great pick here, because if you know that you first picked, you know, that double time, that relatively speed-heavy, stream-heavy map, and it didn't work out, maybe that limits a couple of your other picks that you might have had in mind. So Brazil might have to attack this with a little bit of a different strategy. You mentioned before maybe the hidden pool being completely open through the bans, and they are going to go with hidden too. So we're going to get our low AR hidden early on in this one. And I think we know how good Brazil can be at this. This was one of the 2 points that they took off of the United States, the powerhouse of this tournament. Brazil got a point against them on the AR 8 hidden last round. We know they've got players who are very good in this skill set. This is, if you're going to go anywhere to switch things up, this makes sense.
I think one of the beauties of watching this matchup in particular between Brazil and Taiwan is when you see the way these teams make their picks, how they make their bans, you can immediately tell that these are veteran squads that know exactly what they're doing. You see Brazil, they go down 2-0, what do? They immediately shift up the whole match and go with hidden 2. Gotta change it up, get a point on the board, that's what it's all about.
It's 3 very different maps that we'll be seeing, and like you said, Brazil wanting to change that skill set up, find something that maybe advantages them just a little bit more, gonna bank on their reading. This is AR 8.5 instead of AR 8, but made up for with some very tricky patterning. And of course being unhidden. This is like the Nissan playground, known for, interestingly enough, known for both speed and known for his low AR reading. Came in FC'd last week's Hidden 2. Gonna try to do the same thing here this week. Taiwan, though, no slouches. I mean, you can't say that they aren't at least decent on almost every pick in the pool, but maybe not quite as strong on this one. We'll see who they bring in for this. They have Shiina Noriko. He does come in. That is a very strong player on the low ARs for Taiwan. Dada looks like he'll be coming in for Brazil. So, kind of specialty players in for this one. You've got kind of that core for both teams, but then shifting it around a bit for maps like this. Puts a lot of stress on some of those players. I was talking about before how you have some of these newer players coming in for some of these picks, and it's interesting to see how they end up performing. Tusk and Dada in for another map here for Brazil, and this time it's on their own pick. They need to get on the board here because they do not want to fall behind that double break point early on. This is very important, despite it being so early in the match.
And for Taiwan, this presents a brilliant opportunity. If they are able to take this break point and get their next pick, going up 4-0 will put a tremendous amount of pressure on Brazil. So Brazil trying to do everything they can to stop that momentum here with this AR 8.5 hidden pick.
Yep, this is an attempt to stop the bleeding, and it is on a very tricky, again, map. A lot of these maps very technically challenging in terms of your reading, in terms of your cursor movement, whether it's the linear jumps or stacked patterns. There's a lot to unpack in this particular pick, and you can see breaks a lot of places early on already from Mischief and Spinestein at the very beginning, as well as GFRT Dada after that.
Yeah, Shiina Noriko also found a very early miss, but he is comboed since then. As Tusk drops, it's only Nissan for Brazil against Shiina Noriko and Flask. So Taiwan are going to start pulling that back, but Flask does drop, so now Brazil have a chance here with Nissan out in front. Shiina Noriko chasing him desperately.
And Nissan is like the last player you have to worry about on a map like this. He is rock solid on these picks week in and week out. Although he does find a break, it's traded with Shiina Noriko, so not going to be the end of the world. Mischief building up some combo behind him alongside Spine's Knight for Taiwan. That act from Nissan, despite the break, shows how comfortable he is with this type of pick. Hopefully he can recoup that combo a little bit here going forward. This one's going to stay pretty tight, but Brazil with that little bit of a lead.
And Shiina Noriko dropping again. But GFMRT and Spine's Knight now building up some combos here for Taiwan, but Tusk and Mistia doing the work for Brazil.
And you have this little bit of a slow section, able to build up some combo. You can see where that reading difficulty comes into play, those kind of back and forth overlapping patterns and some of these streams on the lower AR. Very tricky both to read and to aim properly. A lot of linear aim patterns like you would come to expect from IO Exception, the mapper. Find a break from Nissan and Spine's Knight, but Brazil still with a nice combo on 3 of their players, going to maintain that advantage.
Yeah, and now Dada is really starting to build his combo, put in the work, as Nissan is now the one struggling, but fortunately for him, his teammates all have his back.
It figures that the person I mentioned as being so good at this is the one that's struggling, but like you said, Brazil holding on with Nissan struggling a little bit, but Tusk finds a break into another slower section here. There is a lot of combo on Taiwan. They can try to pull this back. There is enough time, and that would be incredibly demoralizing if they manage to do so. There is the break from Spine's Knight, though. This could end up being very close. You've got a lot of combo, but that big combo on Mischief is really important for Brazil here if he can hold on.
Yeah, it's all in Brazil right now and how they handle the last sections of this map. But as Dada and Mischief both find misses, and now you see that score bar, it's starting to creep.
Oh, but there was GFMRT and Spine's Knight.
That is definitely going to stifle their momentum. Sheena Noriko is all Taiwan has, but there he goes.
Boy,
And
if they could
Brazil.
have held on, but Brazil, yeah.
Tusk able to hold on with the 3-digit combo, 300 combo, and Brazil will get their first point on the board. It's 2-1.
Wait, and I don't know, how confident they're gonna feel coming out of that one. Taiwan just needed a little bit more combo at the end, but you take the W where you can, and Brazil, even if it was only ended up being by 250k, but it certainly felt a lot closer than that in that last Ki. That score from Mischa is really, really strong. 628k, highest score on the map by about 90,000 points.
It was
Absolutely putting in work.
It was a tug of war there for most of the map, but in the end, Brazil able to run away. They just had the better consistency through the map, just slightly more, consistency than Taiwan, able to build those combos. And we saw that from Taiwan in the second point. They were the ones able to have 3 players consistently building combo. That's what gets them the point. And now Taiwan will try to maintain the 2-point lead with their next pick.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a lot of what plays into this match over the course of it, is really which team can, prove to be that little bit more consistent through these difficult maps. Things start to be less about who FCs and just who can keep up a better combo. And, we've seen now Taiwan doing it twice, Brazil doing it once. And it's going to be very important, those 600-700 combos in the middle of the map from those important players really can make a difference in the outcomes. Now Brazil has a spot they know that they feel a little bit comfortable about, I think, despite how relatively close it was. That low AR, that awkward kind of map is, I think, the thing that they might look into going forward. But Taiwan is going to go, as you predicted a little earlier, they are going to go into that Hard Rock pool. It is going to be the Hard Rock 2 crossover pick.
And I actually really like how Taiwan is approaching the picks. Sometimes you see teams when they get a point, like Taiwan scoring a point in double time, sometimes you'll see teams just go for double time and try to clean them out of the speed picks. I like what Taiwan's doing here. They're going with Hard Rock. It's a mod they know they're good at, but also you need to test how the other team is performing on a mod on a given day. You need to know how good Brazil are. Worst case scenario, Brazil break this Hard Rock pick. It's tied with Brazil's pick. Taiwan can still combat with the double time.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the better of the 2 Hard Rock picks to go into, because it is a precision aim map, and Taiwan is so good. The 6.5 circle size, something that Taiwan has proven very strong on in previous matches. So this is, I think, a good pick here for them. Though, interestingly, they didn't actually play the Hard Rock 2, I don't think in either match last week, but a skill set that I think they're good with either way. You have guys like Riser and Flask, obviously known for Hard Rock. Yeah,
We'll see Korean Maliko step in for his first appearance of the match in this 4th round.
Yeah, he's been another player for Brazil who has, been a little bit hit or miss at times. He had some very good scores last week, and a couple of the picks against the United States was key to their win on the free mod in that match. And he was their Hard Rock player on that particular pick. Not a lot to go on there, but I will, at least say maybe that means he's going to be solid on these small circles. Sanjulov coming in as well with his first map in this match also.
We need Brazil to win this match so we can have Korea and Maliko play against South Korea.
Yeah, that'd be a fun one to commentate for everyone involved.
I would be. Korea misses for Brazil. Wait, what?
No. It was Korean Maliko. And of course his old name was equally as confusing if he'd played against South Korea last year, because it was My Angel Sim.
Oh, wow.
Angel Sim playing for South Korea. So he's just out to confuse people no matter what if he plays against that team.
Gotta love it. When the name is more than just a name.
We're going to get underway here. CS 6.5, Tusk missed Jisanji with Korean Maliko. New roster for Brazil in this one. Riser, Zane, Flask, and Shield in for Taiwan. A very strong team on these precision aim Hard Rock picks. This one requires a lot of different skill sets. You've got some tricky slider aim. You've got some normal, just straightforward aim. Also the bursts and streams coming in thick and hot. And already several breaks early on.
Yeah, there's several breaks early on both sides. And Taiwan's struggling a fair amount. Only Zane with the full combo for Taiwan, and only Sanji Lift missing for Brazil. Everyone else holding that FC, so Brazil very much in this.
This is the type of map where, again, you can miss very easily just by slight mis-aims because some of those patterns are very tight and because the circles are so small. You see several breaks everywhere. Shield Flask, Korean Moloko, Tusk, Sanjilef just right in quick succession. Mischief versus Riser here, the battle of the two combos that are still alive. Taiwan just that small lead.
And Mischief, he's got the bigger combo, but Riser's got the teammates with more combo backing him up, so it's not, the lead really isn't going anywhere right now. Taiwan are just slowly pulling it away, but another miss from Sanjilef and Tusk is really not going to help Brazil. They have no one building combo aside from Mischief. Korean Moloko is doing everything he can, but Taiwan now have all their players above 250 combo. Brazil only have one above 250 combo at this moment.
Yeah, and this is like I was saying, it's just who can keep those bigger combos in these middle and last kind of third of the maps. You do see a break from Zayn and Shield, but Korean Moloko with a break and really not a lot going for the other Brazilian combos. It's not the end of the world for them.
If we do see misses from either Riser or Flask here, and if Mistia holds, this could get really close at the end, but unless we see that happen pretty soon, Taiwan's looking good here.
Yeah, it would have to be now or never, and I think it's now basically past the point of no return here unless Riser and Flask both completely flub the ending. This is a great performance from both of them on this pick on a map that really suits their skill sets. This was a great pick, I think, for Taiwan. That score from Riser is really, really solid. Flask backing him up well also, and that's just a solid pick for Taiwan for the 3-1 lead.
And Riser will come in with 900k, helping secure the point. Mistia with a great performance of 949k, the MVP of the lobby, but it will be Taiwan getting the point and going up 3-1. They preserve the 2-point lead.
Yeah, that was a key pick. Very important for them to win that, as you said before, the map, and they went out and just did that. That score from Riser just behind Mistia, and then Flask with the 650k next best in the lobby. I'd like to point out really quick, just as a point of interest, Tusk and Sanjilef separated by 220 points.
That's actually pretty insane.
Didn't end up mattering to the outcome, but that's pretty funny to look at.
If I was Sanjilef, I would hold that over his head for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I remember Hard Rock 2 against Taiwan. Yeah, I remember that 41-6-6.
200 points.
Yeah,
hard carry.
But unfortunately for Brazil, this was not enough. Now, though, the pick does come back to them, and I think, do you maybe look into something like the free mod? You've got like the low AR free mod 2 available.
I think if you're Brazil, you need to consider free mod here because in worst case scenario, if you lose this pick and Taiwan win their next pick, they go up 5-1. So Brazil is guaranteed they're going to get at least one more pick after this in this match. I feel like you need to test that free mod, at least on the map you feel the most comfortable on, at least once, unless you just know that you're going to play well on one of these hidden maps. And that's the thing about where Brazil have been forced in by Taiwan, because Brazil, in theory, you could expand and go to the free mod and test other areas in the pool, but given the margin of error they really have, Taiwan have kind of boxed them in to maybe potentially force them into picking out these last two hiddens. But they will go with free mod 3.
Interesting. So of the free mods, of course, this is the highest BPM by a pretty vast margin. Decisive Battle is a 234 BPM, so maybe returning to that kind of speedier type of map that we felt might be their preferred kind of skill set in this match. This one's quite tricky, though. I guess between free mod 2 and 3, if you want something a little more standard, obviously free mod 3 is going to be a little more player friendly, but I don't know how I feel about the free mod pick necessarily of this one.
Well,
I'm debating this one in my head really at this point.
Either way, I think this is kind of ironic because I think no matter what happens, this map will literally be the decisive battle of the match.
I see what you did there. Yeah, this is, all the points start to feel so important once you get a few picks into the match. Like you were saying before, Taiwan can win a pick, go up 4-0. Now 4-1 would be the case. If they get another break point here, then it just feels really bad. Brazil even more boxed in because they're running out of skill sets to try to test. I suspect they might not feel super comfortable on Nomad 6 because I would have thought about that as a pick. They looked very good on last week's Nomad 6, but this one has had some polarizing feedback, to say the least. So instead deciding to go for that higher BPM free mod to see hey, let's test the waters. Let's see how our pre-mod players feel. Whoever comes in and plays the hidden and the hard rock on it, maybe that'll be stronger. This is such a coin flip to me.
It really is. But for Brazil, if they are able to take this point away, that does keep them in it, and that gives them that breathing room. A 3-2 scoreline is much better than a 4-1.
Yeah, you're gonna bring in presumably Dada hidden, and maybe, I don't know if it's Nissan or Mistia hard rock, and then the other side you're probably gonna bring in, if I had to guess, probably Riser hard rock and then GFMRT hidden. I would argue that the mod players for Taiwan are a little stronger on this particular pick, but a lot of these times it comes down to the no-mod players trying to pull in the FCs, so
Yeah.
if you put your stars on the no-mod and let them run wild, then that can do a lot for you. And I think we got to restart here because Riser did not have hard rock on, so that per flask, so that is going to be Riser hard rock. Boy, this is going to be a close map, I think.
And apparently Mouse Easy's game also crashed, so...
All right, well, how's everyone's day going? Hope everybody's doing well. We're having a good time here.
I have to say that this has been one of the most eventful World Cups we've seen.
Yeah, we've seen some
up to this point.
matches. Man, that China-Indonesia match is just the one I'm going to come back to from this weekend, I think, at this rate. That was such an incredible battle from China to pull it back all the way to tiebreaker, and then just the heartbreaking defeat. But Indonesia, man, 20 seeds still alive? Absolutely crazy.
Indonesia, this is an insane run from them, and I mean, big ups to them, they deserve it, but a part of me is just so sad because Crystal is literally my favorite OSU player.
Dude, and Crystal just had his hard carry pants on in that match, too. He did everything he could, just put everything on the line. Was unfortunately denied by Skydiver in the tiebreaker, but great performance from him anyway. And now we are back into the map here, so we'll get underway.
Mod 3.
Already on map number 5 of this match, and Brazil's lives kind of hanging in the balance here. If they don't win this pick of their own, they're going to be in a pretty rough spot going forward. We do get the mods as expected. Dada hidden, Mistia hard rock, GFMRT hidden, Riser hard rock. The other 4 on those no mods. Those will be the players you'll look at to ensure some strong combo.
And neither team overmodding here, which I just think, was obvious from the start. I don't think there was any reason for either team to overmod, but Dada is going to be the first miss. That's the hidden player for Brazil.
He's had a little bit of that struggle, we saw a couple times last week and a couple times so far in this match where he'll have some early breaks and then manage to build up combo through the middle of maps. Maybe that'll be the case here again.
The Apraxia method.
Apraxia method, man. Dada is the apprentice to that, I suspect. This is such a tricky map with hidden, though. Some of these patterns are very tough to read properly. A lot of perfect stacks, and just a lot of kind of those back and forth. It's what you expect out of Evil, all this mapping. And it's what you get here. Dada Mistia both having some trouble early on. Taiwan rolling that 4-way FC through 500 combo, looking very comfortable.
Yeah, but GFMRT will be the first miss for Taiwan, so it's going to stop Taiwan a little bit. Riser will also miss. That's the 2 mod players down.
And there goes Shield as well. So both mod players gone for both teams, but the Shield on no mod FC gone now for Taiwan.
Yeah,
it's going to bring us right back to Brazil.
It's Nissan and Mouse Easy, the no mods, carrying on for Brazil. Shield and Riser will miss yet again, and it's only Flask for Taiwan. So now Brazil in control.
And Brazil just doing the exact same thing they did on their previous pick on the Hidden 2. Although Dada and Mistia both find breaks, but where they had those early misses and built up combo in the middle, they're looking at that exact same strategy here again. This map is pretty consistently difficult through almost its entire length. A lot of these tricky patterns, some kind of anti-aim, some would call it, awkward aim, others would call it easy to break on stuff, but Mouse Easy and Nissan going strong. Those star players on Nomad making their scores count. Nissan's still on the SS rank, and GFRT Riser both breaking. There's really no combo on the side of Taiwan. Brazil's going to run away with this. Really impressive stuff from all 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, and if this carries on much longer, we get to a quarter of the map left, and Mouse Easy and Nissan are still FCing. It's going to be virtually impossible for Taiwan to pull this one back.
This is just insanely impressive. Mouse Easy just a few 100s. Nissan's still on the SS. I mean, this is just the playground for some of these no-mod players at a high level. A couple more breaks come in for Misty and Dada, but it's really not going to matter because Shield and Riser broke also. And this is just incredible stuff from Brazil. Nissan finally does drop a couple of 100s, but man, the double FC still alive, and Brazil just looking very powerful. The strat is working.
And once again, folks, on semifinals week, a two-way would be pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, from anyone not named, say, the United States, for instance, multiple FCs on any map at this round is really, really impressive. Even if it is no mod on free mod, you cannot take that away from the players because they are putting forth a great effort here. Nissan and Mousy's just looking so comfortable. The cursor's looking completely clean and smooth and under control. No shakes, no nerves, and they're just running with this one.
And coming to the end, they will get the double FC. Brazil take a very important point to make it 3-2.
And that was decisive. 870,000 points, just about. Double FC for Mousizi and Nissan. 2 100s for Nissan. Really, really strong performance. That was exactly what Brazil needed. Try to get that confidence level up a little bit here as we move into the later stages
and
of this
Taiwan
match.
will instantly shoot their next pick out. No mod 6.
I was about as fast as you'll ever see somebody pick a map, and boy, oh boy, is it an interesting one. This week, as I said, No Mod 6, the rhythm pick, you can hear the song. It is a complex rhythm challenge for any player. The finger control this one tests is ridiculous. It is a very tricky one. The patterning and the rhythm changes throughout the map are so hard to learn. Whether you're reading it or whether you actually read it or whether you memorize it is difficult for everyone. This just goes up a level from last week's No Mod 6, and it's going to provide a very fascinating, I think, showcase for these players.
And also this map, just under 2 minutes in length. Very short map.
Yeah, packs in just over 1,000 combo in that minute 57. But it's a quick one, and there's so many tricky patterns, and so we saw both of these teams playing last week's No Mod 6 a lot. Brazil did have the higher score than either of Taiwan's scores on last week's No Mod 6 by a couple 100,000 points. Gonna see if they can continue that, but this one just gets quite a bit harder. Taiwan has those really strong combo players like GFMRT and Spine's Knight that'll come in for this, or maybe not. Like GFMRT at least, I guess I'll cut it off there. But again, I think this is going to be much like many of these picks, a very contested map because both of these teams have players who will be quite strong with it.
And Brazil now are just looking for a break point. That's all they need to get right back into this match.
That's what makes that initial break point on the first pick so important for Taiwan, because they've been able to just have the lead from then on out, from the outset. But this type of map is one that can really go either way, much like some of these other more niche skill sets, So we'll see. No Mod 6 is a controversial pick, and we'll get to see how the players perform on it here as we get underway here.
And Dada says, "I'm going ahead, boys."
Little solo performance. Dada, of course, known as a very strong rhythm player, but this map is one that will test your mettle. As you can see, breaks abound. Mischa, Mousizi, and Korean Malaku all breaking in the intro.
Ooh, that's 3 FCs to now 2 FCs to 1. Taiwan with a 1 FC advantage with Flask and GFMRT over Dada at the moment. Korean will also drop.
And you can just listen to the song and hear why it's so difficult as a map. The way that the concept of this map was executed is so difficult to play well. Between both the aim and the rhythm complexity, it is not a simple one to get it. It's almost like somebody just kind of dropping a piano down some stairs in terms of the song, and it's just mapped like it as well.
Mousizi will find another miss. Dada and Mischa doing what they can. Mousizi struggling, but Taiwan now looking very comfortable. As Shield does find a miss, they still have 3 very healthy combos, but as Shina Noriko misses, that's going to open the door for Brazil with Mischa, Korean, and Dada the FC will go along with Korean. Mischa the only one And now Flask is going to negate him with that 600 combo.
And there goes Mischi as well. Flask breaking. It's a full combo reset, which really just advantages Taiwan. They built up that early lead. They're going to continue to hold it because there's no combo. Really, the highest at Mouse Easy at 200, but Shiina Noriko matching him. And there's the breaks for everyone except Shield. I think this one just ended, actually, with that miss from 7 players.
Yeah, I think with the fact that Shield was able to hold on is really going to secure this point for Taiwan.
And you can see just how hard this map is. That entire first 2/3 of it. The ending is maybe a little less unhinged, but still crazy. It's so hard to keep a combo up anywhere, as you can see. Almost no combos coming into the ending. But
Taiwan will prevail. A fairly close pick there for most of the way, but Shield able to do the work that needed to be done in the end of the map to secure the point for his team. So Taiwan, once again, will hold on to that 2-point lead, and it's up to Brazil once again to respond.
And they're, I think, just going to completely block that map out of their minds, because it's one of those picks where you can kind of, you can maybe play it if you're on a good day, and otherwise you can just end up with, B ranks. And we saw 3 of those on that map because it is so hard to be consistent on any of the rhythms and patterns in that pick. So I think Brazil going to just have to have a little bit of a short memory after that one and say, okay, that was their pick. It was a wonky map. We're going to move on to something that's a little more favored to us.
Taiwan getting more Bs, but getting the point. It's all about that combo gaming, folks.
Yeah. Despite the 260k from GFRT, it was a lot about the fact that they had Shield and Flask, both 491k, 459k respectively. And Brazil now, of course, with the pick, have won their last couple of selections. Free Mod 3, Hidden 2. And the question is, of course, where do they go from there? What is left that feels comfortable to them? As you can see, starting to whittle away at the pool.
Yeah, and this is where it gets dangerous for Brazil, right? Because they weren't able to equalize there. Unfortunate. But the pool is going to start to narrow, and it's going to start to get harder and harder for teams to find comfortable points. And Brazil still are in desperate need of a break point from Taiwan.
Yeah, and, the first and most important thing here for Brazil is just winning their own point, is finding something that they're comfortable with on this pick. And they are going to go to the free mod pool again. It is now going to be the free mod 2. So that was kind of the expectation for last pick, and it's going to come in here instead. One selection for Brazil later on. The half/slashed Zune free mod. Those are scary words to hear if you're familiar with any of the above terms, I think.
Half/slashed one of our co-casters. Mapper extraordinaire.
Someone who is known for making maps that are friendly to the mappers and friendly to people who like looking at maps in editor, and a little less friendly to people who actually have to play those maps. And this one is absolutely no exception. His style is incredibly complex. It's a lower BPM, it's a lower AR, it's smaller circles. There is nothing easy about this one at all. It is saying, "Come all ye gimmick players, and feast upon my delicious feast that I have set up before you."
Half/slashed. He's man, that guy is dedicated to the game. That man with his friend drove from Florida to Texas to attend a Osu land. True story.
God, I remember that actually. Holy cow, was that 2018? That's been a couple years, right?
Yeah, it was 2018. We went to Esports Stadium Arlington.
God, what a throwback. Yeah. He's a guy that's been around the scene in some form or another for a long time. Transitioned from being a player into being a mapper, has made some pretty well-known, at least to a certain crowd, made some pretty well-known maps that have been seen here and there in tournaments, but also among solo players who like being challenged by things that are very uncomfortable. And now coming into custom map Pro WC and doing much the same thing. So we're going to get to see, I think, an interesting show here. This is one where the mod selection gets even more difficult. Anytime you see these picks with the circle size of, default 4.8, which of course comes out to about 6.25, 6.24 with Hard Rock, the Air 8.3 hidden, it just gets difficult.
Come all ye gimmick players. Have a look at this.
And it's going to be minimal mods, once again, Hidden Tusk, Hard Rock Korean Maloko, Hidden Shiina Noriko, Hard Rock Flask. So a little bit switching it up for both teams. Dada not coming in for this one. Riser not coming in for this one.
But Mouse
But,
Easy and Nissan once again taking the Nomads. No surprise there. And we see Spines Knight and GFMRT, the Nomads for Taiwan.
Yeah, these are, kind of who are your best combo players for this low AR on Nomad, who can play this comfortably with the mods. And already the very early break from Spines Knight. We'll see if his comfort level improves over the course of the pick. But again, this is a very important pick here for Brazil. If they lose this, Taiwan has a match point
And the pick.
in their favor on their own pick.
Yeah, this is a very important point for Brazil. And right now they have a slight advantage off the miss from Spines Knight, but it's still very early days.
We'll see these patterns, some perfect stacks, some very tricky overlaps, much like some of the others, much like
Tusk
that.
and
hidden
Mouse
two.
Easy.
Oh, double early break here. Not quite a quarter of the way in, but Mouse Easy and Tusk both gone. Advantage Taiwan here for the moment.
Advantage Taiwan for the moment. If they're able to combo just a fair amount, they can set themselves up quite nicely here.
This is looking like a playground for some of these members of Taiwan. The 99.5 AC from both GFMRT and Sheena Noriko. Just a bit behind for Flask, but he's on Hard Rock. That's fine. Very impressive stuff so far, but only a third of the way in. There's a lot of time left still.
Yeah, we're right near that halfway point, and this is actually the worst point in the map to miss at that halfway mark because it
And
immediately.
easy.
Yeah, unfortunate he already missed. But doesn't it immediately cap your score at about 650k?
Yeah, give or take. This is
About-
absolutely just the score being eliminated, and the accuracy gap is also huge between the teams. You see Tusk at 95, Korean Maliko at 95. Meanwhile, those 97s, 98s from several players on Taiwan. But
Fine side GFMRT, that is a double miss from the Nomad players on Taiwan, so that is going to help out Brazil and give them a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel here. But that score bar, you see it slowly creeping back over to the left-hand side.
Brazil,
With a quarter of the map left.
Brazil needs a break from Noriko or from Flask if they want to have a hope here. Korean Maliko, Nissan are matching them. It's a bit of a combo lead for Mouse Easy and Tusk, but that score is coming back slowly.
Yeah.
About a quarter of the map. I think it might be enough time regardless, but it's going to be.
I think it also might come down to
going be tense.
accuracy from here on out, too, given this current scoreline, because you see the accuracy and how that scorebar just shot to the right for a second.
And now it's just
And
coming
now
over
it's
quickly,
melting. Flask did find a lot of hundreds there. Mouse Easy will break, though, and that's really going to hurt Brazil, but Spines Knight trades it. Sheena Noriko and Flask against Nissan and Korean Maliko. Tusk, that supporting combo is making the difference, pulling it back for Brazil. Sheena will drop, and Brazil, in the end, are going to be able to come through, take it back, and stay in this match.
That is just incredibly impressive
Wow.
stuff from Brazil. Nissan and on Korean Maliko, the double FC, Nomad and Hard Rock, and Tusk with that big backing combo. That was really, really impressive and very, very important from Brazil. Again, pulling that a few misses early and then combo later on strategy with Tusk on that 883 to close it out. Just not quite enough on the Taiwanese side from GFMRT and Spines Knight. Brazil just keeping themselves in this with their own picks.
Oh man, it seems like whichever one of these teams blinks first is going to lose. These teams are putting up an insane match, and now the pressure is back on Taiwan.
Back on their own pick. Still with that lead. They have held a one-map advantage the entire match with that breakpoint on the first pick. But Brazil is making them fight for every inch. And this is, again, just every pick so important.
Do we see Hard Rock 3 here potentially from Taiwan?
I am going to say maybe yes. I think that is a very good pick here for them, and I would not be at all surprised to see either Hard Rock 1, maybe even Free Mod 1, though they did lose both these Free Mods, so I think that goes on the back burner. I think Hard Rock 3, as you said, I think that might be the pick here from Taiwan. They look typically so good at Hard Rock.
Oh man, and this map pool is just shrinking so quickly, so fast. Because for Taiwan, you've got Hard Rock 3, then there's 2 hidden maps left, which I don't know how confident they're going to be on that. And then you've got 2 double times, which Taiwan banned 2 speed maps.
Yeah, and I don't know that anyone wants to touch Nomad 1 or Double Time 1. Those, of course, very straightforward kind of coin flip types of maps, but instead Taiwan is going to go with a DT, though, themselves. It's going to be Double Time for the Lossy DT, Phantom Mines. This is one of our 2AR 10.3 picks this week, and it's going to be Taiwan picking it.
Oh, my bad. Actually, didn't Brazil pick the opening DT and lose it?
Yep.
Okay,
But as you said, Taiwan did have the double speed ban, so still correct analysis there.
Yeah. And notice that they picked DT4 instead of DT1. I think that's the wise choice here. DT1, a much more straightforward DT map. More likely a coin flip than this one.
Yeah, and as we've seen in some previous matchups, this map can go either way. You can find breaks a lot of different places. Another one of those very tricky. It requires a fair amount of speed. It's only 225 BPM, but the way it's mapped and some of the patterns, you see some doubles, some triples, things like that, make it pretty difficult to hold combo consistently. Lossy kind of known for this style that's not the most comfortable. A lot of these picks in this pool kind of feeling like that. So Taiwan going for the uncomfortable DT over the comfortable DT. See how it turns out for them. As you said, they won the only DT that's been played so far in this match, so it's something that they've probably been kind of thinking about, had that out of the corner of their eye, keeping it in view, and finally going for it here later on.
Yeah, I think Taiwan is going to save that Hard Rock 3 pick for their very last pick.
Yeah, they may well.
And I don't blame them. They have the lead, and worst case scenario here that happens, right? They lose this pick, Brazil go in on maybe hidden, take the point and are at match point, then Taiwan counter with the Hard Rock 3 to try to send it to tiebreaker. I mean, it's still not optimal, but it's not a completely nightmarish scenario for them.
Once you get to this point in the map pool, nothing I think feels quite perfectly comfortable. You're not going to be 100% confident, especially when a lot of the maps have been as close as they have been so far in this match. So even with that kind of in mind that, yeah, Hard Rock 3 might be a comfort pick for us to keep around, you still, you have that maybe 1% of doubt that maybe that's not right because the way that maps have gone are a little unpredictable. But for now, it's going to be the 10.3 DT. It's going to be two teams that are both very strong at this skill set, I think. So this one should be another very contested, much like almost every map. And everybody's favorite tournament client, Korean Malako, is playing. He's still playing Han Alien. He's running it back.
He says, "Guys, no, we got to play this map. This is the map we won."
This is
What?
this is a panic button. This is a panic button moment.
Panic champ, please.
That is a known glitch with the Osu tournament client. It is one that I have run into here and there in streaming tournaments myself. I don't know what causes it, but it does happen. But we'll get loaded into the proper map and have all 8 players playing the same map. And we'll get underway.
OWC, but every player plays a different map. And client finally synced up now, so we should be good to go. Early miss from Mouse Easy and Shina Noriko. So scores about level, combos about level. It's all on the accuracy.
Did get the break from Riser, and there have not been any breaks for Brazil. Looks like if there were any, they were fake.
Oh yeah,
fake misses.
We got
fake news.
Baited.
There's a real break though, I believe, from Nissan. So it's gonna kind of equal out. They had a little bit of a lead. They have, but it's gonna be pretty close now. Riser about 50 combo advantage over Nissan, but otherwise all players very similar.
Oh, Nissan will find yet another break, and that is going to help Taiwan here.
Yeah, they start to build up just a little bit of that combo lead. But Zane finds a break. That's one of their strongest DT players, too. Not somebody you'd like to see miss.
3 FCs to 2 now. Brazil with the advantage. Checking out halfway through.
And Shina Noriko breaks as well. Oh, boy.
And this could be it. This is probably the biggest chance Brazil have had at a break point.
Yeah, they've just got to hold on a little bit longer. They've got 3 FCs. Make that 2 FCs, though. Korean Malako break.
But still with Mouse Easy and Sanji Lift, they're still looking pretty good. Only shield holding combo for Taiwan. So as long as Mouse Easy and Sanji Lift can hold on for just a little longer, Brazil will finally be able to tie this match up.
Oh, Zane and Sanji Lift trading breaks.
And
Mouse
actually-
Easy versus Shield.
Yeah,
Brazil's fine with that.
That favors Taiwan, that trade. But Shield drops, and now it's all a Mouse Easy. The legend himself.
Yeah, this is, I think, over at this point. It's a almost 400,000 point lead for Brazil. It's going to maybe be paired away a little bit with those combos from Shinoriko and Riser, but with Korean Malco backing up Mouse Easy, that is a break
And
point
it
at
is
long
A
last.
tie game, 4-4. We are down to a best of 3 now.
And each team now has 1 pick
And that is a
remaining.
FC from Mouse Easy, over a milli. Korean
Malco?
Malco is not done playing that map.
He's not sure what he's doing today. Yeah, that was such a big play from Mouse Easy though, man.
That's a massive point for Brazil. And now it's not over for Brazil, though. They haven't done it yet. They must win this pick. Their next pick now is super crucial, because if you drop this, that break point was for nothing.
Yeah, and now you are in a tough spot, because I don't think it's Nomad 1.
No.
I don't know if it's DT1. So you've got the 2 hidden picks. Hard Rock 3 is a Taiwan pick, I think.
DT1, it is going to be
It is,
Econide
okay.
Borderline. And honestly, I don't think that's a terrible pick from Brazil, considering that they've played decent on double time. They haven't played terrible. They just must be confident on it.
It's a split 1-to-1 on the two DTs that have been played. 375k on that one that just ended as the score gap, and obviously 1.5 million. The one map that was truly one-sided so far in this match was that first DT pick. But this is the most straightforward of these DT picks. It is AR 10.3. It is 242 BPM. But other than that, it is as much of a Nomad 1 type of map as you'll ever find in a DT pool.
But I think another thing to note about it is that length. A fairly lengthy DT pick for a DT1 pick. So consistency will be tested here. But as you said, it's pretty straightforward. There's nothing too crazy. It's just going to come down to the consistency.
Yeah, everyone knows, I think, how comfortable those older Rizia maps can be, and this is no exception. So whose nerves hold up the best? Whose consistency is the strongest? Those are the questions for this one.
You know when I said that the decisive battle was the decisive battle? I lied. It's this one.
Yeah, Econai Borderline. Insert a funny pun here. This is the borderline between winning and losing the match. I don't know. Don't blame me for that. I
That's a
couldn't come up with
stretch,
much.
but I'll give you credit for big braiding it there. The borderline.
Yeah, I don't know. It just wasn't there. I tried to make it there, and it wasn't
We're trying,
there.
chat.
So, this is, again, Mouse Easy going to come in, look for the FC. Nissan going to come in, look for the FC, I think. Taiwan's got to pick it up a little bit from that last pick. They had a couple players, especially Zane, who is normally very strong on DTs, underperformed just a bit. So he's, I think, a key role on that roster. And then, of course, the other is going to fill in as best that they can. One pick left apiece. The last selection from Brazil here, 4-4. A lot on the line, as always, but the pressure even higher. It continues to mount more and more.
So Brazil finally able to tie this game up after being behind since the very beginning. If they can convert this DT pick, they'll have their first lead of the match and their first match point.
This is a map where I would honestly not be surprised to see a few FCs. But for Brazil, it's very meaningful, as you said. This would be their first lead of the entire match. They give them the opportunity to at least have one match point, even if it is on their opponent's pick, before the tiebreaker might happen.
And an early double miss from Taiwan there from Riser and Shina Noriko.
Fortunately, I mean, it's 1200 combo, 3 minutes long. Like, there's plenty of time to build back up, but you want to see that comfort early on. You don't want to see the early breaks, because you never know if that means that players are not quite on their game, maybe not quite making it through the nerves. But Brazil, the four-way, holding into the first PI here. As
Yeah,
you can
so
see,
far everyone's
just
looking
in.
comfortable.
Yeah, nobody, well, everybody looking comfortable except for Mouse Easy. That looked like just like an over aim, I think.
Was that client or was that an actual miss?
He has an A rank, so I think that was an actual miss, but there was a little bit of lag at the same time, so we'll see if his combo comes back magically. But I think that was a real
No,
miss.
it looks like a real miss. Yeah, that was a legitimate break from Mouse Easy.
It is still the 3FC to 2FC advantage for Brazil, but those two combos behind are pretty big. And there goes the break from Zayn. Right at halfway through, that's going to be, as we said, you know, it's going to cap his score. You lose so many points for missing there. Now down to just one FC and a couple of big combos for Taiwan. Matched, basically, by Brazil.
Yeah, Taiwan are still in this despite that miss from Zayn just because of the combos. It's basically a 3v3. It's slightly in Brazil's advantage. So Taiwan are not out
Riser!
of this.
Oh, Riser! Oh, no. That is tragic.
That's a tough break right there. And now Brazil are really going to start to check out here with nearly a quarter of the map left.
Oh, and there goes Zayn and Shin and Noriko. It's over, actually.
It's over, yeah.
That just ended the map.
Lip, Nissan, and Korean Maliko with the combos. Mouse Easy's struggling, but his teammates have his back.
Yeah, this just ended on the backs of the triple FC, still alive from Brazil. Really impressive stuff. I mean, still a couple hundred combo left in the ending, and there are some pretty big jumps, but it just is not going to matter at this point. Brazil with a 500k lead. Nissan finally breaking, but all too little, all too late if you're a Taiwan fan. This is a great performance from Brazil. Remember I said a couple FCs might be possible. Well, at least into the ending, a couple FCs are possible, even if we're seeing these breaks in the last 200
Right.
combo.
And only one remains. Will he bring it home?
Korean Maliko has been so important in this match. He's been playing really, really good Osu.
He has
And
stepped up big this match.
That is
Free
the
mod
FC.
and now with here this double time FC to give Brazil their first lead of the match, their first match point. Taiwan now. Their last pick is coming up next, and it will either go to tiebreak or it will end right here.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Brazil. Down the entire match, finally get the break point and just immediately take advantage of it, hold their own, and get that match point. And it's going to be free mod.
Yeah, and look at Zayn's accuracy. He had 99.49, just a 2 miss, unfortunate. But Korean Maliko with a 99% FC coming in clutch, and free mod 1, as you said, will be Taiwan's last pick. And this is very interesting considering that Taiwan actually have not won a single free mod pick yet, but this is free mod 1.
Yeah, you know, it's a risk. I feel like it's a huge risk. You lose 2 free mods and you go with, you know, kind of the free mod 1, the ult free mod. I don't know if that's, I mean, I would say I don't know if that's the pick, but I mean, right, they did win on Nomad 3 on Otoshi Mae way back when, at the beginning of this match. So, you know, an hour later, we're seeing another kind of alternating map. Maybe that's what they felt favored them, since it was a pick that they won earlier. A little more comfortable. This is big circles. It's CS 2.6 with Nomad. So instead of having those small circles, you get some big circles to deal with. But boy, I just don't know. When you lose 2 free mods and then you pick a third one, that is a big risk you're taking against a Brazil team that has looked very strong with their free mod roster. I just don't know.
Well, obviously, they have to have a fair amount of confidence in this pick to be picking it as their last pick. I mean, they chose this over Hard Rock 3. I think that's what the most surprising is to me.
That was really where I expected them to go as well. You know, we've been talking about that map being a possible pick for them for quite some time, and they decided against it, so clearly they'll have a reason. I'm sure they have a reason, but you know, will going to free mod be the play here? I just don't know. And you know, so many of these maps, I say it over and over in this match, so many of these maps have just been very close, very contested. 1 or 2 players missing versus hitting a particular pattern just can be the difference. So
Yeah. And Brazil, I love how, man, they have played such a great match so far. They've been down since the very beginning, down by 2 points, At the very end, they're able to claw it back, tie it, take the lead, and now, for the first time, most of the pressure, almost all the pressure really, is going to be on Taiwan. Not Brazil here.
Yeah, and that's an interesting factor because it's really not been something, they've had, relatively speaking, less pressure on them this entire match with that lead, like you said. So how are they going to play with a deficit? We haven't had to see that as of yet. And really, I mean, I think both their matches last week, they were ahead pretty much the entire time as well. Taiwan have been a front-running team. How will they do trying to claw this into a tiebreaker on a very tricky Fremont alt pick?
Well,
we're about to find out.
Round number 10, and we do see a slight overmod from Taiwan in the form of GFMRT, who's going with Hidden and Hard Rock. Shin and Oriko also with Hidden. 2 no mods apiece. Brazil sticking with the minimal modding. But this time it will be Tusk on Hard Rock.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brazil switching up who their mod players actually are here. Tusk, Hard Rock, Mistia, Hidden. Dada alt, no mod, and Mouse Easy, of course, the no mod. No surprise there, but it's, it's a tough map, and it's one where you can miss a lot.
Early triple miss from Brazil. Mistia, the only one not missing, and Taiwan holding the quad FC, so they're going to run away with this for now at the start, but Brazil will have presumably some chance to build combo, but that's not how you want to start it.
Yeah, and Taiwan with the lead, knowing that they've got a pretty good score. Any of those players that are holding onto the FCs are going to feel pretty good. Shin and Oriko does find the first break. This is pretty tricky with any mod you choose. Even though the circles are larger, technically making it easier with Hard Rock, the patterns and the spacing kind of take away from that a little bit.
I'm looking at GFMRT really closely here because although, he is FCing right now with the double mod, his accuracy is not the best. If he finds a miss, that's going to really hurt Taiwan because he's the one that's earning the most points. But Tusk, yet another miss.
Yeah, this is, kind of one of those KWK style alt maps where the spacing is really pretty big, and you also intersperse some tricky little 1/6 bursts, which just makes the consistency of it a little more difficult, as you're seeing from people breaking just kind of here and there. There's another break from Dada, for instance. The aim is difficult, and boy, those, like you said, those modded players we're watching very closely. That's a break from Blast. With Dada. Shield and GFMRT, though, still in the double FC. Keeping them out in front of Mouse Easy and Mistia. Mistia still on that Hidden FC, but 92 accuracy. That score is pretty big in favor of Taiwan, just between him and the FC players on the other side.
Yeah, Shield and GFMRT are the players that Brazil needs to break right now. But Tusk with the other miss. Mistia and Mouse Easy doing everything they can. But Taiwan are really pouring on the heat now with a 400k lead, and we're getting near the quarter map mark.
And Tusk has been struggling a fair amount. Another break there from him. I think we just need to be prepared now for a tiebreaker, because at this rate, it looks like that's exactly where we're headed, full steam in that direction, because Taiwan looking really good on this pick. Saving it for last, and they're making it count.
Yeah, and GFMRT, despite the accuracy, he is holding the combo, and that's what matters.
As you say that, he does find a break, but it is long enough into it. He's got 675k. That's a great score.
Yeah.
It's ahead of anyone from Brazil by a pretty decent margin, other than Mistia on the FC. So not the end of the world, though a couple breaks at the end come in. Taiwan has just established a big enough lead.
It's nothing that's going to flip this result. Taiwan is going to be able to take this point and send it to tiebreaker.
Just a great performance from several players on this map. Mistia and Shield coming in with the FCs for their teams. GFMRT with that huge Hidden Hard Rock score.
Yeah, that was massive from him.
Really important.
And once again, folks, we will go to tiebreak.
And what did I say at the beginning of this match? It's either going to be...
It's either router or TB.
And we're getting it. 2 TVs in one day, man. This is why we play the game. Semifinals round, tiebreakers, man. These teams are so evenly matched, and this is going the distance, and I am thrilled for it.
I have no idea who's going to win this. No idea.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely up in the air between these two squads. They have both looked so good this entire match, and we really haven't seen much all that like this tiebreaker. I mean, you know, we don't have like a Nomad 1 pick so far to go and say, yeah, this team looks better.
Yeah,
than that.
they avoided all of those picks. Aside from DT1, that was the only like generic kind of a simpler map, straightforward map that either of these players picked. So going into this tiebreaker, going into Eternal Dream, they are 9.6, just over 6 minutes in length, of 208 BPM at a 6.9 star rating.
And man, if we can get half of the show out of these teams that we got out of China and Indonesia, where it came down to the last moments of the last PI to determine the winner. Oh man, and seriously though, both of these teams, just immense props to both of these rosters for this match that we've gotten up to this point. It has been such a battle, and both of them have looked so good.
They have. I think
now it just comes down to
I don't think if you're South Korea, you're not really happy about how these teams have played, because they both played so well, and they both displayed a tremendous amount of mental fortitude, stamina. These players have just stepped up, gotten the job done. Players like Korea and Malico stepped up massive for Brazil. Taiwan able to force the tiebreak here. They'll send in Zane, Shield. But for Brazil, it looks like it is going to be Mouse Easy, Nissan, Korean, Malico, and Nistia.
And we're going to get, I think, just a brief moment. Brazil asking, or Taiwan asking for a quick timeout. They do have that tactical pause.
The tactical timeout. So Taiwan will call the timeout. And no surprise here, also Brazil might use theirs too.
Yeah, you need just that moment. Take a deep breath, collect yourself, shake out your hands, maybe run a couple laps around your room just to get out some of those excess nerves out, because you cannot afford any sort of nervous shakes in a tiebreaker in this stage, in this situation.
Also,
got to do anything you
here's
can.
What I want to see.
Here's
what I want to see from Brazil. You know how, like, in American football, how there's that term called icing the kicker, where coaches will call the timeout right before the field goal is snapped. So even if the kicker makes it, it doesn't count and they have to do it again. I think Brazil, you think Brazil might use their timeout to try to ice Taiwan?
Man, it just reminds me of that commercial that played incessantly during the playoffs last year, where we're gonna they're icing the kicker and everybody open the cans of pop.
Yeah. Everybody at the same time.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a mental game at this stage, so I could see it using that pause to your advantage to try to psych out the other team just a little bit, before call up whoever your team's version of Adam Vinatieri is to try and kick that 3 seconds left field goal.
Okay.
This is
send in Pat McAfee.
Man. So I guess the question is here, which team is the Chiefs and which team is the 49ers? I
think we need to stop with these NFL references.
Yeah, nobody's going to know what we're talking about, huh?
I'm pretty sure only 500 out of 7,000 people watching may know what we're talking about. I know, though, that Azer and Ignite do, because if you saw the round of 16 prep, very into detail about American football. I was highly impressed.
Yeah, that was a fun video, man. Definitely an enjoyable one. But at long last, the break is over. The pause is over.
There will be no icing
rosters
from Brazil. We are getting straight into this one.
Fascinated by these lineups. So Brazil, no surprise by any of their players. Mouse Easy, Mischief, Nissan, Corey, and Malka. Those are their, I think, top 4 on any sort of consistency aim-based pick. But Taiwan, Zane, Shield, Riser, Yunha. No GFMRT, no Flask, no Shina Noriko in for this one. That is a big surprise to me. For those have been, I think, some of the strongest players on their roster throughout this entire
I also like looking at this Brazilian lineup. You see Mouse Easy, Mischief, Korean, Malico, and Nissan, 4 players who have played very well today. Brazil will start with an early double miss, but it is the tiebreaker. Very early days.
Yeah, this is a very long tiebreaker, as you mentioned. 6 minutes, 2,500 combo in total, just about, with very tricky map everywhere. There's jumps, there's streams. I mean, this is the epitome of this kind of stage's tiebreaker. And you see some breaks already early on for both teams, maybe trying to get those nerves just out of the way. Yunha with breaks, Zayn, Mouse Easy, and Nissan, as well as Korean Malako. So it's going to start off a little bit tense here, but with double FC and Taiwan, make that tense.
Shield will drop, so now only one FC standing on each side. Mistia for Brazil, Riser for Taiwan. The supporting combos from Brazil are also there with Nissan and Korean Malako for Brazil. Unha is trying to get there for Taiwan, but Brazil will be able to pull it back for now.
And, man, depending on what happens... Oh my gosh, that's a break on almost nothing from Mistia. That's that 1FC gone from Brazil.
Yeah, and now it's on Riser.
Riser backed up by Yunha and Shield. We'll see how long those combos can last. We've got a lot of map ahead of us. Got to strap in here for the long run. A lot of combo on both sides being built up.
That score bar is not moving at all. Look at that.
It's dead even.
It's dead.
Absolutely
in
dead
the middle.
even.
Oh.
Nearly identical combos across the board in total. There's a break from Yunha that's going to help out Brazil just a little bit.
Yeah, that break from Unha will help Brazil just a tad. And now that score bar starting to creep over to the left side. A third of the way through, though. Still plenty of time for Taiwan to get back in it. But it is Korean Malako and Nissan with Mouse Easy putting up some impressive combos. But Riser still rocking the FC. Zayn will drop, though. And that's going to hurt Taiwan.
You know, we saw in the previous tiebreaker that this map is truly not over until the last note is hit, because there is plenty of time to come back no matter how far down you are, no matter what the scores may look like. If you're either of these teams, you just gotta try to keep your breathing under control, keep that cursor under control, because there is so much combo and there is so much time. But those big 1,000 plus combos from Brazil are going to start to do work here. Korean Malako and Nissan. And there's a break from Shield. That was the second largest combo from Taiwan gone.
Does give it up. And now two 1K combos for Brazil. Only one 1K combo for Taiwan. Riser doing everything he can, but now it might start to get pretty hairy here for Taiwan if none of these other players are able to build combos. Because Nissan and Korean Malako are trying to put this out of reach.
Zayn is just struggling a little bit here, and Riser is the only thing they've really got going for him. Yunha several hundred combo behind. This is going to get out of hand in actually a hurry as we start to get into the middle third into that last quarter of this map, because those combos are so big and nearly unmatched from Brazil. However, there is a break from Mistia. There is still life. Oh, Korean Malako just broke on the slow section. This is huge.
That is one down, and that is going to massively help Taiwan.
Oh, Yunha's gone as well. And we're going to get into the streams. Watch Riser in the streams.
Nissan is down. Now Brazil have basically nothing, and it's all on Riser. 1,600 combo. Can he
Riser is still going. He made it through the first set of streams. There is more to come, but he's got such a big lead over everyone now.
It's all on him. He has to at least do enough work to get that score difference within reach for Taiwan. As long as he can hold on long enough to do that, he's going to give him a shot. And he's going to flip this 4 lead.
Riser! What a performance he's putting on. He finally breaks, so does Shield, but there's really a combo reset everywhere.
Right as the score flips, it's dead even again. Are you kidding me, Riser?
This is going to once again come down to that last chorus of this song. This is going to be so close once again.
Who is going home and who is going on to face South Korea? A quarter of the map left to determine the fate of these two teams.
You've got to recover your combo. You've got to do everything you can, because this last Ki sword, that's a double miss. Riser and Yunha both resetting, as well as Korean Malako. Brazil with the combo lead, though, pretty severely. Nissan and Mouse Easy both pulling up some combo here in this last second.
Trying to do everything they can to negate it, but it's about a 250 combo advantage for Brazil at the moment. But that score lead is not big at all. If we do see the right misses on the Brazilian side, Taiwan can very well take this point. They're not out of it, and here we go. It's time for the ending.
We are gonna go into the last Ki with a score gap of maybe 50,000 points. Zayn with a break, not the end of the world. It is Mouse Easy, Nissan, and then the whole of Taiwan has to do everything they can. It is a combo lead for Brazil, but any breaks can still spell doom for them, so they need to keep, and they need to hold on.
But right now, things looking better and better for Brazil the more we progress. Korean Malako will find a break. Mouse Easy with a break. Zayn and Shield trading it now. Nissan still holding that combo, keeping Brazil ahead. The 600 combo. Mistia is there with a supporting combo.
Brazil's going to do it. Nissan and Mistia are putting on a freaking clinic here at the end of this map. just to keep Brazil in the lead. They're going to run away with the last seconds of this. Nissan, what are you doing? This is incredible at the end.
Despite a brilliant combo from Riser that put Taiwan right back in it, Brazil's consistency is going to shine through in the tiebreak, and Brazil will move on to face South Korea in top 8. Taiwan's World Cup adventure will end here. Heartbreaking fashion, Brazil complete the comeback.
Absolutely astonishing. What can you say? Brazil, the Nissan combo, the Mistia combo, Riser doing everything he could to keep Taiwan alive, but it just was not quite enough. Korean Moloko, the second biggest combo from Brazil as well. Across the board, just an amazing performance when it absolutely counted the most. 80,000 points, the margin. I mean, that could not have been much closer, but that ending from Brazil just sealing it with two incredible lights out last quarter performances.
And that is going to do it for this round of the losers bracket. Brazil, your big winners. They will move on in the losers bracket to meet South Korea for a spot in finals week.
And that is going to be a match. South Korea, they took that very convincing win over Russia, but man, this Brazil squad looks like they're on a mission, and they're not going to let anything stop them. They are not going to get down, and they're going to keep that mental so strong. Man, we're in for some good losers bracket matches tomorrow, and we've still got 2 more matches today before that.
That's right, the big ones, the winners bracket matches. United States against Germany and Canada against Japan coming up later today. In an hour from now, Canada and Japan. These are matches you cannot miss, chat. You cannot miss them. Set your alarms right now on your phones. I don't care if you're not home. Do it.
You have got to be here. The winner semifinals this year are some of the most stacked that I think we can remember seeing. The obvious 2 heavy tournament favorites, USA versus Germany, but Canada and Japan, 2 teams that have been performing so incredibly well. Absolutely be there or be square. Do not miss those matches.
Well, Brazil didn't end up using their final timeout. No icing of the kicker was needed. He shanked it wide left, just over the top upright. Brazil, what a comeback that was. They were down the whole match. They give up their opening pick, able to convert every other pick, able to get the break point, able to put a lot of pressure on Taiwan, and the consistency in tiebreaker grants them the win.
What more can you say? Just an incredible performance from Brazil. And, condolences to Taiwan. A great performance, a great run, but Brazil was just not going to be stopped today. Amazing.
And unfortunate for Taiwan, both of their losses this year were heartbreaking tiebreaker losses. One to Canada, now one to Brazil. They have been a part of some phenomenal matches this year, and a top 12 finish is well deserved. It's not a bad finish by any means at all.
No, they can absolutely hold their heads up high. They were defeated by 2 incredibly strong teams in 2 amazing matchups. As you said, 2 tiebreakers, going the distance, losing both of them, but it happens. There's got to be a winner and a loser, and today that was Brazil. Taiwan.
That's why we play the games.
I'm glad to see Taiwan every year. Always a team that puts up great battle, but Brazil, I'm just in awe of their performance on that tiebreaker. So
Wowie.
Just great
Well,
stuff.
Listen, I don't know about you, T1G, but before this epic Canada-Japan match goes down in about an hour, I am going to need to run and grab some OWC food.
Yeah, we gotta take a collective breather, I think, after that one.
And I need my inhaler.
Yeah, maybe go get some air, get your breath back. We're gonna be coming back for Canada versus Japan, 1 hour's time. That one is going to be casted by none other than Monko2K and Half Slashed. So I hope you guys
A great duo.
for those. They're gonna put on a fun match for everyone.
Well, everyone, it's been a phenomenal match between Brazil and Taiwan. We thank you for joining us, T1G, as always. Thank you for joining me on the cast, bro.
Yeah, of course. A pleasure to be here. Always an enjoyable cast with you, Mr. Doland. Thank you as well.
My pleasure, my pleasure. And thank you to the viewers who tuned in to see this epic match. We've got 2 great matches coming up later today. Don't miss them. Any final words, T1G?
I think I'm just out of words, man. I cannot wait for the matches later today. I am so excited, and I hope that everyone else is too, and they come back to join us for both of those semifinals in that winner's bracket.
Agreed. Much agreed. Well, everyone, we thank you so much for watching. Brazil taking the win over Taiwan 6-5 in tiebreak. Canada and Japan coming up in an hour. Be there. We will see you on the other side. See you later, chat.
All right, hello and welcome to the OS World Cup semifinals winners bracket match between Canada and Japan. I'm Monko2K, and joining me today is Half Slashed.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm up bright and early for what I hope to be a pretty great match. Canada versus Japan. That's pretty intense.
This is definitely going to be a great match. I think if you've seen their prior run through this tournament, both of these teams have looked very promising thus far. Admittedly, they've got kind of the easier side of the bracket. I mean, when you look up at the other half of the bracket, you've got USA and Germany, which is quite a bit scarier. I think most people would agree, but still, both of these teams definitely still top tier, and they're going to duke it out for securing the third place, at the very least, in this tournament.
Yeah, I was definitely watching Canada's performance last week, and they overperformed, at least compared to a lot of expectations that we'd seen, which was really cool to see. Japan, I haven't been watching as closely, but I imagine like they've been doing pretty well as well. So,
yep, from what I've seen, they have with their new players in Iger and Hyphen and Koma, they have been performing much better than in previous years. I think this is the farthest they've gotten in quite a while. I think last year they got out in quarterfinals, and this year they've made a pretty clean run all the way up here to the semifinals. Same can be said for Canada. A little bit of a speed bump on Taiwan. They went to tiebreaker there, but they're here. Fun fact, they have only played Asian teams. In fact, they're still playing an Asian team, if you didn't notice.
yeah, that is it's pretty interesting how the seeding ended up that way. That's for sure.
Yep. But yeah, overall, pretty even matchup. I would say, in terms of purely mechanical skill, I think Japan has a slight edge on things like raw aim, but I think Canada probably is going to maybe speed abuse. I know in their match versus Hong Kong, they picked quite a bit of DT, and they did very well on that, whereas Japan, not quite as good on DT, but we'll see how they're feeling on this pool. It has gotten considerably harder.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know, like, historically, Canada does best on the earlier rounds. Like, they just have really good consistency, but they start to taper off a little in the later round pools. I know I see a lot of new names on that Canada roster, though. So maybe the players that they've added, help with that skill ceiling in those later rounds. But it's too soon to tell. We got to actually see the match for that.
Yep. Although on paper, definitely, as you said, probably skill cap not going to be as much of a problem this time around. That being said, I don't see either of these teams really jumping into some of the pure aim maps as much. I don't think, at least, they're going to try that. It'd be a pretty even battleground, but like I said earlier, Japan might have a slight edge, so they might be more willing to try things. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking back to their Canada-Hong Kong match. I actually saw Canada employ, like, they actually used a speed strat, like, where they just kind of picked speed and the other side couldn't really do much about it. So they might try this with Japan. I don't know how well that's going to work, though.
Yeah, on paper, Japan definitely better at speed than Hong Kong, that's for sure. But how much better, I'm not too sure. I mean, you've got, your classic Dallas, fast man, and you've got Varvalian, also quite fast in his own regard. And as well as a pocket speed player, Chan Koma, mouse click player, click X players, excuse me, but we'll see. Maybe they can hold their own on DT against Canada, but if it does appear that Canada has a clear advantage on DT, they have more than enough maps to abuse in this pool.
Wait, did I just hear click X? Like, I feel like I'm getting that callback to P-Chick. Oh, man. Is this the spiritual successor?
I think so. He also plays Nightcore, fun fact. I love that man.
What? This guy's a gamer. All right.
But yeah, getting into the rolls, looks like Japan will win the roll. Let's go, Dallas. But
Yeah, that's a 70-point lead on the roll, right? Like that's a pretty big lead going into the maps.
So, what do you think is gonna happen here in the ban phase?
Well, I kind of agree that the aim gaming might not be like the first things out of the gate. I don't see bans being used on that. Actually, I do kind of expect at least Japan to ban just stuff that they don't want to play, and then Canada, I'm not actually sure. Like that's kind of what I've seen from them as well, because last week I think they banned both VTuber maps. So I'm sure that there's going to be some strategy here on the skill sets, but like at least surface wise, it's just going to be like, all right, it's like which maps do these players just not want to play? So
I'm thinking a Nomad 6, but Japan probably going to be banning a DT. If they've done their research, I think banning a DT would be a very safe pick here. Really, any of the last 3 DTs. DT1, not really too necessary. That's more of just raw aim. And actually, Nomad 5, that's also quite fast. So, plenty of fast maps to work with here. As for Canada, like you said, not really too sure.
yeah, I'm thinking Japan probably leaves Hard Rock open if they can. Just in general, I just see Japan as like the Hard Rock favored team, and I see like Canada as like hidden double time sort of a thing.
Yep, and looks like I predicted correctly. Japan is going to opt for banning DT2 as their first ban. That is going to be the only DT that they can ban in the match. So, I need to pick something else later. And Azer going to ban out Nomad 3 and Hard Rock 1. Hard Rock 1, probably pretty expected. Japan has historically been very good at Hard Rock aim, especially in the last match, the last few matches. I think they've picked Hard Rock 1 every single match. But yeah, Nomad 3 is an interesting ban. And yeah, Japan just going to ban another speed map.
Yeah, so it looks like Japan's really going for that speed counter. They must have seen the MP from last week, and they were like, we can't let them do this to us. So it's gonna be all pretty much like aim and like finger control-ish stuff for the rest of the DTs that are open. And Canada going with the Nomad 1 pick, so they're actually starting with the aim. It's pretty interesting.
That is quite surprising, but I guess we do get to see some of the newer players from Canada shine, hopefully. Rupert, Zudi, and that's not a Canadian player. There you go. Yeah, this will be very fun to see. It's kind of like the battleground between the new players, Iger and Hyphen for Japan coming in, versus Rupert and Zudi for Canada. Both, all 4 of them newcomers. Let's see who comes in to fill for the 4th slot in Canada. Maybe UK. That guy's got quite a bit of aim.
Yeah. I'm thinking that this is just like a mental gameplay from Canada, though. I'm just thinking like if you start off with Nomad 1 just in general, right? Like that is, in my opinion, like that's probably the most like nerve/RNG dependent thing in the pool usually. So I just like look at that. It's just like, all right, if Canada wins their pick on this one, and usually like I feel like that there's that mental boost when you pick something that you're just like you feel like you're gonna do better on it. Then like that could set Canada up for like a few easy points just off of mental. So
true, they might just be doing this to build upon momentum. I have talked to a couple of the Canadian players, and they are feeling very confident in this match. So it would make sense that they would opt for something kind of shaky like Nomad 1 as their first pick. But we'll see how it works out. And yep, that's going to be Nick1324 coming in as the 4th player for Canada. So 3 newcomers versus 2. Let's see how this goes. And of course, Japan opting to put in their staple aim players, A Blue and Barvalian.
yeah, it looks like we're not starting off with any early surprises though. So everyone seems to be holding pretty well. Canada has a very, very, very slight accuracy lead, but, you know, kind of insignificant.
Yep. Looks like everyone's going to be fine. Nobody having a heart attack just yet. Always a good sign. I know a lot of players tend to have a lot of trouble on the first map of the match, and then they recover after, you know, throwing a little bit. But seems everyone's fine here.
Yeah, they've probably warmed up pretty well, so I don't know how many of Canada's players are... Oh, never mind. Looks like we're seeing the first break from Iger.
Yep, and that will be slight combo advantage for Canada, of course. Still holding the 4-way FC. Still plenty of map left. Plenty of long jumps. And actually, Varvalian is going to be the second person to drop. That's going to cut the FC count down to 2 for Japan in this first third of the map. So far, the pick is working out quite nicely for Canada.
Yeah, the halfway point's the one to watch on this one, though, as, you know, at least on this sort of map, like, if you just miss there, like, that's gonna toss you, man.
Pretty much, and actually, Yummy in my tummy gonna be breaking. Going to even things out a little more. Combo advantage still slightly in favor of Team Canada here as we approach the halfway point. And we'll see if anybody can cut their score in half. So far, so good for everybody. Actually, accuracy is very high across the board. Except for Iger, but that's fine. It's an aim game. And an aim map.
Yeah, so far, everything else is looking pretty static, though. Some good consistency on both sides here. But as a result of that consistency, you know, Canada's, like, 150k lead is just remaining constant on this one. Japan kind of needs another break from Canada.
All things considered, the scores are pretty close, and just as I say that Hyphen finds a break, that's going to be 1 FC left on Japan on A Blue versus 3 for Canada, with about a quarter of the map remaining, and it is starting to look a little bit grim for them. But, of course, this was Canada's pick, so nothing to be too worried about.
Yeah, everyone doing pretty well on the solo, all things considered, though. So that is that's going to widen Canada's lead up to the 300k mark.
Yep, that's Canada's newcomers for you. All 3 new members just going at it. Look at that aim. Look at that accuracy. So comfortable, so prepared. And yep, this map is basically over at this point. Last 8. Just a matter of seeing who can pull out the FCs for style points. But yeah, Japan probably not going to be making up this score difference anytime soon.
Yummy and Hyphen both missing there, but it's not really affecting that score line. We're seeing great performances from Zudi was doing quite well, but like that's pretty and choke not bad. It's like that's at least 900k. But Rupert and Nick are just, you know, they're just hanging on. So
yup. 2-way FC from the Canadians, almost 3, versus the Seoul FC on A Blue for Japan. Varvalian got a 1 miss, and I think Iger did as well. All things considered, actually pretty close. You know, if Varvalian and Iger managed to get a little bit luckier, then that definitely could have gone the way of Japan, but Canada going to be securing their first point here.
Yeah, good performance from A Blue over on Japan's side as well. So that is a nice 99 FC, you know, 970k. It's like we take those. But just
now, yeah, the question becomes, what does Japan pick now? Because I was expecting them to go for the more generic picks like Nomad 1, Hard Rock 1, which was banned. But neither of these teams are really, I don't think, are too keen on picking the weird stuff like Nomad 6. So that leaves a question in the air. What is Japan going to try to do here? Of course, there are still plenty of generic, in quotes, maps. 2 Hard Rocks are pretty simple. I think Nomad 2 is pretty simple.
I could see them going with. I actually, yeah, it's really hard to tell. I just see them going with a hard rock, honestly. Like if I was them, I'd probably pick, you know, like hard rock 3. Just in general, like I've at least caught wind of some commentary. Japan does not really like these maps very much, and you know, like especially like that Nomad 1, I think was one of the ones I've heard about, but. As a result, I think it's making it hard, and especially since they just lost on Nomad 1, which is something that favors them traditionally. Their mental might not be doing too well. So, but.
And looks like they are going to opt for free mod. This is the Big Circles free mod, CS 2.6. Kind of a reading challenge. Screen is very cluttered on this map if you play it with no mod or hidden. I guess more so no mod. Hidden, everything disappears. But yep, Dectopia going to be coming in for Japan. He'll probably be running the hidden. I'm going to guess Varvalion's going to run Hard Rock. And Stoof and Azer, complete roster swap for Canada actually. All of the former members, minus Trevrasher, or not former, but returning members. Azer, Stoof, Ryuke, and Yummy going to be playing this one.
Yeah, actually, so this is a pretty good pick on Japan's side. I actually didn't really think of this. This is a, like, flow aim type big circle map. So it's actually very familiar if you're used to, like, the standard alts, like Space Stream style. Which is pretty, it contrasts pretty heavily with the Nomad 3 this round, so. And especially considering that one was banned out, like having this one open, you know, and just capitalizing on this makes a lot of sense. So
it is true. I forgot to think about that. Canada did actually ban Nomad 3, which is pretty surprising to me because in my mind they've got a lot of players who are very good at specifically alternating style maps, and they were to ban one. Maybe that's a signal of a little bit of a weakness here, but we'll see. They're actually going to be running double Hard Rock on here.
yeah, I mean that aim style difference, you know, it's pretty big. So I mean, it's not just the tapping on this; it's also, you know, it's like, can you handle the same style?
Yup. And out of the gate, already some trouble for a few players. Dectopia and Ryuke finding breaks. Yummy and My Tummy as well. Already down to 5 FCs, 2 for Canada, 3 for Japan.
Slight overmod on Canada's side, by the way. Brian with the Hard Rock alongside Stu. So, not too surprised about that overmod. It's just interesting to point out.
Yep. For some players, Hard Rock is going to be a lot easier on this. And whoa, that's some misses. That's a lot of misses. Varvalion, Azer, and Ryuke dropping combos. It's just Stoof versus Iger and Hyphen for FCs. Coming out of this first third of the map, but things are going to pick up here. So slight combo advantage in favor of Japan. But as you can see, things are getting much more difficult, very quickly. And Ryuke struggling to find combos, same with Azer. It's just Yummy and Stoof on Canada holding the ship together. Meanwhile, still 2 FCs. Actually, not 2 FCs. Hyphen broke. Dictopia's got pretty much an FC.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Japan so far. You know, especially as like their first pick.
Yep. Into the second half of the map, and it's basically Stoof and Yummy versus Dictopia and Iger, with Varvalion making up the score gap. That being said, the score gap is very, very small, less than 100k, and Varvalion breaking there is actually going to shift combo advantage slightly in favor of Canada. They're going to slowly bring this back, and just as I say that, they lose both of their combos. Stoof and Yummy finding breaks simultaneously. It's going to be just Ryuke left for Canada. Meanwhile, Japan losing Iger, but they've still got Dectopia, who seems to have recovered very nicely from that shaky start.
Yeah, despite, like, that was not too good from Canada. You know, Acer kind of fell, and then, like, Stoof and Yummy fell a little bit after. Ryuke seems to have recovered his combo pretty decently, so.
Yep, but definitely not going to be enough to counter Dictopia's combo. Just as I say that, Dictopia loses it. Ryuke now up to 700 combo, and yeah, it's gone. I should probably not talk about him.
Yeah.
Now it's just Hyphen. Look at Hyphen go. It's got 650 combo.
This one's not looking too good for Canada, that's for sure. Japan, like, they had an opportunity to take back the lead, then a couple breaks from Ryuke and Yumi kind of sealed that deal. Japan is leading pretty decently. I think they won that. They won that map. I'm like, where's the map? Because the song's actually like 4 minutes, but they used like a 3-minute version. So
Tournament mapping.
Tournament mapping, TM.
But yep, pretty clean victory for Japan. They win their own pick by 200k. Nice, comfortable margin. And next to pick will be Canada. I'd like to see some of that speed come out real soon. I think they're probably going to pull it out. No, definitely not. When Azer's the last one left in the lobby, I think they're probably not going to pick speed. Then what are they going to pick?
Look, he still has to like actually state the pick before like he walks out, but everyone else swapped out, right? Like,
true.
So this is like peak anticipation right now. I don't know. If I was them, like, I would just go with DT3 and just roll with it. Or if I wanted to like keep playing mental games, I'd pick DT4 against Japan.
Yeah, on paper, looking at the historical prowess of Canadian speed with Ryuke, Trev Rasher, Stoof, DT is probably a safe pick here. Whether they're gonna go for it is a different question. But I don't really think there's anything else in the pool that they would rather pick. I mean, their first pick was pretty strange to begin with, Nomad 1. We've discussed quite a bit. But yeah, they're taking their time here. Okay, never mind. DT3 it is. This is the speed burst DT of the pool. The DT that was banned was DT2, that was more the long stream stamina DT. And this map is very hard. Fun fact.
Yeah, I mean, like, this thing it's quite fast, right? This is sitting at around 260-ish BPM. Like, this is a speed pick, right? There's no other way to put it. So.
This is your classic speed pick. Very little aim component, tons of bursts, triples, finger control, you name it. And yep, Ryuke gonna be coming back in. I'm fully expecting our man Trev Rasher to step in as well. Yeah, there we go. I know my players. Meanwhile, for Japan, Dallas, Farvalian, and Chankoma, you're gonna get to see that click X come into play. But actually, Iger playing this one, I didn't know he was a speed player. Maybe he's not.
He could just be that fourth man Phil. So we'll see, because you know Japan kind of went out of the gates to ban out 2 speed related picks. So I could definitely see them as just like, all right, maybe they don't have like a full like 4 roster for speed like Canada does, and that might be why they did that. But we're gonna really see that in this map. So
yeah, this is one of those maps where if you're not good at speed, it really shows that like your accuracy is just gonna tank on this stuff. Okay. Yep, Chankoma is still click X. I'm not crazy. And actually, everybody doing quite well. Accuracies across the board quite high. I know Koma's at 95, but cut him some slack here. He's playing with 2 hands. He's tapping with 2 hands.
yeah, I love to see that click X. It's just like, it's always just enlightening seeing that like pink on the overlay. Like, it really catches your eye.
Yep, in an era where nobody plays mouse only, nobody plays with mouse clicks. Actually, last year, I think Gassan WW, he was a mouse only player, also on Japan. He's not here this time, but yep. Going back to the match, everything is going quite nicely for everyone, although Chankoma does find a break just as I say that. Still, 3 FCs to 4, and Iger is way faster than I thought he was.
Yeah. Overall, things are definitely tilted towards Canada. You know, we got Ryuke with a 99% AC, right? Trevor Asher not far behind at 98.5. Stoof and Nick holding 97s. Japan, the only person above 97 is Barbalian with that 98-ish. So it is definitely favoring Canada. The break from Chankoma didn't seem to affect too much just because his accuracy wasn't really up to par. But that is... it's not looking good for them.
Oh, that'll be a lot bigger though. Verbalian and Iger finding misses on the slow part. That's gonna cut the FC count down to just Delis on Japan. Nick does find a break over on Team Canada, but still 3-way FC from Ryuke, Stoof, and Trev Rasher. This is the classic Canadian speed squad right here. Oh my god, they are just destroying this. Yeah, I think my theory of Canadian speed in this match is going to be correct. Delis doing his best over there on Japan, still holding onto the FC, but yeah, at this point there's not really a whole lot that can be done to save them. I just want to see who's going to come out with a full combo. There have been quite a few ending chokes on this map, if I recall correctly, or maybe it was DT2.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, like, for Canada, I don't think that's going to matter, right? They have a pretty domineering win here, that I think,
oh my
with
god.
like 1.1 mil.
3-way FC from Canada and the 1 miss from Nick. No FCs over on the side of Japan. That was a destruction.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Canadian speed.
Yeah, that is very incredible performances. Ryuke getting the MVP on that one, right? It's just the accuracies across the board were all really good, right? Like three-way 97 plus FCs on a speed pick in semifinals. That's something to take home. Like that, we're gonna have to write on that one. That's for sure. That one's cool.
Yeah, I think Japan definitely made a good choice in banning 2 speed maps. Yeah, they are going to be counting their lucky stars that there's only 1 speed-ish map left in the pool, DT4, although that one is more finger control than anything else. Maybe they'll be fine. I don't think they're gonna get outspeeded on any of the other maps in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, like, DT4 isn't really fast, right? And then DT1 is aim game. I wouldn't, like, if I was Canada, I would just not pick DT1. But maybe if I was Japan, I would, right? So that might be an interesting option.
That's the thing here. There's like a very even fighting ground here on some of these more normal maps. And this is not a normal map. I mean, I guess it's a normal hidden reading map. AR 8.5, hidden 2. Picked by Japan. Now, I'm not used to Japan picking the reading stuff, but they are quite good at it. Delis, very good at pretty much everything, in fact, but specifically older style maps, although this isn't really older style, it's just low AR, and Dictopia, hidden master for Japan. But Canada also historically quite good at this kind of thing. I know they've lost some of their notable players who played a lot of this stuff, but they've still got Azer, and he's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so like that's the classic hidden player right there. So I don't know who else actually comes in, right? Maybe Zudi, maybe Yummy. I'm not too sure.
Probably Zudi. She plays quite a bit of hidden as well, although this is not really the kind of stuff she normally plays. I know Stoof can definitely play a pretty nice hidden sometimes when he's feeling it. But I don't know who they'd get for their 4th. Like you said, probably Yummy, but let's see. Actually, A Blue playing this is kind of surprising to me. I didn't know he was a reading man. Maybe he's not. But I don't think they would have picked this if he wasn't. And yeah, there comes Ryuke.
Ryuke, that's an interesting one.
Ryan is a reading player? No way.
Hey, I guess look, if you do hidden double time on some of those older maps, right? I can see it a little bit. Just a bit. Not very much, but like it's there.
Maybe, but even then, that's like this AR plus double time. So, I don't know.
Look, it's a fourth man fill stretch, man. What are you gonna do?
Looking at the past 3 years, this man is not the best hidden player, the best low AR hidden player, but he has gotten quite a bit better in the last 3 years. That's for sure. Let's see how much better he's gotten.
Yeah,
Maybe he can surprise us here. And this map is not really old style, so it kind of loses some of the difficulty that a lot of the older maps have. So maybe he'll be completely fine on this.
Or adds to it. Like sometimes AR8 hidden is, it's a crapshoot, right? Like there's a modern emerging like low AR style, and that's actually harder than some of the old style stuff for low AR. So we'll see.
Yep, he does find a miss. That's fine. Delis found one as well. And Delis is known for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
I'd say that the outcome of this is gonna kind of predict like possibilities of Fremont too. So
okay.
Types,
looks like A Blue is not as fantastic at this stuff as I thought he might be. Zuninator also finding a miss. There's 2 FCs left. We're like barely into the map. Dectopia versus Azer. It's a kind of a classic hidden battle. Oh wow, people are really not having a great time with this.
Yeah, I gotta love those low AR picks, right? Like, this is... this kind of magnifies, like, all of those, like, chip misses, because it's like, that cursor awareness, like, makes a huge deal here.
Yeah, it's really only, like, the 3 players who really play this stuff all the time who are doing well. Azer, Delis, and Dectopia, and Delis and Dectopia is 2 players. Azer is 1, so you do the math here. Japan is going to slowly claw out a lead out of that. And actually, Hyphen also recovering quite nicely after that intro.
Yeah, very good performance so far from, like, Dectopia. Delis had the early miss, was doing very well with 98% actually matching Dectopia's score. It's just like, and Hyphen not far behind as well.
Ooh, Dectopia finds a miss on that pattern. That pattern is a lot trickier than you might think. I've played it. I hate it. And that's about it. Last half of the map here. Oh, that's big. Delis drops his combo. It's just Hyphen versus Azer now.
Yeah, Zuninator drops hers as well. Azer is still holding quite strong, right?
Actually, combo advantage is still slightly in favor of Japan off of A Blue having 300 combo here. Still a third of the map. It's all up to big man Azer. Can Grandpa pull it back?
Oh man, it's just gonna depend on like
it's
the next.
Doable.
Yeah, it's depending a lot on that the last quarter, right? Like we just see it with Score V2 all the time, right? It's like all the points are in this just like last like few hundred combo. If you can hold that, like you're off to a good start. The supporting combos are not really there for Azer.
Oh man, this is so huge. Hyphen finds a break. A Blue finds a break. Azer's gonna pull it back slowly. Still 100k score left in the map for him to bring it back. And yeah, he brought the score lead back over.
Oh, but can he hold it, right? This is... the supporting combos are not there for him. Like, we're seeing break from Yummy and Zuninator.
Oh, he finds a break! It goes back over to Japan at the very end! I think they've lost it! They did! Oh my god! Azer so close! But in the end, finding a break, and Japan will take that one by around 50k. Oh my!
Man,
Azer.
what was that? What was that? Oh.
I mean, even though they lost, Azer still got it in him. It's been, what, 5 years? He's still here, and he's still kicking. But yeah, that'll be Japan's second point. Oh, man.
Well, we hate to see that, man. Well, it was just like Japan did really well, right? They were able to hold that overall like consistent team performance, and I guess that's why they picked that. It's like pretty much everyone was over 600k aside from Blue, so that is it was a good pick on their part.
It was definitely a good pick. It was just Azer. Nobody thought he'd be the man he is right now. No shot this guy can still play really well after all this time. But Canada gonna be going for a DT pick straight again. This one, like I said before, not quite as speed heavy, more so finger control heavy. Lots of doubles, quads, and triples consecutively. It's also 10.3, so if you can't read that, then you're in for a bad time. But I think everyone should be pretty accustomed to 10.3 at this stage.
Yeah, I'd say that this is actually comparable in difficulty to the quarterfinals pick last week, right? That one was kind of decried as too hard, and this one's around the same-ish difficulty. So I'd say if anyone actually did pick like last week's pick and could perform on that, they'll do just fine on this one. But I really like this is mind games for Canada, right? They're playing it as much as they can. Like they know what Japan doesn't like, so.
Should note, last week, Japan did not do fantastic on the finger control map, the DT4 of the last pool. But, you know, it's a different map entirely. I'd actually say this one is not necessarily harder than last week's. Just kind of different. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I know what you're saying, right? It's like, what, 225 BPM, like, has some doubles, right? Like, some triples.
The bursts in that
light
map
finger
are
control.
a lot longer.
Yeah.
But we are going to be seeing Rollpan come in for the first time this match. If you're not familiar, his old name was Shirasaka Kome. He has been Japan's kind of tournament forerunner for quite some time now.
I'd say it's more like Rollpan is his old name,
True,
right?
true.
And then he was just like he made like all those like the graveyard like jump maps, and
Yeah,
then it's
and
like
then
he switched names, became a tournament beast, and now he's back to Rollpan. So
And everyone was like, "What? This guy's the same guy?"
yeah, it's the same guy, right? Except this time it's without the underscore and without the caps. So
Yep. Anyways, getting on into things, Yummy and My Tummy gonna be coming in place of Nick for this. Say in place of Nick, I'm talking about from the last DT pick. But yeah, Cornerstone DT trio for Canada, still in here, still running things. Trev Rasher, Ryuke, and Stoof. Alright, let's see some doubles and triples and quads. So far,
love to see those.
so good. Everybody is actually looking really comfortable in this. Barbalion was holding a double S up until like just now. That's the thing about this map. It's not nearly as intense as DT3, which might be a little worrisome for Canada because Japan could definitely hold their own on this. You can see slight combo advantage for Canada off of Rollpan's early break, but that's basically not going to matter in the end. Because, one, I don't think everyone's going to FC it. I'd be very surprised if they did, but two, because accuracy.
Yeah, I think there's too much aim requirement in this for us to like see the stuff we just saw on that DT3. So this is, you know, it's like got some like accuracy dipping stuff with the doubles and triples and light finger control, but maybe not so much on the like miss potential, just because there are some aim patterns here.
Oh man, this is so much closer than I thought it would be. It's basically 4 FCs to 4 here, and 1/4 of the map remaining. This is a monster performance from both teams, and it's literally going to come down to accuracy, I think, which Canada definitely in the lead for. But if one of them finds a break, it'll shift things over to Japan really quickly. And you can see the nerves starting to settle in. Everybody is like, I guess,
worried
this is
now.
And Trev Rasher finds a break, but so do three of the Japanese players.
Oh god,
That is devastating. Oh my god, there was a chance, a brief window of opportunity, but 3 breaks is just gonna end it for them. Hyphen now the only FC remaining as we get into the end here. Still 3 FCs over on Canada. Make that 2. Stoof and Ryuke, the only 2 FCs. Oh my god, 4.3 million in semifinals.
What was that?
Like 3.5, 3.6 is already good, and that's what Japan got, but freaking Canada's on another level.
Did we just see a 3-way FC on another DT pick by Canada? Same match, by the way. Same match.
So,
Oh my god.
the Canadian DT theorem proven.
Yeah, what was that, right? Like, Hyphen had a pretty good performance over on Japan's side. Delis and Varvalian broke on the same pattern, Ropan slightly behind that. But, like, what are you going to do against the three-way FC, right? Like, Stoof the Goof getting that MVP as well? Like, man.
All right, but now things get real because there's no more speed maps left. DT2 is banned. Every other DT has been picked besides DT1, which is more like an aim map. Nomad 4 is banned. That's not Nomad 4, that's Nomad 5, I can't count. But yeah, Canada is really out of speed picks to work with here, so can't abuse the Canadian DT theorem for any longer. Gonna need to find a different avenue, but
Hidden's a safe bet, I think, for Canada at this point. But
is
we'll see.
it? We saw that Hidden too. They almost won it, but it was really just off the back of Azer. But who knows? Maybe Azer.
Yeah, that was low AR though, right? Like the rest of the picks are quite different, right? You know, it's like Hidden 1's like more of a tech streamish thing, and then like Hidden 3's just like a general all like control pick. And yeah, there's a lot of other things.
Okay, Japan gonna be opting for a free mod 3. This is what would you call this? I don't really know what to call this. It's like
all right,
Russian style.
This is it's Junzen, Evil Elvis. Like we know what that is, right? It's just on a high BPM song. It's got some perfect stacks that make it so that Hidden's not so free, but that's not gonna shake off like either of these sides. I think, you know, it's just like high BPM awkward aim, right? It's kind of doing what DT4 was doing, just not on 10.3, and it is the aim is definitely a lot harder, of course. So that's kind of how I see this one. For mods, I'm kind of expecting, right, like for Canada, it's easy. It's like Azer Hidden, Ryuke Hard Rock, and then maybe we might see an overmod. And then Japan, it's like Varvalian Hard Rock. I don't know who goes Hidden.
Definitely Dectopia. That man is the Hidden player for Japan. Maybe Delis as well. I don't think they'd overmod this, especially not with Hidden. But yeah, Canada is a different question. This is kind of an Azer map. Maybe not, because I do see Zudinator come in, and she is probably going to be playing Hidden on this. Like you said earlier, Ryuke probably running Hard Rock, but also maybe not. He could definitely play this no-mod, and Trev Rasher could Hard Rock it up. He's more of a Hard Rock player than Ryuke. Or Stoof. This is a toss-up. Like, literally any of these players could be picking any mod.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely see, like, I could see Zudinator with Hidden for sure. And then it's like... I still think Ryuke's gonna put Hard Rock on.
Bold prediction, Hidden Hard Rock on Zudinator.
Oh, that'd be lit!
That'd be really scary. I don't know if that's a wise move on this map. You do need two modded players, and that means someone else has got to play with another mod.
If you can handle the perfect stacking on Hidden, I mean, HHR is just as safe a bet as Hard Rock, in my opinion.
Perhaps. Let's see if anybody is feeling crazy. Maybe not. Ryuke on the Hard Rock. Are we gonna get to see what the other players are picking? Okay, yep, it's a boring life out here. Ryuke, Zudinator, Hidden, and Hard Rock, as you would expect. Dectopia and Varvalian, the analogous duo. Analogous.
I like it. Yeah, we'll see how this ends up going, for sure. It's, no surprises in this early section, which... pretty happy about that.
Yeah, this map is very consistently difficult throughout. So, gonna be pretty calm here in the beginning.
Yeah, when you look at like the typical Elvis style though, it's kind of like you got like really hard parts and then they are all actually spread out by like relatively calm parts, even in like when the song is relatively intense. Varvalian seeing the first drop here, so that's the Hard Rock score down for Japan, giving a slight advantage over to Canada.
And just like that, Ryuke with the matching miss. Dectopia finds the miss, however. and that one will not be matched by Zudinator just yet. So, slight combo advantage for Canada, and A-Blue dropping as well. This is not looking that great for Japan all of a sudden.
Yeah, Dell is still holding a consistent no-mod though, so that's pretty good. Stoof dropping as well, Varvalian seeing yet another miss. And it's definitely favoring Canada, and their lead is growing slightly.
Ooh, and Dallas dropping the last FC for Japan there. But still, yep, 2 FCs for Canada. This is quite worrisome for Japan, I would say. About halfway through the map, and there are no combos on that half of the screen. Oh, but Yummy does drop. A little bit of an opening here. Zudinator, now the only FC. Wow. The magic of playing hidden with a huge tablet. Slight combo advantage in favor of Japan, I think, at this point. There are quite a few small-ish combos on that side. A-Blue and Varvalian around 500, Dictopia at around 600, and Ryuke dropping his combo is actually going to shift things even more in Japan's favor, I think. But Zudinator still holding out with the FC, keeping them afloat for now. And actually, maybe I'm just talking nonsense, because that score lead is not changing at all. Varvalian does find a miss. Still a quarter of the map left.
Yeah, that trade by Yummy and Varvalian is going to keep things slightly in favor of Canada. Oh, but that miss one from Ryuke, is that... I don't know if that's going to affect things very much.
It might. Like we've said before, the end of the map tends to be quite explosive in terms of score value. All eyes on Zudinator, really. It's going to be up to her. If she can FC this, she should be able to win it for her team. At the same time, maybe not. Yummy in My Tummy drops his combo. It's just Zudi and Stoof versus A-Blue and Dectopia and Dallas. Ooh, but Dallas does drop. Things are looking a little safer for Canada here. Still 200k between both of them, but the map is just about over. I think they've done it.
Yeah, wow, and that's like... Okay, with Japan's got some really big combos too. But
no FC.
No, oh god! Oh no!
So close, so close. Literally missed like the last 4 notes of the map. Whatever, you know, you did it.
All right, that's just tragic, right? Like some solid performances from Japan, but you know, Canada riding on Zudi's back, right? Like that's a 1500, like nearly an FC, right? Just choke at the end, right? Like close, but we can't really count it. But the thing is, that was with hidden, right? Like that was a modded score. Like everyone else was, you know, around the 500k-ish mark. You know, Stoof doing slightly better than the rest of his team. So overall, I'd say Japan had a more consistent performance, but Zudi had that carry, and that took that point for Canada, right? That's the first like pick we've seen like Canada win off of Japan, and vice versa. So
yeah,
nice.
That's bringing to attention. It's like Canada with solo carry star players playing with Hidden. We saw that in Hidden 2, almost made it across the finish line, but just a little short. And here we see them take Fremont 3 from Japan. That is the first breakpoint of the match, like you said. So Japan is going to need to win one in response. But yeah, I think they're still fine. Still got time to work with. Canada still needs 2 points to win. And they've run out of speed picks. So, what's gonna happen here? What's the closest thing to speed?
Honestly, speed's gone.
Hidden 1. Closest thing to speed.
No.
And actually, this is a very smart pick from them, because as we just saw, solo star hidden players on 2 maps. Now, what happens when you combine them in 1 map?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, no, this is something different, right? Like, it's just speed's gone. Like, Canada got their speed points, right? Like, they got that advantage out of the way. And now it's time for like slightly riskier stuff, like more of an even ground with Japan on some of these hidden picks. But overall, I don't know. Actually, I haven't really seen what Japan's like tech performance is like.
if I recall correctly, last week it was pretty good, and that actually just reminded me, Canada's not that great at tech. I mean, they've got Azer. Don't get me wrong, he's pretty good at tech, but, you know, they've got to have 4 people.
So who are the standouts on Japan's side for the tech side?
Hyphen, Iger.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
Pretty
I'm just
much.
not too familiar, so that's cool.
Yeah,
Good to see
actually, maybe not really great at tech, just better than Canada as a whole, in my mind at least.
I mean, look, that's all that really matters, right? Like, you don't need to be like, you know, like compared to the best tech players like in the game, right? Like here, it's
Like
just
Azer.
like, can you beat your opponents, right?
Pretty much. Your opponent is Azer.
Yeah, but like 2 is a bigger number than 1, from what I heard.
Potentially. But anyways, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. This is not the tech map. This is Hidden One.
Look, I mean, you hear this song, right? Like,
Sounds
it's
pretty
like,
tech.
This is like hidden tech streams, right? I think that's the best way that most people would describe this, right? It's just, even looking at the mapper, right? Like, when I think Altai, I think, all right, this guy is making a tech map. I don't know what it's exactly going to be. I don't know how much slider proportion to stream proportion to like how many cut streams, how many turns in streams. I don't know all of that, but I just know it's going to be tech. All right, that's what I know.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll take your word for it. You're the mapper. Your map is actually in this pool. Hasn't been
Yeah.
touched yet. Could go
Yeah,
there,
no. That's probably not getting touched this match. I'm gonna be real.
I don't know, dude. Japan, feeling very free mod heavy so far. They've picked 2 out of the 3 free mods. Maybe that's what they go for next. But before we get there,
I kind of doubt it.
let's see what happens
but
here.
Yeah.
We do see Rollpan come in for Japan. He's actually a hidden player. Fun fact, or at least he was in 2016. I'm really old now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Full disclosure, I think I'm a little bit crazy because I swore this was aim. Just like jumps. I don't know
No.
how, but
Nope.
this doesn't look like jumps to me. Yeah, I'm
No.
not really seeing too many jumps here.
Yeah, I mean, like, see some jumps out of the kick sliders, but
Oh yeah,
that's it.
a really discernible lack of jumps.
Yeah, it's a jump map. Can't you tell, right? Like, it's just like, yeah, that's all we see right now.
This
So,
is an
anyways,
Azer map.
yeah. So we're seeing a couple of drops from Stoop. He's not having the greatest time
Ooh,
here.
UK also dropping as well.
UK blue as well. Yeah, blue
Oh,
as well.
Dictopia drops. And blue.
Everyone's kind of
2-2.
even, right? Like Zudinator, like Azer doing like holding the fort on Canada's side, Volpan Delis on the Japan side. Pretty even in that regard.
So far in this match, it's been looking like Azer and Zudinator have been doing quite well against. Well, I guess not against Rollpan. They haven't really played against him in anything besides that one DT pick, but yeah. So far, so good for both sides. Slight advantage. Oh, no, it's not good anymore. Dallas and Rollpan drop their combos. It's Azer and Zudinator with the only full combos left in this last third. They're gone.
Oh, gotta love those
And
streams.
suddenly, it's like, I don't know who's winning. A-Blue's got the highest combo, Stoop's got no combo, Ryukei's got 200 combo, but it's actually slightly in favor of Japan right now. If A-Blue can hold on through this ending section, they should be able to take it. Zudinator finding another combo break, and everyone on Japan is doing things.
This is
150k,
accuracy
A-Blue's gone, last eighth of the map.
Yeah, it's accuracy
What is
game,
happening?
right? Canada kind of built that lead from earlier on with the accuracy, like, and I think they're just gonna ride that to the end.
It is
Yeah.
so close. It's literally down to 1 or 2 combos. Acer finding another combo.
Dictopia recovering a lot of combo though.
And it's gone. It's gone. It's just Dallas now 500 combo, and Canada is still going to win in the end by 100k. That was crazy. So many things happening. Everybody missing a lot.
Those hidden streams at the end, like when the stream length started to kick in, like that's when we saw things really fall apart. Wow, that was kind of messy, right?
That was
But,
so
like,
unlucky. Rollpan and Dallas finding misses at the exact same moment. If either one of them had held through, they win that pick. that just goes to show how close this match is. Even the speed picks, like, Japan is not doing poorly on them. It's coming down to like 1 or 2 breaks for every single map, but it is what it is, and Canada find themselves at match point 5-2. Japan is going to need to make a pretty nice comeback here to take it to tiebreaker.
That just felt like a really ugly hockey match. I don't know about you, but I kind of got that feeling out of that. It's just like, ugh. It's just like performance, and then just like one thing falls apart, and it's just like then it's like you get both teams like fighting each other on the sidelines, and it's just like it gets really ugly. But you know you got a winner, right? Like someone gets the puck out there. But
this just in: Stoof will no longer play hidden.
Oh man, what was that?
Okay, now what does Japan do? Like,
what does Japan
so
do?
hidden is not, as they've demonstrated, not strictly in their favor. It's not strictly in anyone's favor. I really don't think they'd be going for hidden 3 at this point. Nomad 2's interesting, because, you know, they've got the Barbalian buff, but on the other side they've got Nick. He is the Canadian Barbalian, basically.
Alright. I'm thinking RNG, right? Like, at this point, like, if you're up, Japan's kind of in the corner, right? Like, they kind of have to eke out some coin flip wins, right? Like, I don't know
necessarily.
Stamina
they could
roster.
Think really, really long and hard about what to pick here, and if they play their cards right, they can take this to tiebreaker. And they are calling out the tactical timeout here. Things to note: Hard Rock has not been touched yet in this entire match. And I said before that I think Japan has a slight advantage on them. It's very interesting to me to see that they have not even touched it. Fremont 2, of course, kind of a toss-up map along with Hidden 3. And DT1, also a toss-up. Like, literally everything in this pool is... Oh, Fremont! It's your map half-slashed!
They're picking my map! That's something I didn't expect, actually. But... you know, desperate times call for
desperate measures. Are you sure you didn't expect it? They picked the other 2 Fremonts.
Yeah, this is the kind of map that's it's just like a huge toss-up in terms for cursor awareness, especially. So Japan did have some good performance on Hidden 2, so I guess it did kind of incline them to it. But I have a feeling that they didn't really want to pick this. It's just like this is just what it ended up. So.
Yep, and here we are in the 3rd free mod. Not the 3rd free mod, the 3rd free mod of the match, but free mod 2 in the pool. It's gonna be more or less the same story here. We're probably gonna see 2 Nomads, 1 Hard Rock, 1 Hidden. You can guess who's gonna Hard Rock, who's gonna Hidden for Japan, probably. Over on Canada, probably same. Those 2 people, those 2 fellas are in the lobby for Canada, are quite well known for 2 mods specifically. I'm gonna let you guess which ones.
Yeah, alright, so like, I'm thinking, like, AIDS are Hidden for Canada, that's, did anyone question it? Alright, I see Ryuke coming in, that's gonna be Hard Rock, right? Like, for Japan, right, Delta's gonna stick with no mod, Dictopia with the Hidden, Hyphen with a Hard Rock, I guess? I don't know, actually.
Theory here, I think Canada is gonna double Hard Rock this one, just because they've got Trev Rasher and Ryuke in here.
Oh, Varvalian is swapped in for Japan. No, he's definitely taking the Hard Rock for Japan.
Yup.
Yeah, overmodding is somewhat common on low AR Hiddens, or the low AR, like, high CS stuff. It's just like, in general, like, I see a lot more Hard Rock players than I do for Hidden on low AR.
Let's see. Was I correct? We got the double Hard Rock from Canada? Could it be? Or is Trev Rasher a reading player? Find out next time on Osu World Cup. And yeah, I'm right. I'm a prodigy. I'm a genius. But yeah, this should be pretty even, as the past few free mods have been. Not really sure if this is what Japan needs, though. They kind of needed to take a risk here. I mean, they've still got 3 maps to work with, 2 maps to work with if they win this one. Or actually 1 map to work with, because one of those picks is going to be Canada's. But out of the gate, so far so good, except Delos found a miss. Nothing to be too worried about. And I'm gonna let you talk about this one because you mapped this. You placed every single one of these notes, Slash. How does that make you feel?
How does it make it? We'll wait for the misses to happen, and then
There's some misses.
Yeah, all right. So looks like we're seeing a drop from Canada from both Stoop and Azer.
Oh,
right?
man.
Trev missing on one of the stacks. Right, that's site recheck. So Japan doing pretty well actually, with Hyphen holding a decent combo, 99%. Dectopia, also doing pretty well on Hidden. I'd say that this section is relatively free for Hidden, just as long as you can, as long as you have the aim. And then we're gonna get into the slow section. I actually do expect some unfortunate misses here, just due to some of the rhythms just being really weird. So I'd say the accuracy is what you're watching here as well.
Who's gonna miss on this kick slider? Do you know which one I'm talking about? There's a kick slider right here.
Yeah,
nobody
like
missed
right
on
here.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
no one missed on it. Everyone got it. Everyone's
Pretty
played
clean,
the map,
pretty
right?
clean.
Like, this is good. People have played the map, right? All right, so now we get into the cut stream section, right? It's like, I'd say the misses are more frequent on that, but everyone hit it.
So close right now. Still half of the map remaining. Plenty of time for things to go wrong for either side, and they start to go wrong. Azer and Stu finding misses over on the Canadian side. Meanwhile, Japan still rocking 4 strong combos, 2 of which are the full combo. And UK's the only FC on Canada.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Japan right now, actually.
Oh yeah, this combo is gonna snowball really quickly here, coming down to the last quarter, and there's a bunch of streams here, right?
Streams come a little bit later, but they're coming.
Yeah, that's big score. What, Morvalian? You missed on the slow part. It wasn't even on the kick slider. Nobody's missed on the kick slider. I guess I'm just bad.
Everyone knows it's there. Everyone's played this map. Like, that's good.
Okay, here come the streams.
Yeah, here
Rike
comes the streams.
finds his break, and that's pretty much going to be the nail in the coffin there. Trev Rasher the only combo over on Canada. Meanwhile, Dectopia and Hyphen just chewing this map up. Same with Bellis. Yep, there goes Trev Rasher. You did this to
is
them, Slash.
interesting, right? Like, Japan's running away with it though. Like, Hyphen Dectopia combo is just too good, right? Like, Canada was not able to really find a foothold in this map, and if you lose it, like, on this map, it's hard to get it back. There's a lot of sections that, as we saw, like, not really hard. So it's just like you gotta beat those like intense sections. Japan won all of them.
That was very clean from Japan. I was not actually expecting that. I definitely didn't expect a 2 AFC, and especially not a hidden one. But yeah, they are still here. They're up to 3 points now, and this will be Canada's last pick, so they need to make it count. If they lose this pick, the next pick will be Japan's, and then after that will be tiebreaker if Japan wins that. So, tactics time. What does Canada do?
What does Canada do?
We take a look.
All
at
right.
the pool
Well,
here.
given that, I mean, even if Hidden 3 is different, I would not go with that, right?
Yeah,
Hard
it's
Rock,
been-
like Japan favored, right? What
Well,
do they
actually, now
go?
that I think about it, maybe not quite Japan favorite. I failed to consider that Canada's got 3 new players who all happen to play Hard Rock. So
That is true.
But I don't necessarily think that Canada has an advantage off of that. So, yeah, pretty much every map in the pool at this point is going to be a toss-up.
Every single one, really. Like, this is just hard to make any sort of judgment, right? It's like, Hard Rock 3, right? It's like, that's an act battle, pretty much, right? Like, it's mostly streams, right? CS 4.7, it's like precision-ish, right? Then it's like crossover, CS 6.5. That's a toss-up, right? Nomad 4, that's a toss-up. Like, that map is combo balanced, like, in weird places, right? It's like you do really well in the first half, second half is free, sort of a thing. So that one's a toss-up. Nomad 2, I'm not sure. I don't really know. And then Nomad 6 is Nomad 6.
You know things are getting real when both teams call their tactical timeouts. I'm not used to seeing teams call tactical timeouts in tournament. This is all very exciting. Now,
Yeah,
here's a theory. Nomad 6 is currently known as the least favored map in the pool among players. So, You know it's hard. Do you think Canada is prepared well enough for that map that they can abuse it a little? Because this is kind of an Azer-style map. If you've been following him recently, you'll know he's grown quite addicted to strangely rhythmic maps. Like,
Yeah, this map is.
he's a rhythm player.
This ain't it, bro. Like, I've been reading, and taking slight participation in some of the discussions. This ain't it. Like this, we're probably not seeing him on 6 play.
How much faith can you put in Papa Azer at this stage? 5-3 semifinals, potentially tournament life on the line, because that losers bracket is looking very, very nasty right now. Nomad 2 it is. Okay, now this is a safe pick.
Yeah.
Kind of. Not really. Nothing in this pool left is a safe pick. It's an okay pick. I mean, they've got Nick, they've got Stoof, they've got presumably 2 other stream players. Today I learned Rupertian plays streams.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna come down to like who misses the space part, right? Like that's kind of what Nomad 2 is, right? There's this. I remember in particular, there's this stream that the spacing kind of goes bonkers, and just in general, it's like
kind of goes bonkers. This is a map by Kreutz. If you're not familiar with him, he also mapped the ranked version of this map, which is quite a bit harder, quite a bit older.
Yeah, well, we could call this the redemption arc, I could say, but like I don't know.
You sure? I like the old one better. It's kind of rubs me the wrong way. There's some straight lines that I'm not a big fan of. Who knows?
Yeah, that's why I said kind of, right? It's like this was Kreutz's first ranked map was Ascension to Heaven, the long version. And his style has taken a different turn since then, and this is, I guess, his 2020 rendition of the song in tournament format. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't like getting too deep into opinions on maps on stream because, you know, every mapper's toxic, and no one wants to see that. So,
good plan. We'll steer clear of that for now. The players, this is gonna be kind of tough for Japan. Now that I'm looking at it, they do not necessarily have 4 players who are really strong at just pure flow aim and streams. I mean, they've got Varvalian. Obviously, he's like one of the best players for this kind of thing. Maybe like top 3. But they're gonna need to have a couple of fill players. Like, you see Rollpan coming. He's not exactly known for this kind of thing. Even Delis isn't really known for this kind of thing. And I guess Iger just plays everything, so he's here. But over on Canada, you've got like dedicated players who just play this stuff all the time. You've got Stoof, you've got Nick. Yummy in My Tummy is quite good at this kind of thing, and I think Rupert plays this quite well. Just a theory.
just a theory, right?
Learning things about Rupert.
All right, like let me look. Like a lot of Canada's like
Azer.
Yeah, a lot of Azers, right? Like a lot of Canada's players have already been MVP, right? We haven't seen too much of Rupert just in general, like based off of what's been played. So maybe this is his time, right? Like this is his time to get that MVP spot, right? Japan, you know, they also have plenty of opportunities. Canada's actually been winning most of the MVPs, right? Like we saw Stoof get one of them. I think saw Azer got 2. Like, actually no, I'm sorry. Rupert got his MVP on Nomad 1, so never mind. He did get that.
Ooh. I'm not one to call things too early, but not looking like Japan is very comfortable at this. Like I said, Japan does not have that many players who play this stuff specifically, and you can see it definitely shows. Delis and Iger around 93, same with Rollpan, and already 2 FCs to 2. Oh, whoa, things are happening!
Oh yeah, Rupert dropping combo. Delis,
oh my god! Okay, that is a little bit of a disaster for Japan. Every single player breaking combo just around the halfway point. Meanwhile, Canada still holding strong with an FC on Stoof. Yummy My Tummy with an early miss, but
it's not even just the combos too. Just look at the accuracy, right? Like Japan's like sub 93 on 2 of them, and then 94 on the other, and then you've got Varvalian. Varvalian's doing fine. Everyone else, no, not really.
So you heard it here first. Japan is not a No Mod 2 team.
I mean, in hindsight, this makes a lot of sense, actually. Just because like they banned out speed, right? Like usually, if you're banning out speed, it's like you're scared of stamina as well. So
that is correct. Although I would argue that most of the difficulty is coming from aim here for most of these players. Although yet the accuracy is definitely having an effect here.
That's no Mod 2 in general.
This is a rough map to lose on.
Yeah.
I mean, it was inevitable. This was Canada's pick after all. And if they were just holding this in their back pocket for the whole time, it was bound to come out. And of course, on their last pick of the match, it would. And as this map reaches its logical conclusion, I think we can congratulate our first entrant into the top 3 of this tournament. Canada, for the first time in OWC history, reaching the top 3 and securing themselves a badge. Azer finally gets his OWC badge after all these long years. Canada will move on to face the winner of Germany versus the United States, which will be played in an hour. Don't miss that one. Meanwhile, Japan dropping down to face the winner of South Korea versus... Who won that match? I think it was Brazil.
Wow, what a way to end that match. That was very decisive. Yummy did incredible on that map. I think that was his first MVP of the match too. So, Canada getting a new MVP on pretty much every pick, that's kind of insane. So, that was really good performance. Japan gave it a good effort, but I mean, I'm sorry. That was a
great match really in general. Both teams performing very well, much better than in previous years. Given a couple changes in picks and bans, we definitely could have seen this one go the other way, or perhaps the tiebreaker. But in the end, Canada gonna come out on top. There are 3 new roster members paying dividends here in the semifinals. What an awesome match.
That was very, very good plays from Canada. I mean, the picking strategies were definitely good. At least they made sense to me and you, it seemed. So.
That was the most tactical match I've ever seen. We saw both teams use their tactical timeouts as things came closer and closer to tiebreaker, and we saw, in the end, Canada tactically picking No Mod 2 to secure them the victory. It was nuts. It was great.
Yeah, that was a match. There's not much more to say on that, right? Speaking of matches, right? I believe the next match we have is at 1900 UTC, and that's going to be US versus Germany.
Yeah, that's also a match.
Oh god, yeah, that match can be it's going to be either really good or it's going to be a stomp, right? I've heard a lot of information regarding that, right? So we look at the USA team, right? They're strong as they have historically been for the past half a decade. And then it's Germany, it's they can with as much speed and stamina as there is in the pool, Germany can usually put out a strong showing. So it's not going to be free. The US cannot roll on speed every single map with some of those players on Germany's side. So it's something to watch out for. I think it's just going to come down to mental. At least on the Germany side, that's going to decide which one, how good the match is going to be. Because, USA always brings their A game. Got to watch out. Slight bias there, by the way. Just slight.
True. We're both from
I may as well
the United States of A.
Yeah, but it's just I've seen them play. I have seen them play, and you don't want to watch. You want to watch out. Germany's gotta come ready to go.
Yeah, whatever the case is, you definitely want to be here for that match if it's not too late for you, and maybe even if it is, you gotta stay up. It's White Cat versus Vaxay. It's the fabled 1v1. I don't think USA has actually faced Germany in quite some time in the World Cup. I can't recall the last time they did, so this will be a new one for everybody involved. But yeah, until then. That'll be all for us. You'll be taken over. We'll be... how do I put this? Someone else is going to cast for us. There you go. I can't speak English.
We're going to be replaced.
Yeah, we're basically fired.
We're swapped out. We're benched. We're benched. We had our chance. That's it.
Yep, we got our Japan, Canada, and we're out of here. But yep, see you in 49 minutes.
See you guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2020. We have our final match of Saturday for you all in the semifinals, the match that many of you have been looking forward to for many, many weeks now, the showdown of the week, United States versus Germany. I am one of your commentators today, Chili Repara, and I will be joined by none other than this one guy. How are we doing today?
We are fantastic. We are excited. We are ready for some incredible Osu. Like you said, the most excited and the most hyped matchup that I think we've seen so far this tournament that everybody was waiting for since the moment the teams were announced.
I cannot express how much hype there is around this match in particular. You have the reigning champions, the United States of America, going through, and you have Germany, who has traditionally been a very good team in OWC with a couple of badges for their country. However, the big difference this year is they are joined by none other than the highly anticipated White Cat this year, the #1 player in the world, along with a couple other roster changes for both teams. We have a lot of solid changes this year.
Yeah, both these rosters switching up some members, bringing in some new players who have been performing absolutely lights out. I mean, you look at the new guys in the United States like Fancy Lad, like Kablaze, BTMC, and Swaggy Swagster himself. 4 new players for a team that won twice in a row coming into this year. You would think that maybe that would be a rebuilding year, but the United States has none of that rebuilding nonsense. They come in with 4 new players and they say, no, we're just going right back to where we were, dominating teams left, right, and center so far. Germany, of course, this is the year that White Cat is available, able to play in OS World Cup, and he has come out and put on some pretty good performances of his own as well.
Being backed by a traditionally strong team with a lot of returning players for both. We have actually seen a lot of roster changes on both, almost half the lineup for both of these countries changing. You have White Cat, Neox, Smarty, and Rising joining Germany this year. United States will be joined by I'm a Fancy Lad, Kablaze, BTMC, and Rectigun, known as Swaggy Swagster, on that left-hand side. So both of these teams with half of that lineup change, notably for the United States, I'm a Fancy Lad, the new captain of the United States.
Yeah, and he comes in as another one of the most hyped tournament players out there. For anyone that's familiar with the tournament scene, Fancy Lad has just been on an absolute tear over the past year. He's won several different 1v1 tournaments. He's performed incredibly well, winning team tournaments like Corsace. The dude is just incredible. He is an amazing replacement in some very big shoes to fill, replacing, kind of that second carry role that Idke filled with Vaxay last year. I think Fancy Lad kind of stepping into that spot and doing a great job for himself. Of course, like you said, Germany bringing in several new players as well, shoring up a roster that was already strong last year, getting to that finals weekend. So 2 rosters that I think we're just incredibly excited to see play against each other, and I'm very interesting, especially to see how the strats come out in this match, because both these teams have, I think, a lot of things going for them. It's very hard to find weaknesses to attack.
There is so much well-roundedness in both of these teams. I've traditionally said that they kind of have all their entrances and exits covered on both of these teams here in terms of picks and bans, and it's about which team plays this the smartest in the beginning here. The United States has traditionally looked really good all around, but Germany's been putting up an amazing showing in these later rounds with some of their higher skill cap players and really started to make a stronger name for themselves even with this refreshed lineup. We're going to be getting into the bans to start. We have the first ban for Germany with Nomad 6, followed by Hard Rock 1 for the United States. And then we have Nomad 1 for the United States. Final ban for Germany.
And it's going to be Free Mod 1, and I think this is kind of what you would expect from these two teams. The United States, I think, very much respects the mechanical skill of Germany. Very good aim players, very good speed players. So they, decide we're going to get rid of those 2 big aim-heavy maps in Hard Rock 1 and Nomad 1. Germany, for their part, recognize that the United States are incredibly good at the complex, rhythm-dense, and more gimmicky and tricky maps, so they go ahead and get rid of Nomad 6. They get rid of Free Mod 1 as well, that very difficult alt pick in the Free Mod pool. So both teams going with, I think, bans that you would expect given this matchup. And Germany with a very unsurprising, I should say, first pick of double time number 3, Fight Your Demons. Germany with some incredible speed players on that roster, like Dust Ice, Okinamo, White Cat, of course. So a very logical first pick to get things going here from the German roster.
Very smart from them. You have to go up against a team like the United States who has been very confident in DT traditionally. And something to keep a note for this year is that for one of the first times ever, the United States has a lot of competition in the DT pool this year with so many strong teams. You have Germany, you actually have Canada, who put up some of the highest scores, actually the highest scores we have seen of the weekend right before this match against Japan on the DT maps. We saw a 4 million and a 4.2 million combined team score, which is absolutely insane for a semifinals pool. So I'm very eager to see. I believe this is the map they put up 4 million on what Germany and the United States do, which are arguably stronger DT teams overall.
Yeah, this map, like, I would completely be unsurprised to see maybe a 6-way, 7-way full combo. These are two rosters that are both just incredibly skilled at this type of map. You already saw, like you said, Canada put up a 4 million point score with 3 full combos. Germany and the United States both more than capable of doing exactly the same. They have both great speed players, great DT players on those rosters. This is going to be a very closely contested pick to start things off with, I'm absolutely certain.
This has been probably the most exciting start that we're going to get for this match right here on a double time map. And in order for Germany to pick this confidently against the United States, you have to imagine that they are insanely confident to run out of here with a streamy DT map. I mean, Epica LMT, this is essentially your standard speed stream DT. So, you know, with how strong the United States has been on maps like this, and, you know, Germany's been looking very, very strong lately, especially on maps like this, they must be convinced that they can take this very handedly. If not, this entire match is going to be back and forth.
Yeah, I think we'll get a very good feel for how this match is going to go right away off of these early couple of picks. And I think this is kind of what you're going to expect from Germany. They're going to probably play into those more speedy, more mechanical picks. The United States, for their part, I think will probably trend, as I said, more into the less straightforward maps that'll favor some of the rhythm complexity gamers on that team. You know, guys like Fancy Lad, for instance, or Vaxe, who can just do everything. So this will tell us a lot. If the United States can win points like this against Germany early on, you know, it might be a very good sign for them. If Germany can, as you said, you know, if Germany can win this, it might be a sign that we're in for a very back and forth, very hard-fought battle between the two teams. You know, the one point that I always say about the United States is that in most tournaments, you see them outscaling just about everyone. Once you get into these semifinals and finals pools, their roundedness and their skill floor is just so high. And so Germany's got a lot to live up to here, especially considering, you know, they've seen a couple of slightly shakier performances despite the wins from some of their top players. They're really going to need to be at their absolute best today.
I think that's something about the United States that people have realized over time, especially with the big roster changes this year. We had a lot of discussion about the United States maybe not being as strong this year as last year, and they're not going to sweep again, and they're going to take a big skill hit, you know, like some other countries made the big changes this year. And the thing about the United States is there's so many players and there's so many good players that you mentioned the skill floor, the depth just goes so far into the United States and even Germany as well, that they can make these roster changes and keep it almost exactly the same. But with the starting lineups for both teams here coming into DT3, we have Apraxia, BTMC, Rectagon, and Vaxe for the United States, Dust Ice, Ombre, Okinamo, and Rising for Germany to begin this match.
All right, we are underway into map number 1. This is going to be a showcase of some incredible performances, I think, from both sides. And I mean, right off the start, I think you're going to see some very high accuracy, some very big combos from a lot of different players on a map like this. So be ready for a lot of FCs, I think, and just some incredible scores out of these two teams.
You have a lot of strong stream players in this lobby. Traditionally, fantastic stream players. You have like Dust Ice and Ombre and Okinamo in, as well as the new Rising
for Germany, who's been putting up a fantastic performance in the tournament thus far. And you have the tried and true Vaxei Apraxia speed combo joined by a very strong BTMC Swaggy Swagster addition this year. Rectagon at that bottom left corner has been making massive improvements and has really showed up this year. And BTMC finally getting his shot at OWC. He was talking earlier today about wanting to get in for a map today, and he is really proving himself, still holding the FC right now.
And you've seen 2 early breaks from Germany already. Umbre and Rising both finding misses before we're even halfway through. United States, unsurprisingly, still holding the 4-way full combo. They're going to run out to a couple 100,000 point lead. And, you know, this is kind of the thing that you're going to be looking out for. I think we're going to keep a close eye on the entire match. Whoever the other couple of players are, right, you're always going to expect great things out of Dust Ice, Okinawa, Whitecat, but kind of those other players on the roster, some of those players who have switched out, who are new this year, who are kind of playing a little bit more of a fill role. We're going to be watching them very closely because their combos could make or break this match for Germany. United States fill quote-unquote players are so good, they would be anybody's starting players for a lot of these maps, and you're seeing that already here with the 4-way 1,000 combo full FCs still intact.
This is an amazing performance from
And there goes Dust Ice as well. Sorry.
Yep, that's the big one. Nope, that's exactly what you don't love to see for Germany. You have that one combo left for them right now, and there's not much you can do about this at all. You have a quarter of the map left.
And Ed is shaking, BTMC shaking so badly, but the man just somehow keeps kind of believing when that's happening, so I'm not as worried as I might otherwise be because I've seen what he can do while shaking. And this is just going to be the United States putting on the show that I think everyone has come to expect from them in these late round matches. This one is actually over already. It's a 1,000,000-point victory on the first pick for Germany. How demoralizing is this if you're a German player and this is your first pick, your best map, and you come in and the other team is just casually 4-waying it? Like, the United States is going to 4-way the first map of this match.
This is insane. This is literally the performance of...
Apraxia, no!
Oh my
The Apraxia method! Alright, anyway.
It's doomed. It's doomed. The one miss, but that is a statement from the United States at the beginning of this match. A 1.2 million victory. That's insane.
When I saw Canada put up that near 4 million score on this earlier, I thought, oh, that's about as well as anybody's going to do on this. United States comes in, first map of the match, 4.3, almost 4.4 million, 3-way full combo. The only miss in like the last 20 combo of the map. I mean, what do? You're Germany, that's your first pick, and you lose it by 1.2 million points. And now the United States gets whatever map they want the most, and they can just put an early lead right in play.
Some fantastic scores from both teams, even with Germany finding a loss on that point. Okinawa and Vaxei both with barely under 99% accuracy each on that map. 2100s, one off from a 99%. That is a fantastic start for them, but the United States now has the opportunity to be up 2-0 if they pick smart to start this match off here. They are starting with the hidden 3.
Yeah, and I think, having talked to some players who have, who are on the USA team and who have played against them in scrims this week, I think this is a strat a little bit for the United States, going for some of these less mechanical picks and some of these more reading-based and rhythm-based maps, because they do respect the mechanical skill of Germany, as I've said. So, you're going to start off with Hidden 3. They probably would have thought about Nomad 6 if it hadn't been banned. Maps kind of like that, where they can really exert the will of those top players on this roster who I think are a little higher skill cap in this particular vicinity than some of the players from Germany. So the Hidden 3 first pick for the United States coming in already, everybody ready to go. That roster is prepared. Fancy Lad, Aryu, Kablaze, and Vaxei taking on Dust Ice. Whitecat going to come in for this one alongside Okinawa and Hallow Watcher. This is going to, I think, say a lot as well. The first pick for Germany obviously went really well for the United States. They'd like their own first pick to go just as well.
You imagine that if they are able to take the other team's picks, you'd think that they're pretty strong. Fancy Lad's going to find a very early break, but Okinawa and Dust Ice are both going to match it, so it really won't matter. This map is 3 minutes plus, so early breaks won't matter too much. However, if they continue finding them, that's going to be more of a problem as Fancy Lad breaks again. But Whitecat and Hallow Watcher, new additions to the German roster for this map here, and we have 3 new additions for this map for the United States. Fancy Lad, Aryu, and Kablaze. Kablaze holding it strong up there with Vaxei and Aryu as well with that high accuracy, 98.7% at the beginning of this map.
I love the addition of Kablaze to their USA roster this year. You know, they have a very hard time replacing Toy, who was the dedicated low AR hidden player from last year. But bringing in Kablaze for some of the low approach rate stuff, some of the tricky hidden maps, and somebody who's just incredibly dedicated. You see how much Kablaze plays the game, you know how much she practices and how much she streams and how much she just loves playing Osu and how thrilled she is to be on this team. So that's going to be a player that's just a really good addition to have on the roster, and showing it on her first map in this match here. While we have breaks left, right, and center, Okinamo and Halawatch are both double breaking twice in a row at the first third here. United States just going to run with this one once again.
White Cat trying to do whatever he can for Germany right now as Dust Ice is only supporting combo breaks. There goes Kablaze for the United States. The second break aside from
there goes White Cat on nothing!
And that's it, unfortunately.
What was that break? That's so unfortunate.
That was such an unfortunate break for White Cat, and that's at halfway point as well. That's detrimental to his score.
Yeah, you know, we talk about all the time how your score just plummets if you miss at that point in the map. Unfortunately, that's going to be the fate of White Cat there, and really not much combo on the side of Germany. Meanwhile, Airyu, Vaxe doing what they do best, holding on to those FCs. Airyu with great accuracy, above 98. He does finally break, but Fancy Lad is right there to pick up the slack of the supporting combo for Vaxe's continued FC, who, despite the lower accuracy, holding the combo, and that's what's going to be important here, is the United States is going to be out by 500k on this one.
Yeah, Fancy Lad very uncharacteristically finding a lot of breaks at the beginning, but he has found his ultimate comfortability in the end of this. 98% finally breaks with a quarter of the map left, but not before putting up 500,000 on the score. And Vaxe, he's doing what he does right now. He's FCing the map. It's semifinals. He's still pretty comfortable. He's got 96% accuracy, but he's going to roll with it. We have a lot of combos starting to build up on Germany. Unfortunately, they're going up against an FC, which is just running the score away here.
Yeah, this is oh, Vaxe did break, so no FC for him. No, there will be no FCs on this map, and Kablaze follows up shortly thereafter. Fortunately, the United States already had such a big lead that it really doesn't matter. This is the sort of thing that they do to you. They just don't stop, and this is going to be another dominant performance by about 700,000 points. The United States starting off very, very strong on these first two picks. Two completely different maps, might I add, and the USA just rolling on both of them.
This is amazing scores from the United States. You do have to note, in the semifinals, putting up 2.6 million team score on a map is very, very impressive. Even in a 4v4 tournament here, the United States winning that by over 750,000 on their final score, and it just goes to show how ready they are for this match. They have the lineups in, they have their picks settled down. The margin was not as great as that first D-Team map, but to be perfectly honest, that is going to be almost impossible to beat that performance there. We said Canada had a fantastic performance, but that first one kind of shut it down, even from Germany's performance as well. So this match is going, we're going to be in for some seriously high scores in the semifinals match here.
And Germany quickly going into the Hard Rock 2 pick, so kind of just trying to go all over the place in search of a point they can win. They're going to go for the Precision Aim CS 6.5 map. I don't know about this one. I understand that you feel a little bit rocked by getting really shut down on the DT pick. But I don't know if this is an optimal selection here from Germany. They'll have to prove me wrong on that one, I guess.
Germany's looked fairly decent on the Hard Rock in this tournament, but picking something awkward like Hard Rock 2 here is, I wouldn't say it's a questionable decision. I think Germany definitely has a very strong lineup for a map like this, running with players like Halawatcher, who just kind of destroy maps like this. He is so good at what he does here, and White Cat will be a good skill cap addition for this. So you need those awkward, gimmicky kind of players for something like this on the 1/3. And, you know, fortunately for the United States, they're running with a very strong lineup. Swaggy Swagster, one of the strongest Hard Rock players I've seen in a long time on the United States, and the tried and true Fiery Rage, who kind of beasts Hard Rock every single round. You know, just when you think, you know, you count him out of a map, Fiery Rage is the one that kind of comes through and FCs the Hard Rock for the United States. So both teams really solid lineups here.
Yeah, and you know the German roster does have you know some very solid Hard Rock games on it. Halawatcher, Dust Ice. I get, you know, White Cat can't really speak so much to his CS 6.5 prowess since he's not been a tournament player to have seen a lot from him in that. But you know the guy's skill cap is basically non-existent. You know, it is through the roof, so I'm sure he will do okay. But it's so hard to bet against a roster such as the United States on a map like this, where they've been here so many times. They've played so many maps like this in so many tournaments. Like you said, guys like Fiery Rage just show up on maps like this when it counts and in the late rounds of OWC. So it's tough to make a pick against Team United States. We talked about that a lot last week in their match against Brazil. And so Germany going to go with what they think is the next best option here, but it's going to be another very contested one at the least, I think.
This is an early break for Fiery Rage there, but within the first 80 combo doesn't really matter too much. United States running with a very similar lineup, only trade being Fiery Rage from that hidden pick here. There's 3 breaks!
Actually, Hell Watcher and Dust Ice just all missed on the same note. All right. Rising still with the SS along with Whitecat, by the way, through the first 150 combo, so good for them, but a lot of maps to come. This is relatively short, but we're still early into it.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 25 seconds, a quarter of the way in right now. Rising does drop the double S, but Whitecat still holding strong. If Germany is able to hold this double FC here, they are going to be able to keep this really close, if any break from the United States.
Actually breaking again, so
That's big.
surprising. Not a player that you would expect to break on a map like this, but Germany going to take that lead. We'll see how long they can maintain that double FC. That's what's going to be very important here. Rising and Whitecat, and there goes Whitecat. That is a break, and that is the combo advantage back over to the United States here. They're going to pull the score gap down. And there goes Rising as well. Both FCs gone for Germany in a heartbeat. Oh, you hate to see. There goes Hell Watcher too.
Germany!
Oh, Germany, man. You can't afford to miss there, guys. You just can't. I'm sorry.
They tried. They had so much opportunity to capitalize. You had Fiery Ridge and Vax. They both breaking the beginning of the map. Fiery does find another break past that halfway point, but with Rectagon and Kablaze both still holding FCs, and just Dust Ice, the next closest combo, who is basically being matched by Vax's combo right now. And there goes Dust Ice and Kablaze, and that's probably going to do it.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Man, you know, we talk about it so much. Every match the United States plays, practically every map the United States plays. The phrase that I've used before, you give them an inch and they will take a mile. You cannot break against this team because no matter what, it feels like you look at the United States and they just have big combos on at least 2 people at almost all times. And, you know, no matter what you're doing as their opponent, you just feel like, I can't imagine you can feel like you ever can break. No matter what, you just can't break because you'll immediately fall behind.
You have to imagine the nerves are absolutely massive. Whitecat has insanely impressive accuracy right now with 99.47. Unfortunately, Rectagon won't be FCing this map, even though he will top score for the United States with a very healthy 915k. But Whitecat's accuracy is absolutely insane. Same with Hollow Watcher. You know, we said we should be on the lookout for some of the German players here, and unfortunately, the one miss is superseding the accuracy for them. But 299% on this is amazing from them. But you know, Whitecat was talking earlier about how he doesn't really get nerves until he gets into OWC matches like this, and you can see his raw skill with that accuracy. He's so comfortable on this, but you know, any miss just makes that whole world of difference.
Yeah, and I think that speaks volumes to just how experienced the United States players are in tournaments, because you can afford to give up a little bit of accuracy if it means maintaining combo. And you can see them doing that there with those plays from Rectagon, from Vaxe, from Kablaze, where they had slightly lower accuracy than their counterparts on the German side, but they all had better combo. And so that experience, that just wealth of tournament play where you hold combo at all costs, it's the most important thing. That is just going to come into play on closer maps like that, where it could be very, very tight, but they just get that little bit of extra combo and they roll with it. And now the double break already for the United States, about to go up 4-0 if they can win their own pick. Germany just on their heels at that point, you know, 2 picks in, and they've played 2 completely different maps of their own selection, and they got absolutely destroyed on one of them and beaten fairly badly on the other one as well. So that confidence just in the United States favors so heavily.
They're going to try running with this motivation that they have right now. I'm sure they had plenty of it coming into this match, knowing the United States, one of the most hyped up teams within their own, even, you know, voice chats and community. They definitely hype each other up plenty here. And, you know, you do have to be careful of Germany still. They are down 3 points right now, but Germany is not one of those countries that will just roll over and die or even let their mental get to them. They are definitely one of the stronger teams in terms of mental, so you can get them down a couple of points and they'll still come right back if you give them the opportunity. We have 2 early breaks again for both teams here, and we've actually seen this alternating that picked quite a bit. I think the only match we didn't see it in was in Canada versus Japan, and every other match it's been picked in.
Yeah, this has been a very popular map, and it's a very difficult one. I've heard some players say it's one of the more difficult maps in the pool because the patterns are just so tough. You can see the aim required in these streams. Finding a couple misses here and there is very easy. You saw Dust Ice with a break in that longer stream section, but it's going to stay very close for now. Germany's still holding on to 3 very solid FCs with very good accuracy on Okinamo, just a couple of hundreds. So this is very much balanced on Knife's Edge, about a quarter of the way through here. And with the style of map this is, it can go any which way very quickly. Unfortunately, Germany with a couple of breaks, Okinamo and Dust Ice finding 2 more misses, and that 3 FC lead to now just 1 as Hello Watcher breaks as well for Germany. That's going to pay dividends to the United States, as White Cat is the only FC remaining for Germany. They got to pull themselves together here.
Yeah, well, they really need to start picking maps that they are confident on as a team. They're definitely, it seems like they're picking for one specific player to try and perform here. And unfortunately against the United States, you can't really do that when almost all their players can play, most of these maps, especially still in semifinals. There's not really any one player that is completely out. Fancy Lad actually finding a little bit of a misaim there, and Fiery Rage does break again. So there is a little bit of an opportunity here. That's right around the halfway point of the map, which means their scores are capped at 650,000 if they FC the rest. But right now, it is quite literally just White Cat with a combo on Germany going up against both Ariu and Vaxei. Ariu with 99% plus. There goes Vaxei and Fancy Lad, though.
So this is going to come down to White Cat versus Ariu, and I would almost say advantage White Cat here. He's been very good on alt maps in this tournament so far. Things like this have become his forte in this tournament. Ariu, though, holding on with higher accuracy. He's just got to maintain that combo for a bit. The United States still does have that score lead by about 400k. There is enough score for White Cat to make it up if something were to really go wrong for the USA, but right now they've got enough combo to maintain that lead, especially with Dust Ice having a lot of trouble.
There goes Fiery Rage again, though, and Ariu really just needs to find a break right now if they want the opportunity. Unfortunately, Ariu's looking insanely strong. His accuracy is holding up insanely well. There goes Fancy Lad, though, so there's a lot of teammates on the United States that are not backing Ariu up right now. It's just Vaxei along with him. But Ariu is just not letting anything up. White Cat's doing everything he can. Fiery Rage and Okinamo and Hello Watcher all breaking. There's just nothing Germany can do right now. The combos earlier from the United States are just carrying them into the finish, and Ariu's going to match White Cat into the ending.
He does finally break near at the end. White Cat's going to end up with the top score on this no matter what now, but it's a 400k score lead. The United States did more than enough. And this is a kind of a glimpse here, I think, of what Germany is capable of. You saw that score from White Cat if he had a little bit better backing combo from his teammates, but they just didn't provide exactly what he needed there. Dust Ice down under 300k, not the performance I'm sure he would have liked. Meanwhile, Ariu 860k, but Vaxei with about 600k, and Fancy Lad doing quite well, up about 500k. So USA just, it's that matter of having the better players behind. But man, White Cat, the FC, very, very solid stuff from him. You do like to see that. He is, one of those players that is obviously a difference maker, a catalyst for his team, if his team provides enough backing score. And they've got to start doing that now in a hurry, as it's already 4-0.
Yeah, unluckily for Germany, they had such a good opportunity at that ending. All the players on the United States were dropping combo everywhere. There was no combo build-up. It was just Ariu on it. But unfortunately, with the earlier they held FCs for quite a while in that map, and Germany's 3 supporting players for White Cat, they're just not being able to match those early combos, and that's really what did the damage into the ending there for Germany. If they had that solid overall team performance that they were looking for, they would have taken that fairly easily, I imagine. The United States kind of underperforming on the alting map there, but Germany looks like they're going to stay tried and true here, going to bring it back to the DT on Ekanai borderline.
Yeah, and of the remaining DT picks, I'm not really sure about going with one that's this straightforward. I guess this is the feeling of, well, they banned Hard Rock 1 and Nomad 1, so DT 1 is kind of the next pick that's like those. This is a pick that you would expect White Cat and Dust Ice at least to probably FC about 99 times out of 100. So they're just expecting really high scores here. I don't know if this is necessarily a pick, but I guess I feel that way about a lot of things. Germany, I think isn't great at the things that United States is comparatively weak on. So instead, they're just picking into their strengths rather than picking into the United States' weaknesses. But, you know, AR 10.3, 240 BPM, pretty much just a generic, straightforward, lot of aim, few bursts here and there type of map. It's something that I think, you know, like with any Nomad 1 type map, if you miss somewhere at random, you can just lose the map really quickly. So Germany kind of going to bank on their consistency on DT and hope that it's what can give them their first point of this match.
So they're going to be looking to improve from their earlier DT performance. Well, rather, maybe not looking to improve from their earlier DT performance, rather looking for the United States to not 4-way FC another DT map. I am glad that Germany was not scared off by the fact that the United States was very strong on the first DT map they picked. Granted, they are completely different. This is AIM, and the other one was a stream DT, so it's completely different. But the AR 10.3 on this is really the difference that you're looking for, and this is just something that both of these teams have a very solid lineup for to start this off.
I'm a little interested to see Fiery Rage in for this map for the United States, but I mean, hey, you know, if he's going to do well in it, he's going to do well in it. Whitecat is going to, in fact, be the first one to break, which, considering what he's best known for, is a little surprising to me. But man, like you said earlier, the tournament nerves, especially in OWC, especially in semifinals with, I don't know, 15,000 people watching you, that I think has to play into your mental a little bit if you're not used to this big of a stage. So we'll see what happens the rest of the map, as USA still holding onto a double SS on Fancy Lad and Vaxay.
Yeah, we're a quarter of the way in already. This map is fairly long at 3 minutes, so there's plenty. But, ooh, Dust Ice is finding a break. That's not the side that we want to see a miss on. Whitecat did find an earlier break, but there goes Neox as well. Germany is just falling apart right before the pause section. The United States holding 4 FCs and Vaxay on the double S. What can you do? Rising is double S.
Yeah, I was going to say Rising was on the SS. He hit that 100 right after the break.
No.
But, yeah, I mean, Germany is still in this, as you said. It is a long map. There's plenty of time, and there's a break from Rectagon. That is the first miss from the United States on this map. But Germany's got to hope for a lot more breaks out of the United States if they want to have a chance in this one. About halfway through now. This is where maps are won and lost here as we go into the long burst and then into the second KI. This is where things are going to start to get really real. Misses start to become kind of uncomebackable from. And, you know, if you hold through this and somebody else breaks, you have a very good chance at maintaining your lead through the end.
This is still quite doable for Germany. Rising is holding the best performance that I've seen him put up in the tournament thus far on this DT map here. 1x100 still for him, and Whitecat has a good...
No! And he breaks! Rising is gone. And Neox breaks as well. Alright, so I think that just kind of ended the map, and you hate to see it after you're saying all those nice things about how well they were doing.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Rising, you know, he's got a really good score, still putting it up, but Whitecats and Dust Ice are really trying to hold this. Unfortunately, going up against 3 really strong FCs. Fancy Lad on 99.5 almost, Vaxay on 99.4, and Fiery Rage with a very respectable 98% accuracy. And there's Rectagon with 500 combo on his 1 break, almost at 99. The United States, even with the 1 missed FC, is still looking insanely strong, and the accuracy on Rectagon is actually going to put his score almost equivalent to Dust Ice's at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do about this. Whitecat had the 1 early break, and he's FC'd since then with good accuracy. Rising with the 1 miss, I think 1 100, maybe 2 100s. Dust Ice with a very solid score. The USA, though, just casually 3-way FCing. Fancy Lad 6 100s, Vaxay 7 100s. The slider break, it is a 4-way S rank, in fact, from the United States. Fiery Rage bringing up that S rank, the FC for him as well, with a couple more slider ends missed. But man, what do you do? What do you do against that score? I don't actually know. I mean, they just put up 4.3 million for the second time in this match.
It was, I mean, let's look at it this way. It's one of those matches where Germany actually, that's a really good DT performance. That would beat almost every team in the tournament on this map in terms of score. Unfortunately, when you're going up against the United States, a team of 8 players that have, 6 out of 8 of their players can FC every single map that they pick, and there's just almost nothing that you can do about it when the other team is just completely outperforming what has been done in all of history in this game. You really need to be able to rally together in a way that very few teams can pull themselves together in this tournament in order to beat a performance like this. And, you know, it's not a knock at Germany. Amazing team. They are putting up some insane scores. White Cat has popped off on some maps. Halo Watchers had a great time. Okinamo did great on the hidden map. Like, they've had so many good scores. It's just they need a map where every single player has that, and Germany just hasn't had that yet, and the United States has had it on every map. I mean, they just won both DTs by 1 million plus.
Yeah, you know, and that you really just hit the core of the matter, I think, right there by saying you need all of your players to have their best map on every single map if you're against the United States, because that's what they force you to do. And I think it's good because I think the United States is forcing other teams around the world to become better. I think we've seen a lot of teams improving a lot this year in OS World Cup. This Germany team, I think, is actually better than last year's. South Korea has looked very good. Canada, who will be the United States' opponent if they close this out here in the winners bracket final, Canada has looked astonishingly strong. All these teams have gotten so good because the United States is so good. They're chasing after them year in and year out. But the United States just has another level. They have that next gear that they can turn to in the times when it matters. They've got the Vaxe late round insurance. They've got these new players like Fancy Lad who just bring in even more late round insurance. And it's so hard to touch that if you're any other country.
I really, you know, as much as I would love to call like the reverse sweep here from Germany and have them start like rolling through some points here, this is just such a difficult match for Germany. And, you know, I really think Germany has a very good shot of going down to the losers bracket and just winning and making it back to grand finals because of how good they are as a team. And Fiery Rage is going to find an early break on this, so it's not over yet. Germany is going to have their opportunity here at the beginning of this map. But, you know, we can only hope that Germany takes this, they run with it, and they go through the losers bracket, and they come back, and they come back stronger in the grand finals. Because there's 2 breaks now for Germany, and this is going to be very difficult to come back from now with a map that is 3 minutes and already a quarter of the way in.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see very interesting things in the remainder of the tournament, no matter how this match finishes up, because these teams will continue to scale. These are players, all 16 of the players in these 2 teams, as well as the other players still in the winners and some of those top losers bracket teams, all just scale very, very well. And the map pools are going to continue to get harder. And so those carry players can start to be more and more important. Your Vaxes of the world, your White Cats of the world, your Karunas of the world will be so very important to their teams in these late rounds. But for right now, this is the stage that I think the United States might be their most untouchable on, because it's early enough for them in their minds that they will still have to see a lot of maps, but it's late enough that a lot of other teams don't have players that can match their 3rd and 4th on given maps. You know, you expect your top 2 to put up great scores, but it's the other players who kind of fill in those gaps. And the United States has more of those, especially at this stage of things, than anyone else in the world, and they're proving that in this match with this 5-0 lead that looks like it's about to become a 6-0 sweep.
This is just going to be so hard for Germany to even make any attempt at coming back from this right now. We are coming into the final quarter of the map. There is 3 remaining FCs on the United States, one of which on Fancy Lad is a 99.35, which is unbeatable act, essentially, on this map. There is no player in here, I think, that can match that performance in terms, and nobody is matching that performance. Even Vaxe with a 97%. There goes White Cat, and it's just Halo Watcher to try and make something happen. And he's got a fantastic Hard Rock score right now. This is absolutely... all right, I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but yeah, I mean, what do you do? I don't know. I don't know. The ending of this really tricky. Might see a couple breaks here, but you know, you've got players. You've got Fancy Lad dropping his axe just a little bit, but man, Kablaze on the hidden FC, double Nomad FC from Fancy and Vaxe. I mean, it makes the United States look untouchable, and it makes it very hard. You know, I want to be able to say this was a close match and both teams looked great, but man, the United States just 6-0'd Germany like it was nothing in about half an hour.
This was, you know, we came into this, and I think a lot of people were expecting, you know, as much as we would love to see Germany, you know, take the win on this, a lot of people were expecting the United States to win, albeit the score be a little closer. But United States, they did this last year. They looked really strong. There were a lot of good other teams. And then for some reason, like the United States, they play well in early stages, and then you hit semifinals and finals, and the United States is like, FC time. It's time to like roll away. We've hit the skill cap maps. We're gonna just start using this to our advantage. And they just take it and they run with it, and they really prove it. 6-0 against Germany, who is arguably probably the second strongest team in this tournament, aside from Canada. I mean, Canada, guaranteed that third place now, and Germany's going to go down to the losers bracket to fight their way back up to the grand finals, and it's all just a battle for who's going to take the points now.
Yeah, and Germany, they'll have an interesting bracket in front of them. They'll have the winner of Indonesia versus Australia. That'll be our first match of the day tomorrow. The winner of that will face Germany in losers bracket round 6 next weekend. On the other side, of course, you've got South Korea versus Brazil. The winner of that to face Japan next week. And then we've now got our winners final set. Congratulations to both the United States and Japan and Canada, the two teams that are now guaranteed top 3 in the tournament here. But we're going to see some good matches, I think, still left. I think, like you said, Germany's going to fight their way through things now coming from the losers bracket, but they've got some matchups ahead of them that I think they can be successful in to try and get back up to that grand final, to try to use that skill cap that we know they have to put up a good show if they get to that grand final. But man, the United States just looks unstoppable. I don't know what you do against a 6-0 in this setting. They just looked so good in this match today. And they're only going to get better as they continue to scale into the finals and grand finals pools.
Yeah, absolutely amazing for them. And, the losers bracket with so many good matches coming up, Germany is going to face that winner. And then Japan on the other side of the bracket to face off. It is going to be a absolutely amazing next weekend, and please stay tuned for tomorrow for those other matches: Indonesia, Australia, and South Korea, Brazil. 2 more amazing matches that we'll get to see. Maybe a little bit closer in terms of scores, so some very exciting maps going on there. And for the first time in goodness knows how long, an all North American Canadian grand finals match, Canada versus the United States, will be our winners bracket final match. For the first time ever, Canada going to be pulling a top 3 finish guaranteed in the OS World Cup.
Yeah, I am so happy for Canada, especially for Azer. He's been on those teams as the captain for so long, working so hard to put together rosters to improve Canada's tournament scene, and to really try to reach that late round of the World Cup. And it's finally come to fruition this year. He'll finally get his first OWC badge. No matter what happens, they're guaranteed top 3. And they are going to be reaching for the stars. I think the United States is going to be a very difficult matchup for them, but they put up some really good scores this week in that match against Japan earlier. So I think USA versus Canada, like you said, first ever, I believe, all North American winners bracket final here in OS Standard World Cup, which is a very cool thing to see in its own right. And it's going to be, I think, a very exciting matchup. I can't wait for that one, as well as the rest of the matches like we were talking about in the losers bracket. We've got a lot of good OSU to come between tomorrow and over the next couple of weeks.
It's going to be amazing. So hopefully you all stay tuned for the matches and the remainder of this weekend, and for next weekend in finals, and after that grand finals. We have a lot more to come. We are certainly not done yet. So that is definitely it for the matches for today. Thank you for the amazing stream. Lovely viewer count today. This is one of the most viewed matches of the tournament ever, and the most viewed of this year. Very exciting. And we're probably going to be it for today, and then we'll come back tomorrow. 2 more very exciting matches, and then the showcase for the finals to follow that, to continue what has been a very exciting OS World Cup this year.
Yeah, definitely do not miss out. Tomorrow morning, 9 UTC will be our first match. That is Indonesia versus Australia, and then followed up 13:30 UTC, 1:30 p.m. UTC. South Korea versus Brazil will be our last match of the weekend. Do not miss those. They are going to be exciting. Losers bracket matches have been thrilling this week, so be there or be square. Thank you for watching. I've been this one guy. You've been Chili Repair. Thanks for being here, Chili Repair. And we will see you guys tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Us World Cup 2020, and we are here for the last match of the losers semifinals match. And my name is Tuglet, and I'm here joined by one and only Moncasso.
Hey,
How
what's
are you
up,
today?
guys? I'm great, feeling good. Australia's making it pretty far. I believe if they win this would be the furthest they've gone in any recent OWC that I've been a part of. So super excited for that team. Also, the same goes for Indonesia. I believe they're making a run for it as well, the furthest they've ever gone.
Okay, and I might have messed up saying that last losers bracket. We have one more match coming later on the day.
Yeah.
Korea versus
So we have-
Brazil.
Absolutely right. We have the winners of the Korean-Russian match. Korea absolutely dominating Russia in that one, and then a really close match between Brazil and Taiwan last night. Right? That was super exciting.
Okay, and now the match to focus is this: Indonesia versus Australia.
Yeah.
They
So
both
Indonesia-
had a great match yesterday. Well, Indonesia going tiebreakers to China, and they won it. And Australia, I didn't expect this result to be real, but they dumped 6-0 Hong Kong.
Yeah, so we saw the two spectrums of the semi-finals. You'll see the really close matches and the really one-sided matches. Of course, Australia having that one-sided match against Hong Kong, winning in a 6-0 fashion. Indonesia got off to a great start, but then China started matching their picks, and Indonesia ended up winning on a tiebreaker thanks to a really strong performance from the likes of RHO, who really stood up yesterday. You may know him as SMH. He was having a series last night. Poor Crystal gave it his all, and he had a great match. But now we're here. Both these teams earning the rights. Unfortunately, one of them will be going home today and not getting that top 6 finish.
Yeah, it's so sad to see we cannot see one of them on the next week. But this match will be that much awesome. So we'll need to see who wins. And I think this will be a pretty close match, judging by the paper also, but also the performance they performed yesterday, because I haven't looked at the match history and their performance was on par with each other. So well, I think they're in for a pretty good match.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Australia had what looked like an easier match, but if you compare the scores between Australia and Indonesia, they were both relatively close. It would have been a close one, but yeah, this is definitely probably one of the closer matchups we can get. Every single team here and out are going to be close matches, and you can expect the same from South Korea and Brazil. That's also going to be a nail biter as well.
Yeah. And one thing to notice is that Indonesia had been banning Hidden for round of 16 on that and quarterfinals. So I wonder if Indonesia will also ban Hidden against Australia, since Machine yesterday had a really wonderful performance on Hidden.
Yeah, we all saw the Machine show yesterday. Of course, that
Machine show.
Machine have mercy roll from that. But yeah, Indonesia's had a history of banning Hidden. I actually was there for a scrim match between Indonesia and Australia. They were one of the scrim partners, and I'm pretty sure a Hidden pick was left open, and it was one of the closest maps that we could see from the two teams. So I actually have a little bit of inside information on that part. So I'm really curious to see whether Indonesia do ban that ARA Hidden that they were banning yesterday. Also, the same can be said for Australia. A bit more about the pick and bans. Actually, Indonesia was going with a lot of speed abuse in their last match, and so was Australia. So Australia wondering if who's gonna be the first one to not pick speed tonight.
Not pick speed tonight. That's the point, right?
Yeah. Also, worth pointing out that Australia had a 6-0, so didn't reveal too many of their cards. They won all the opponents' picks. They won all their picks. However, Indonesia going to a tiebreaker gives Australia all that information on their picks, what they can do. They exposed 11 out of the 18 maps in the pool, or 16. So they have a lot of knowledge on the Indonesian roster here.
Yeah, but one bracket that didn't get love yesterday was Hard Rock, actually, and Indonesia only had to play one Hard Rock out of 3, and all during all of the 11 songs they played. So the Hard Rock ability should be pretty good, but not up to date. The data is not up to date right now, so I wonder, will they ban the Hard Rock or will they actually pick it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Hard Rock is the ghost mod for both teams. I've seen Australia typically ban that Hard Rock slot. Maybe that was a one-time thing against their opponents last night. We'll have to see if they do it again today. But we're getting into it, and Jordan is going to go ahead and roll in 98. Pretty big roll to start this one.
Yeah, you just can't really top that 98, because 99 and 100 are basically non-existent when it comes to tournament roles. But we do see some miracles here and then, but
Yep.
not this time.
Also worth pointing out that a lot of the maps that Indonesia played, since they played through a lot more than Australia, they played a lot of the same maps that Australia did, no mod 3s, stuff like that, no hard rocks, and a lot of DT. So this pick ban phase is definitely going to be very interesting.
Very, very interesting. I just do not think that either of the team will ban Nomad or free mod. The ban should most focus on hidden and hard rock, I should say.
And actually, we saw Australia have a really good performance on the No Mod 2 Ascension to Heaven map. The stream pick, they had about 4 FCs going into the end, and that was the map they closed it off with, which is such a strong performance on that map. Probably one of the highest total scores that you could get out of a map besides the double time pick. So we'll see what happens, but they're going to go ahead and ban Hard Rock 2.
What a banger out of the game. Okay.
Such a shame. That map just didn't get played or picked this entire weekend, hey? Maybe it was picked yesterday, actually, in the... it was. I remember Russia, Korea had that. But apart from that, not going to see it from any of these teams, however. Of course, it's a 1-2-2-1 ban phase, so Australia gets the first ban, Indonesia will get the next 2, and then Australia will ban again.
Yeah, actually, the only hard rock picked yesterday was actually that crossover, so... no hard rock information left over for Australia to pick up. Oh, skydivers.
Asking if you bet 2 Nomad. I wonder if my assumption
okay.
would be Nomad 2 and Nomad 5 if you wanted to ban 2 Nomads. They're very similar to each other, so I could definitely see that, or maybe a Nomad 3 and a Nomad 6.
Yeah, good point.
Style. We'll have to see what they do, but of course you can ban 2 of the same Nomad. You can't ban, however, 2 of the same Hiddens or 2 of the same Hard Rocks, and they are going to go with that Nomad 3, Nomad 6 ban. So leaving a lot of speed, aim, and tech on the pool, and machine maps are gone.
Machine maps are gone. Actually, yeah.
We saw his performance on Nomad 3. It was unbelievable. He still got the hidden one up. We'll have to see what Jordan goes and bans. Of course, he can't ban another Hard Rock. Maybe seeing a free mod or a DT ban here then.
Well, Indonesia is not scared of what Australia have performed yesterday. So they are thinking that they can match, and it is always possible because Indonesian squad is also good with hidden and double time. So it's not a surprise.
And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and see Nomad 4 banned from Jordan. That is the Nomad tech map, really leaving up not much for Nomad now. Only 2 maps there, and 3 maps left up from the Nomad pool. All of DT is open, and all of hidden, all of free mods, really just targeting that Nomad pool. So we get all the spicy maps, all the modded maps.
Yeah. Well, I personally doesn't consider Nomad 1 as a pick, so I think there is only 2 speed map left on the Nomad side. But well, we can see Nomad 1 again. So
there's so many gamble maps up. A lot of the maps that are banned were actually picked yesterday, so we're gonna have a lot of blind pick maps here. A lot of maps like the AR 8.5 hidden, a couple more of the DTs, and especially that free mod pool that wasn't really touched yesterday. Like Indonesia's having a bit of trouble getting logged in here, getting everyone settled into that tournament realm. Who has the first pick? It is Indonesia, right?
Oh, okay. I just missed that information. I'd say.
Yeah,
Okay,
Indonesia has that first pick.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna see some interesting pick. I think Australia can just lean on to hidden 1 for their beginner. So
yeah, absolutely right. Machine went off on that hidden 1 yesterday, and we're at that stage of the pool where the 1-man carry can do it. So to see a hidden 1 wouldn't be so surprising.
Yeah, why not? Actually, if you have machine on your team, it is always a go-to. Okay. Oh. We are in for a sweet start. It is double time too.
Yeah, so we saw both teams play this, right? Yesterday, this is the stamina map. Very, very intensive on the stamina. I swear we've seen Indonesia first pick DT every single match. They just always do it.
Maybe they just want to warm up, I guess. Yeah, a good really long. Still, good point. The good thing is that this isn't any higher than AR8 because we have all high AR maps like normal double time 1. So this is kind of balancing the pool a bit, and we kind of have a rather standard AR8 map here, but AR8 double time, and and the endurance take always is a good thing to see, good map to see on a tournament side.
Yeah, this was definitely one of those maps that you look on a piece of paper and this one looking like a 50-50. Seriously, both teams have that stamina roster lined up. You see Indonesia's all sorted. I can imagine that the Australian players will be filling in shortly, but here in Australia, it's quite hot today. It's a very hot day, so most of these players should be quite warmed up already. It's very hot.
Maybe same thing can be said to Indonesia, because Indonesia's side is like hot all year through. So
yeah, I'm
these
pretty sure
players are pretty much warmed up already, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'd be sticking hot in Indonesia as well. We are getting to that summer season here. Got that speed buff. Yeah, so we're going to see the roster settle in now. Skydiver, Vino, Rexys, and RHO for the side of Indonesia, and of course Australia bringing it with Dummy, Jordan LR7, Rairuku, and Emrex. No surprises with the rosters here.
No surprises, and yeah, Emrex. Ooh,
yeah, what is to be said about Emrex?
Yeah,
absolutely. And Vino actually had a really good score on this yesterday for the side of Indonesia. I'm pretty sure watching him go off yesterday was exciting. But yeah, you're up against such a dominant performance from Australia. Hopefully they get off to a good start for the Australians out there, but Indonesia also coming off a tiebreaker must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, well, looking at the match yesterday, Emmerich really did a good performance on this double time too, so we're gonna see if he can perform it again. We'll see. Okay, the first map of Indonesia versus Australia. Ooh. This match is gonna be fun. I'm also excited.
Yeah, I'm way too excited to see this one. This was definitely Australia's chance to make both teams actually the chance to make the highest they've ever gone in a tournament. So super excited for both teams. No matter what the outcome is, you've got to be happy for the other side.
Of course, and just by looking at the paper, if I were to say we're gonna get this match in this late of the bracket, I would probably have said that Australia might win it, but seeing the performance that Indonesia have performed over the course of this tournament, I do not know, really.
Yeah, it's hard to put it. It's hard to see. We'll just have to wait and see what happens here, won't we? Both teams looking quite comfortable. Of course, Indonesia, this was their pick. The only one really struggling out of the gate is Vino. Of course, this is one of those maps where it gets long, and Rairuku is going to be the first person to break in the entire match.
Oh, Vino following right after that. So trading out combo to combo.
Yeah, however, Rairuku's on that 97. His score definitely going to be a lot better in the end. And RHO is going to completely miss that stream and tank accuracy as well. So 2 on the side of Indonesia versus 3 of Australia. All the players. Nice 97 act. Most players feeling pretty good.
Well, it's okay if you're only missing the note, but if you tank the accuracy as well, it will hurt so much until the late game.
That was a nice break there, Australia, seeing that they have the combo advantage here. Going to ease up on the nerves. Jordan LR7 just barely makes it through that stream. Completely under.
Lucky that accuracy going down.
Absolutely. He was on about 98 before it. He just 400s and 50s. No one breaking yet. Still building up their combat Australia with about a 200,000 lead. Looking nice.
And most of that lead also coming from the accuracy. Dummy and Emrek with the 98 and 97 accuracy. While the highest on the Indonesian side is Rexy, but other members of the Indonesian team is still on the 96. So that's all. Yep. That's the lead. Actually,
it's all going to come down to this last 25% of the map. It gets intense here. Australia needs to hold on to their 3 FCs if they want a chance. Of course, Skydive and Rexys need to do the same. And Jordan LR7 is going to break, so it's still 2-2. Common Bend is slightly in favor of Indonesia, but they don't have that act. They have 300,000 score to break here. Only about 50% less in the map. We need to see Dummy or Emrek break. Another one from LR7.
Well, RHO
not really
quite struggling when it comes to accuracy.
But Dummy, Emrek, and Rairuku holding strong. Skydive and Rexy is doing the same for their country, but a 200,000 lead now for Australia. And Vino Rexy is going to break, and that's going to seal it most likely for the Australians. A really good first performance here for Dummy, Emrek, and Skydiver. SMH with that one unfortunate stream at the start.
And Emrek,
Emrek
even
starting
higher
strong.
score than yesterday.
Yeah, wow, to back-to-back FC this map. The consistency really showing for the rookie. Dummy having a solid performance there with a 98.6. And Rexy's just falling apart at that ending. That was a close one. That was 2 S ranks, and RHO really just missed a stream at the start. Almost had that FC himself. So definitely a good pick from Indonesia, but Australia are going to go ahead and take that one. Rariku also having that one at the start. LR7 looking a bit shaky to start this match off though.
Okay, next pick, Australia. We have discussed this pretty much, and maybe we might see another hidden pick. But just looking at this double time 2 pick, Australia just can roll everything like 3 picks and 3 picks after. I think they are pretty comfortable after this one.
Alright. I've been saying RHO, just like SMH. I'll be saying Row from now on.
Okay,
just a bit hard to
okay.
get used to. Row, yeah. I'm
Okay,
so used to
Row.
calling him SMH, and then that's just hard. Row is easy.
Okay. Okay, next pick. Oh, interesting pick.
Yeah, so Australia's going to go ahead and pick Fremont 3. I don't think we saw this map come out yesterday in their match.
Yeah, we didn't see it.
Australia definitely got to hide a lot of their cards yesterday. All the maps that they picked are the maps that Indonesia also picked. So really, really pick ban advantage, and just all picks going the way of Australia. They have a huge advantage in this, this strategy game.
Yeah. When playing with this caliber of players, information is also a weapon for them, and if they can utilize it, and it will be a big advantage. Okay, so Jordan the Bear coming in.
He is too. So that's going to be the first appearance we see from Jordan the Bear that he didn't get to play yesterday. Due to the match being relatively quick, not in for the right match, but he's making his appearance here now today. LR7's going to stay in with Dummy. We're getting Machine for the first time today. Skydiver, Row, Lifeline, Rexy's. Lifeline replacing Vino, I believe, from the last map.
Okay, interesting.
So this is the Fremont pick. Of course, both teams need to have at least a hidden, and any form of hard rock should be fine.
Of course, hidden is to be expected from the side of Machine, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely right. Machine and Rexy. Actually, I'm not sure who would take for Indonesia. It'd probably be Ro or Rexy's. Both really good reading players. It's hard to say at this point. We just have to wait and see. I'm interested whether any team's going to overmod this. This one's of all of them is not too bad. We're seeing no
overmod. You say?
It's barely an overmod. He is going to hidden hard rock though. No hard rock, only on the side of Australia. But yeah, Rexy's doing that hidden for Indonesia.
It's a bold move. Like first game of your week, and you're just jamming with it, hidden hard rock. Bold move.
Of course, a comfort pick from Jordan. Very notorious for his hidden hard rock. Gonna go ahead and wiggle that slider actually. With that. Not many people do that.
Yeah, you do not see that wiggle that much.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Alright. Row, break quickly. Here's the hard rock for the team, so we need to see a match from Jordan. There's 2 Jordans in on the side of Australia. This is going to be hard. This is the first time they have 2 Jordans in, so I'll refer to Jordan LR7 as LR7, but Rexy is going to break, and now that gives Australia a big combo advantage, actually. This map isn't too long.
Yeah, 2 full combos to 4, looking good for Indonesian side. Well, it's the players with mods who broke, so they'll have a more score at disadvantage when the map goes on. So this is
all of Australia looking pretty good. Just get through these first little anti-jumps here. No breaks on the side of Australia. Both no mods sitting at a nice 98. The same could be said for Indonesia. And Rexy's is going to break in that linear pattern. The hidden on the side of Australia not letting up, as it is Machine taking that hidden. Pressures on now for Indonesia to hold on. Their mods is struggling. Jordan LR7 is going to break to the side of Australia, so it does give a 2 or 3-3 advantage. pretty even right now. Australia about 100k ahead.
Yeah, Lifeline missed early on the map, so that gives a combat, still decent combos to Lifeline.
Yeah, very close now. Oh, and Lifeline for a break, so he just completely loses that combo. Really need to see a break from anyone in Australia now. Probably not LR7. If Indonesia want a chance to win this one back. But both mod players struggling quite a bit on Indonesia. As we approach this halfway mark, Australian still with those 3 FCs. One no mod, one Hinata, and Jordan the Bear is going to miss, so that's going to give Indonesia a bit of a chance here. We need to see a break from Dummy or Machine though.
Okay, this is the. I think this is the miss Indonesia needed, because looking at the mods, Jordan probably could have pulled more scores than others.
Oh, and Skydive is going to break, so that leaves only Rogue from the side of Indonesia as we get to this hard section of the map. Machine and Dummy holding it down for Australia right now. Bear in mind, that is a hidden on Machine. You can see just how difficult this map is. If you look over to Rexy's, this is definitely not an easy map, especially within... And everyone's going to break, so it just leaves Dummy and Machine from the side of Australia. 2 FCs going in for about 75% of the map. And they just look so good. Dummy is having a match today, and so is Machine. This is his first map of the series. Is it going to be an FC?
Is it gonna be an FC? That's the point. And look, even looking at the accuracy, 98 is pretty high.
There's just no way he FCs every map this weekend. Dummy as well coming off that FC, and he's got a miss. Thank God.
You cursed it.
I didn't curse it. I just didn't want to see it. There's no way we get that performance from a player in a semi-finals pool. But Dummy, however, still on that FC.
Yeah,
100% FC rate. Really nothing much to talk about here. Australia about a 1,000,000-point lead.
Yeah, the pick by Australia, and it is prepared.
Absolutely. They're saying, hey, our hidden is unmatched on this type of map. And you can see it now, 800k to 300k on the side of Rexy. So a very well thought out pick from the Australians, and they're going to take their own pick going 2-0 into the series.
Great full combo by Dummy.
Yep, Skydiver just that slider break and the 60% way. But now it's on Indonesia to come up with their next pick. And yeah, that was a tough map. Good scores all around, really, from the side of Australia. Just a few struggles in the middle there from Jordan the Bear.
Now, next pick, Indonesia. Are they going to speed it, or
maybe something like a no mod 1? It's hard to say for Indonesia. The picks are really so awkward. They don't have enough information. So do they take these risky picks? Australia already taking a gamble there with that free mod 3. They had no information on that map, I believe, but
then the gamble was successful.
Absolutely. All DTs left open for the side of Indonesia. They have plenty up their arsenal. Hard Rock 1 left open. Australia did ban Hard Rock 1 yesterday. They banned Hard Rock 2 today. Maybe not feeling too good on Hard Rock this week.
Yeah, but just looking at the performance from free mod, well, Jordan the Bear did miss, but he actually performed with Hard Rock. So I'd say going Hard Rock is like 50-50 at this point. So if Indonesia is going to pick Hard Rock, it will be a close match, I'd say.
Yeah, there's really so many matches to pick from. I believe No Mod 5 and No Mod 2 will definitely get picked this match. It's just who's going to do it. Also, the AR 8.5 hidden. There's just way too many factors right now.
Yeah, just having a machine on your team allows you to pick a hidden one.
And they're going to go with No Mod 5, the Mazarin map.
Map.
This one is serious stamina here. It just does not let up.
Yeah, when I see this map and this actual mapper on the showcase, I screamed. I mean, I didn't really expect to see Mazarin there. Like,
yeah, I don't think anyone does.
Yeah, this similar vibe is that back in 2000, I'd say 16, there was a Mad Machine on the finals pool. Yeah, back in those days, and that's pretty much same energy here. Seeing me,
it's a bit less BPM, quite a lot less actually. I think this is only clocking in at 240, so not that as intensive as that map, of course. However, this one is spread out over 3 minutes. I believe this is a 2k combo map just about in 3 minutes, so that just goes to show how many notes are in this map.
Yeah, and just the main value coming from the map is just him mapping shows you that what map it is. That's how like famous measuring is on these kind
His
of maps.
style,
And
absolutely
yeah,
right. We have Rariku as Secret Box, Dummy, and Emrek. So a couple of their players stepping down, noticeably LR7, Jordan the Bear stepping in, Rariku stepping in for them, of course. And on the side of Indonesia, I believe only one roster swap, right? Was Vino
Yeah.
on the last map?
Vino,
Lifeline
Vino
was.
swapped in for Lifeline. Lifeline,
Yeah.
yeah, swapped. Got swapped. Yeah.
So we're seeing Skydiver and Ro staying for almost every map. Rexy's as well now, 3 in a row.
Mhm.
Hopefully Indonesia can bring this one towards them. This is their pick. You'd hate to lose your first 2 picks.
Mhm.
Momentum certainly a factor in these late game tools.
Yeah, breaks. The last thing you want them to happen. Yeah. And
Indonesia
yeah,
really going with the DT/speed picks today though. After losing that first one, believing they can do it again, or maybe this is all they have. We'll have to see.
yeah, I hope it's the first one, but I do not really hope it's the latter one.
Dummy's actually played every map today for the side of Australia as well. So we have Dummy, Ro, Skydiver, Rexy's playing every map so far, and all of them playing so well, to be honest.
Yeah, especially Dummy on the last map, FC.
Yeah, he's on 100% FC, right? I think he's FC both maps today.
Oh yeah, yeah, he did. Okay. Well, early. Oh, okay.
Rariku is going to break for Australia, so that kind of evens it up a little bit considering they had a break, but a Secret Box is going to break as well, so it really is only about 3.5 FCs versus the 2.
Oh,
Emrek's going to break too, so it's only
Yeah.
Dummy.
Team Australia is falling apart right now.
Yeah, we're getting into the easier section of the map, so... Wow, Indonesia's looking really comfortable on this one. Australia is having a few combo breaks early. They really need to see a break from anyone on the side of Indonesia if they want to bring this back. Already approaching 1,000 combos. So that score is about to start skyrocketing.
And since you mentioned 2K plus combo, we're already on the halfway. And Indonesia really looking strong.
Yep, the score lead is about 200k. We're going to see a miss from Dummy, and that almost is going to seal it for the side of Indonesia. They still have 3 1k combos, and no one's even close on the side of Australia. It'd take... No, this would take a miracle right now for the side of Australia to bring back. It is about 500,000 now. 400.
Okay, Skydiver.
But Rexy's is still holding it strong, and so is Vino. Vino is notorious for his shakes, however. He could shake and die, and you're seeing it now. A bit of a wobbly cursor there for him.
Quite wobbly. Okay.
I love watching it.
Yeah, maybe you may have jinxed me because
yeah, he's not on that 100%. Actually, Vino's going to break. Let's still break relatively big combos on the side of Australia. If Rexy's breaks, it could be the 10th Australian move. It's about 300k and closing quickly. If Rexy's breaks, it will close certainly. But Box is going to break, and he was the second largest combo for the Australians. So
yeah, Emrek and Raiku slowly recovering, but their combos is already over 1,000. So and Rexy's
breaking, but a 400k lead and about 30 seconds left of map. If that, I don't think there's enough left for the Australians. Unfortunate timing for all the misses on the side of Australia. No one really getting above 600k.
Okay, you know there's a miss.
200k. There's a lot of map, but it's just over. Unlucky timing for the Australians, but really well done there from Rexy's to hold on so strong for his team. And everyone scores so close to one another. If you look in Australia, all within 100,000 of each other. And the same can be said for Indonesia, just about a 650k to a 540k. So about 110,000. Really, everyone's so close to each other, putting their hands up, said, hey, that was my bad. Hey, that was my bad. But everyone really getting so close to each other. Whose fault was it? Can't really blame anyone.
Shout out to Rexy's. He did miss in early part of the map, but he pulled it throughout the rest of the map. Well, unfortunate miss at the end. Yeah.
So that's going to be Indonesia taking their pick and bringing themselves back into the series. Australia do have the next pick.
We are in for a long ride.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, like we were saying earlier, I wonder if Indonesia's really only picking these speed maps if it's all they got, or if it's just what they believe they can match Australia on. We haven't seen too much deviate from their game plan since yesterday. A lot of it is the same.
Okay, so a lot of contention, maybe on the double time side, but since Australia jinxed it and picked free mod too, we might also get another free mod, I'd say.
Yeah, they picked that free mod 3, so I think Australia's going to go with the more risky picks. The mentioned any of the hiddens, I feel like they could go for the free mods. I like the free mod attack because you match machine with one other person, whereas the hiddens you're matching 4 vs 4. So free mod seems to be a pretty good strategy for Australia here, considering machine takes that hidden slot and just goes off like he has been doing. They're going to go with Hard Rock 1, and this is interesting considering they banned it yesterday.
Okay. Well, we can now see why they banned it yesterday, but
maybe just banning. I mean, they won 6-0, so maybe banning the more boring 50-50 maps like the long A maps. But this one is certainly got Australia. Australia is definitely capable of this map. You've got the likes of Jordan the Bear, Machine, Rariku. Who's going to be their last player? I have no idea.
Even with Indonesian side, even with the Indonesian side, they also have a solid aim player. So
yeah, absolutely.
The name of the game is 50-50. I'll just change that difficulty name. That long difficulty name with 50-50, and it's good to go.
Yeah, this is certainly an interesting one. Yep, we're going to have Ugadi fill in that last slot. Boomer making his appearance for the first map here. And then this fourth one. This map is cool. This is just like Ju Baku. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah, actually the Ju part, it has same Chinese character, so I think it's the sequel. I should say, related song.
Interesting not seeing Emrex step in for the side of Australia. Very notorious for his aim. Must not be a fan of the hard rock, but whatever it is, Australia's got their rosters sorted out, and so does Indonesia.
Like, he played pretty tough songs, so maybe it's time to get his steam out a little bit.
Maybe just playing a bit of more of speed today, but Skydiver staying in for the side of Indonesia, and so is Ro. Both players haven't left the lobby yet. It looks like this is probably going to be the trend for Indonesia, neither player stepping out. Of course, Ro being the veteran of that country.
Yeah,
very notorious.
Yeah, this song really I have mentioned it a lot of times that it's either you miss or you full combo, so
yeah,
accuracy, not a hard thing.
One of those maps. That's the difficulty name.
Yeah,
well, of course, this was custom map for the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Mappers having fun and whatnot. We love to see it.
Yeah, I do not even know what that even means. So
some League of Legends reference.
Oh, is it?
Doing B's a pro player, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, we're seeing Machine step in for Hard Rock only. Ugadi making his first appearance to the match today. Had a bit of a rough one yesterday, only played the one map, and it was a pretty lackluster performance. Hopefully he can bring this one back today.
Yep. And it's quite interesting to see Machine on only Hard Rock days.
Yeah, but this is something you'd only see if you knew him personally. But of course, Hard Rock aim is actually one of his strong points. He goes and bullies people on that on the the solo tournaments. He just always picks hidden and Hard Rock. Absolutely. We're going to see a first break from Fuma match with Jordan the Bear. So still even at 3 apiece.
Mistimely matched, and still the score is fairly even.
Yeah, we're seeing SSs across the board. Ro with that 1-100. Machine's going to break though, so it's going to leave Rariku and Ugadi to hold this one, but Skydiver's going to match it. It was still a 2 apiece. It's Machine and Skydiver both die on that stream, so their scores almost identical. Rariku's going to miss on seemingly nothing, and it's up to the veteran Ugadi right now for the side of Australia versus no one. No one's actually got combo on the side of Indonesia. It's just Fuma, and Jordan's matching Fuma, so this is really the Ugadi show. He's going to get his first 100 there. Making up for lost ground for Australia. And we see it at the break. It is just Ugadi comboing. Jordan the Bear knowing he has to match Fuma.
So much action happening in an instant.
Yeah, and everything's just getting traded. Fuma's just going to break, and that gives Jordan a big advantage. Getting into the stream section, Machine struggling quite a bit. Lifeline missing the last note of that stream, and Ugadi is just unmatched right now. There seriously is no combo to catch up, and his accuracy is at the highest in the lobby. It actually is.
It is.
So with the 299s, 2 large combos, he looks so good right now. Everyone missing that horizontal jump. Rariku, Fuma, and Ro. Lifeline, and Ugadi's going to break. Only Skydiver, but Jordan the Bear, the torch has been passed to him, and it's now up to him to carry this one out. a 250,000 lead for Australia. Looks good for them.
Yeah, we're now in the mid-cities, mid here and there, but Jordan recovered quite good. Also, okay. As I tried to mention, Skydiver hit miss.
There is no combo anywhere to be seen except Jordan the Bear, and he sees it on the break. Everyone seeing this break, this map is most likely going to the Australians. Lifeline a bit tilted by that one. Unlucky. It happens.
Yep, yeah. 300k score difference at this point is quite massive. Oh, Ryriku and Jordan missing at the same time.
Jordan actually broke there, but Skydiver did miss. There's really no chance for Indonesia here. And really, what a well done pick from the Australians. Looks like Indonesia's worst map was this map. And we mentioned Australia banned this yesterday, so interesting to see them pick the map they banned, and the other team is just worse at it. Almost as if Indonesia took a gamble and said, oh, Australia's probably just going to ban Hard Rock 1 again. And then they don't, and then they pick it. So well done to the Australians. A very methodical pick coming out from them. And Jordan the Bear and Ugity really doing it well.
Yeah, Ugity performing really great. Especially at the first half of the map, he was always at the 99.
Yeah, looking like a fill score from Machine. Looking like Australia maybe not having a fourth player for that map. Could imagine Emrek LR7 could fill in for that one, but trusting the consistency of Machine is going to set him back quite a little bit. We do, however, have a lot of Machine maps left in the pool. Good scores all around, really. Two really good scores from both teams.
Yeah, Indonesia was not able to make a break at this point, so they need to pick smart. Maybe they can just roll with speed again, as they did earlier.
Yep, it's probably going to be the more speed picks, as they only barely lost the first one with Dummy and Emrek FCing, but that second one really worked out towards their favor. So feels like they have to pick their strongest map here. Any sort of gamble pick that doesn't pay off is going to give Australia a 4-1 lead going into their pick, and you just don't want to be on that. They win that and they're on match set.
Seeing this Hard Rock 1 went, how this Hard Rock 1 went on Double Time 1 is quite a risky for Indonesia, I'd say, at this point, if they don't have confidence on their aim. I think the same goes with Nomad 1, so maybe they'll just have to resort to speed pick again.
Whatever it is, Indonesia going to have to bring their A game, of course. All the hiddens left up. Only one Hard Rock left. And actually, only one No Mod left. No, the two No Mod. We still have No Mod 1 and No Mod 2. Everyone loves No Mod 2. I certainly do. And they're going to go ahead and pick DT3.
Yeah, B
map.
Like 5 seconds into this map, you just know what map it is for.
Absolutely. This is one of those maps that you're either fast enough for it or you're not. And if you're not, you're certainly getting a C rank. This one is tough. We saw Hong Kong struggle a bit with this, having that one player just not fast enough. I think they had 3 B ranks and a C rank off memory. Australia did get to play this yesterday.
Okay.
A lot of 5 players in right now. Who is sitting out for this one?
Okay, are we gonna see? Okay,
who's gonna step out? And it's
Ro.
Ross is off here. Skydiver and Ro, of course, playing every map today for the side of Indonesia.
Okay, Ryriku in.
So not seeing a secret box come in for this one. It's going to be Dummy, LR7, Emrek, and Ryriku. Skydiver, Rexys, Vino, and Ro for the side of Indonesia. I feel like this is the best lineup they could bring.
Oh, Rexy showing some weak side. Like he doesn't want to play this map, but he has to. He's in lobby.
No, I think he was referencing Australia just having 5 players in, and he was like, "Damn, you guys really want to play this, eh?" Or maybe he's referencing that this map is just picked in every single match, because I think it has been so far.
Yeah, this has been, and it is a good pick, especially if you can recognize that speed of yours. Okay.
Wait for the client to catch up a little bit here. And we're going to see both teams actually pretty comfortable on this map. They were both happy enough to pick this into their opponent yesterday, so this is one of those maps where Indonesia are picking the speed, Australia daring them to do so.
Okay, not much stuff happening earlier on.
This is one of those maps that Dummy is notorious as just being a weapon on.
That sliders, they're so scary.
This whole map is scary. You misread or you over tap one thing and it's just over. Tap too many times in burst, but both teams having FCs up to this point and all with good act. Every single piece of act is getting matched. There's 96 from both teams, 97 both teams. Only really 199, but
yeah. LR7 actually upped his accuracy to 99 and that makes 299, and that's probably okay. But
oh, we're getting scary now. We are at almost at the 700 combo part, and there's still 8 FCs on the map.
Well, Rairiku
is
quite
flickering.
struggling with his accuracy right now, though.
Rairiku getting a bit of a break, not enough to adjust his mouse drift, of course, but any break here would be catastrophic. There's 299s on the side of Australia and a 94.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's so close. It's an 8-way halfway through the map. Indonesia need this point right now. A break on the slow part would be such a disaster for any player, any country. Oh, what is this performance right now? We are at 500k now for Dummy. Everyone hitting that 500k part. This is too close.
I cannot tell. I should not say names right now.
Yeah, I don't want to point out anyone, but Vinny is going to be the first one to break. I can assume we're going to see a match from Australia as we're getting into that 4-way territory right now. 75% way through and they see it. All players see it. Only one break now. The nerves would be so high.
Yeah, if this miss is not traded right now, this will even make difference.
But if two of them miss, Indonesia, all they know that they have to hold on, and Australia know that if one of them breaks, they still have a chance. It's running away with it. 200k now. We're about 90% through the map. We need to see at least 2 breaks from the side of Australia if Indonesia need to take. We've got to take it, but there's just no way we see 7 FCs on a map in the semi-finals.
Wow.
It's almost looking like it right now. Wow, this is a clinic right now. Both teams playing out of their mind, and Australia with a 400k lead certainly got it. A 7-way FC. Rexy is just about choking the ending, and you cannot lose with 3.8 million. That is so unfair to any team. Australia with a 4-way FC.
And even their accuracy is also great. Look at those 98 and 97.
That is so unbelievably unfair to lose with such high score from the side of Indonesia, but that's just the type of team Australia is this year, and we could see the likes of that from other countries like the United States. Canada having 3 FCs on maps. It's just these top teams. Absolutely
unfortunate
crazy.
miss for Vino.
Very unfortunate right
had
before
it
that half.
there.
Yeah, the halfway point. But even with his miss, it wouldn't have been enough with Rexy stroking that ending. Crazy stuff coming out from Australia, and they're going to get another pick here. This could be their last pick.
Well, thing with Australia is that they have so much leeway when it comes to picking maps. Like they can go whatever map they can right at this point.
Absolutely right. They can do the risky picks. They can do the blind picks. Indonesia don't have the luxury to afford that, really. They just have to go with what they know is good for their team. Australia can definitely take gambles, but we'll have to see if they do it. I assume a no-mod 1 or a hidden 1 we'll probably see, but it's hard to say at this point. That 8.5 just glaring over, neither team banning it. So who's going to pick it?
Maybe Australia is taking it for the last.
Australia respecting Indonesia quite a bit. They had a really strong performance on No Mod 2 yesterday. But however, they haven't picked it yet. So maybe saving it for last, maybe just giving Indonesia respect and saying, hey, they'll probably pick this after DT4.
Yeah, this will be uphill batter for Indonesia from this point and onwards. But we know they can because they have done it like twice in this tournament already. So
Australia going with more free mod, really sticking to their roots here.
Yeah, nice.
The machine hidden strat. I love it.
they have managed that machine pretty well. We should really check if machine is actually a human or machine.
Yeah, I can assure you he is, but sometimes he just goes into another realm and just turns into an absolute beast.
And like Monk, you have seen him, but sometimes it makes you doubt if he is
Yeah,
actually...
definitely gives doubt.
Okay, so yeah, machine on Hidden is a must, but we'll probably see maybe Jordan again.
Yeah,
Jordan the Bear.
maybe. This is more of an alt map, so I think a Secret Box or Oogity, maybe. This one's really hard to say, actually.
Secret Box in.
I love this song so much.
Oh, your read is correct. I think you do.
Yeah, so we're seeing the highest ranked players from the side of Australia saying it. I believe that's a complete 2-digit roster. Dummy lingering on that 99. And Harambe is going to step in from the side of Indonesia. How do I say that? Is it Harambe or Harambe?
Harambe.
It's definitely Harambe. That's weird because it has 2 E's.
Yeah.
It's too hard.
We need your help, chat.
I definitely don't know it.
I think
Let's see what the ones are.
Harambe.
Yeah, Harambe should be fine. I'm probably going to call him B. But yeah, this is CS 2.6 without Hard Rock, so this one's definitely huge circles.
Okay, like seeing 2.6 in a tournament is a dazzling thing, and what we wonder if you're gonna see like those CS2 maps somewhere later on this tournament, maybe.
Yeah, we'll also start seeing really high. I assume I'm not making any promises, but I reckon we'll start seeing high CS maps, maybe CS7 Hard Rocks or free mods as we get further in the tournament. We are up to finals after this.
You named it CS7 Hard Rock, okay.
And look at the overmod coming out from Australia here. They have a hidden Hard Rock on Box, Hard Rock on Oogity, and the hidden on Machine. So going with that Machine hidden strat, however, only 2 mods on the side of Indonesia, and the start is looking great for the Poison Blue.
Yeah, early miss from Harambe and Rexys, so that gives a combo advantage to Australia.
Ooh, this is one of those high ACK maps where ACK can play a lot, but Box is going to miss on the slow part. Here's the hidden Hard Rock, so a lot of score lost. He can regain it, however.
Okay, so miss is a miss, and the score will slowly transfer back to Indonesian side.
Yeah, but Indonesia haven't had a break point this series yet. This would be a great one for them. You don't want to give Australia a match point. You get into the high space in Rexys is going to miss. I reckon Machine is almost certainly going to FC. I'm going to jinx him. I'm that confident. But we're going to see a break from Row. Skydive and Harambe, the only ones holding it down for the side of Indonesia. Oogity, Dummy, and Machine looking good. Harambe breaks, so it really is just their knight right now in Shining Armor. Skydiver. He has to hold on. Higher map, and here's the Hard Rock for the roster. Oogity's going to miss though.
Okay, Skydiver only hope left for the Indonesian side right now.
Machine and Dummy looking solid on that 98. Machine actually bordering that 99 with hidden. Oogity struggling quite a bit through the middle section of the map. It's okay there, they have 2 FCs. If Machine or Dummy break, this could definitely swing back towards Indonesia though. Secret Box is building that commerce's leads, definitely in their favor, especially with that break from Row. Getting into the last calm part of the map really before it picks up again. Harambe is going to break them. Some more free combo. Rexys, Harambe all falling.
Yeah, rest of the Indonesian squad cannot quite follow up with Skydiver right now.
Oh, and that miss from Box. And Skydiver's going to break, so that really does give no chance now for Indonesia. Machine and Dummy putting on a clinic right now for Australia. We saw this similarly in the last map they played together. Machine and Dummy FCing this map would be crazy, especially that hidden FC. Oh, Box having a bit of a rough one. His score is still really impressive though, really high scores. Just a couple low scores on the side of Indonesia, really struggling their team score total. Might be a sub 2 mil score for the side of Indonesia. Machine and Dummy still going strong.
Well, hardships are expected when you pick hidden Hard Rock on this caliber of a map, so...
Yep, and we're seeing Machine still going strong. No comments on the side of Indonesia. It really is just whether he's going to FC it or not. Does he have 3 in the bank? He just does.
Oh,
Dude.
Monk, your curve
I
was
knew
not
it.
enough.
The moment I saw it, I was like, no, he just went robot mode. And he just does that. Absolute machine mode. He just has no mercy for anyone today.
Machine,
No joke.
machine doing machine things. Yeah.
Absolutely. And Dummy also having a series. I think that's his 3rd FC of the match. It's also Machine's 3rd FC of the weekend. Actually, his 4th now, I think. So some of these players on the side of Australia just absolutely mental. Haven't seen Emrek play too much today. But we are getting down to Indonesia's. This could be their last pick of OWC 2020.
Yeah, Dummy is having a great series so far.
Yeah, saying he lagged on that DT, I definitely believe it. That was such a dummy map. Maybe a couple freezes here and there, but yeah, when Australia needs him the most, he always comes through clutch. Actually, funny enough, when we got eliminated last year, he was one of the best performing players in the entire series, but we still lost it. He's just always been that rock for the Australians and showing it here now.
Okay.
What are they going to go with? Is it more speed? They still have DT4, which is a bit more finger control than speed. They have DT1, which I believe is such a lifeline map.
Yeah, Nova 2 is tough, I'd say. So
Nova 2 is way too hard to pick. It's so hard to pick that into Australia, considering they closed out their match yesterday on Nomad 2.
I think DT1 is fair deal as of now. And then after that, if Indonesia keeps going, then they have to step into unknown territories in Australia. So that's scary.
What's it gonna be? Really anxious to see what they pick here. It really is too hard to pick. There's so many blind picks they could do. They could go Hidden 2, Hidden 3, Hard Rock 3, DT1, and Free Mod 2. Australia has revealed none of their cards. They only played 6 maps yesterday, so it's too hard. Any map just feels really RNG. They're gonna go with No Mod 2, the crowd favorite. This is hard. They've seen how Australia can perform on this map. Australia definitely can take out their opponents on No Mod 2. They did it yesterday.
Yeah, Australian performance was quite lit yesterday, and we're gonna see. Doomy yesterday also have performed fantastic, and if he can deliver today, Doomy might seal the deal.
Absolutely right. W has been having this series, so this is a scary pick. I always feel for Indonesia here. It's one of those, they're put in that situation where you pick so many good maps for you, but they're just better maps for your opponent, and that's just what the best teams are capable of.
Okay, but it's not over for Indonesia. They can do it. They can because they have done it before, and it's also possible for now. Okay, but the first step to that road looks quite stiff as of now.
Definitely tough. We're seeing Skydiver and Row staying for every map so far for Indonesia, so they're definitely going to play all of them. Rexy's as well being solid. Also Vino. Those who might not be aware of Vino, and actually a name change from Ryuto, I believe. That's definitely what I know him as going into this. We have the same roster for Australia as yesterday, right?
Vino just went out straight out cursing the Australian squad.
Yeah, he's gonna shake. This is gonna take all of his strength to get this one done.
Okay. Okay, the potential final map for this game. I do hope they go a bit longer, but we'll see. It also always depends on the player's performance, and this map is evil.
Yeah, we'll get to see if Australia can keep their composure going later into tournaments. I like to repeat again, this is the furthest either team will make it in an OWC. At least 6th place secured if you come here and you win this match. So we'll see if Australia has the nerves.
Oh, Vino may have shoot the cursor too early.
Yeah, he's definitely nervous. And when you miss at the start, you're just like, God damn, I better FC the rest. But Dummy's also going to break. So there goes his FC spree. Raruku missing, looking like the Australians are a bit nervous as well. Rexy's as well. This is just going to be a complete nerve for Yesa, I can tell already. Raruku looking pretty smooth with the act though. How did he miss, but has the highest stack in the lobby? This map is all about building up combo and nerves, and it just gets so intense. You get to that slow part. Who has combo there?
That slow part, the only saving grace for these players.
Vino is certainly shaking, and Rexy's and Vino breaking. Skydava and Ro going to see the scoreboard, know that they have to do it. The two veterans for Indonesia.
We are
if
now
anyone
at
in
the slow
Australia got a good score, if they had a good look at that leaderboard, a lot of the nerves will drop. You know you're going to outscore two of them. Just got to stay composed. We get through this low section.
Well, we still have the half of the map left, so we could...
Oh, Vino is dying. Vino is dying. His cursor is shaking so much.
Oh, that cursor shake. Ooh. Okay, we're in for another stream part. So Rexy's
We're going to see
trading
Raruku break.
Raruku.
Rexy's Vino down though, so Stray still have those three large combos. Skydiver and Rose still holding it on. Surprisingly, they would have seen the score, so they know they have to hold strong. And Jordan and Dummy break, so it's the two veterans versus the rookie and Emrek. The score lead is definitely going over to Indonesia. Rose going to break, so now it's just Skydiver versus Emrek, the 1v1 right now. Skydiver's going to break, a bit of shakes there, and Emrek's still going strong for the start of Australia. It's the number 2 rookie. Nah. Emrek can do everything, and he does in such incredible manner. Gonna win that, and Australia takes the series 6-1. They advance through to the finals for the first time in years. I can't find the links of how far back they went, but it hasn't been in the past 5 years, and they're all going to make it. GG's to both teams. Indonesia played incredible this OWC. Outscoring the likes of so many big countries, outscoring the likes of the UK, Taiwan, or not really Taiwan, but so many big countries. Yep. Germany lost though, so unlucky for the Indonesians. They're going to go out in the semifinals. They had a really good year. Notorious improvement for all their players. They really did all improve. Vino, Lifeline, Rexy, all so good throughout the year. And more Skydiver.
Indonesian squad definitely deserves a shout out from everyone.
Absolutely, but Australia, man, and you get a number 2 player just coming in, and people were questioning how he's going to play in tournaments. No one really knew. A lot of people take a good look at him and probably assume not very good in tournaments, but he's absolutely showed up this OWC, and so was a lot of the roster for Australia. You most notoriously definitely Machine, just having a sublime OWC.
Yeah, definitely there was a question mark on Australian side if they can scale up with the late tournament, but at this match they have proved it. They have performed so well.
Absolutely. 4-way FC on that DT map. Indonesia 3-weighted and they lost. And it wasn't a 3-way and a 200k, it was a 3-way and like a 700k. So
yeah,
definitely high quality gameplay all around. Just unfortunately Australia in that last match really not revealing too many picks, and I feel like their pick ban was almost flawless today. It was really well done.
Indeed. That FM strategy was quite crisp, I should say.
It was beautiful. But that's going to do it for us for this match. Of course, we have Korea versus Brazil. Stick around for that one. That one, I believe, is at what is that? Is that
13:30 UTC? So roughly 3 hours from now.
Yeah, it's on the team. It's on the stream. There you go. So yeah, 3 hours from now we'll have Korea versus Brazil, and that'll be the last match of the semi-finals. And then we'll of course get your final showcase for you. But until then, we will see you all later. Thank you all so much for having us, and take it easy, everyone. Congrats to both teams.
Yeah, congratulations to both teams. See ya later.
Bye bye.
Greetings, user. Neural link established. Ready for takeoff.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2020. The semi-finals weekend is continuing now with, I believe, the final match of the weekend. And it's a big one. It's one that seems to happen every year against all odds, but it's a massive matchup between South Korea and Brazil. These two just keep drawing themselves in this tournament at this stage. It no word of a lie. The last 3 years they have met, and the matchups have been varied and very different. I am Doomsday, and I'll be joined very soon by the lovely Bubble Man. He'll be in a moment. He's sorting out some things, but in the meantime, while he's getting sorted, South Korea and Brazil are going to be getting themselves sorted in just a moment. South Korea have a much different roster than what they had the last year, but they've proved that they have the mettle. After having an early wobble against Ukraine, they've definitely improved since then and have put together some very solid results. They are in the losers bracket now, but they've had some good results against some strong opposition. They had a very close matchup against Germany, which they did drop to get to this stage. But that one could have gone either way, and no one really wants to face Korea in their current form. You could say the same for Brazil, though, because Brazil have been on pretty superb form themselves. Looking very, very scary. They did bump into the United States, and they took a couple maps off them, but it wasn't to be then. Brazil did drop in that matchup. But it seems to be destiny, because this is the 4th consecutive semi-finals matchup between these two teams. I believe at this very stage, I believe they were all in the second round of losers bracket. These two have already played a match this weekend. So these two know each other very, very well, no doubt. The new Korean players, though, are going to be facing against Brazil for the first time. So we'll see how that goes. And here we go. We are now joined by my lovely co-caster. What's going on, Bubble?
Hello. Right.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, hello. I apologize for my lateness. I was being collared by Force to get some map pool replays.
I mean, while you're available, you got to make use of the bubble replays. They're worth the weight in gold, really.
I'm really upset because I was on an SS run of one of the maps, and I choked the ending, and I have no time to retry it. Oh well. Whatever.
You get a whole finals run of SSs?
I could do that. I could do that.
No, that's the quality we get. If it's not SSs, we don't use it. But anyways, yeah, Korea versus Brazil. What are you thinking about this one? This is a titanic match.
Yeah. I am... First, let me say I'm a little bit upset at this matchup, because every year, almost without fail, pretty much, we've had South Korea versus Taiwan. And Brazil have beat Taiwan.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I have a little bit of a bias against Brazil for not letting us see that one.
That's
but
like
for
the
real,
El
though.
Clasico.
It really is.
South
The
Korea and Taiwan.
yearly South Korea Taiwan match.
But mate, actually, I was looking into that because, to be honest, I had like a similar thought where, yes, Korea versus Taiwan is like Real Madrid and Barcelona, right? But these two, this is the 4th consecutive semi-finals appearance between these two in a row.
Interesting. That's interesting too.
At this stage.
Actually,
when I was like doing my research for this match, like I knew they'd faced many times in the past, but I didn't realize the consistency of the timing and the exact stage. And the variance in scores. It's crazy, actually.
Oh, well.
It's destiny.
Yeah, it might just be. Well, I suppose either one of the two matches, it would be destiny. No, in all honesty, I am definitely looking forward to this. We got Mouse Easy, Mistia, Nissan on one side. We've got Karina. We've got Flying Tuna. We've got Ponytail. You know, these players have definitely proven that they are worth their weight. They are ample additions to the team. For like all 8 of them, you could name any player and you could probably pick out a carry performance from one of them on any map.
They've really split the workload, and considering the new names in the roster, they've accounted themselves very well.
Oh yeah. Got the bans out though. Hard Rock 1 from Brazil.
Yeah,
expected maybe?
Mechanics. I guess I'd say so, because the Korea have a very strong 4-man roster for the No Mod 1, Hard Rock 1 sort of style. I'm not sure Brazil really trusts that, and I don't blame them, but the No Mod 2 ban is also pretty expected from Korea. Brazil, like, absolutely stomped on the stream maps in previous weeks.
It will stick in my memory that Mouse Easy got that SS on such a hard to act map. It was round of 16. That was an incredible SS.
It's insane. I think it was the only one of the round. Was there another SS?
Yeah,
that
there
round?
wasn't another SS that round, I don't think.
No Epica this time around, though. That's going to be the second ban from Korea. More speed getting banned, and against Brazil that does make sense as well. They have a strong roster for those burst stream sort of maps. Then again, so do Korea. But...
And then that last ban. I am sad we don't get to see this.
Oh.
Ruin of Opals is gone.
It's in some of the earlier matches, but it seems to have dropped off because, well, it's so volatile. It's a B rank map, that is. Really nasty, rhythm-heavy map, but I'm not seeing it here. I imagine they don't want to see Karuna or Tuna carry on that, because that is a one-man carry map.
I do like that. The Tuna Runa duo. It's like Brazil had Mistia and Mistia.
Yep. Well, they do. Just rename now. But Nissan, who was formerly Mistia, teamed up with, well, Mistia. Casting that's always a jam. Mistia and Mistia. But yeah, they are still on the same team. Yeah, Karuna and Flying Tuna. Karuna Runa. It's a dynamic duo.
Runa Tuna. Tuna Runa. Yeah, I think with a Mistia and Mistia, I think you have to really, really listen hard to the emphasis. Because Mistia is the I, the beginning. It's Mistia. Or maybe I'm reading too far into it.
I mean, you could just go whole hog with it and have Mistia and Moistia.
Oh no.
Glad no one caught on to that one before the
Oh dear me.
Anyways, yo, first map is low AR. I'm a fan of this.
Over the limit, 5.9 stars. It's AR 8.5, so it's higher than historically.
Yeah, not necessarily the traditional AR rate. Higher AR, but it's still low, and it makes up for it in tricky patterning and dense reading in terms of the actual mapping itself. It's a modern map with lots of SV changes and weird spacing things going on, so IO Exception does that.
Yeah, you see IO Exception or Dead Code, and you can kind of tell the content of the map if it's below AR9, or even sometimes if it's AR9. Three minutes in length too, so they're gonna have to sit through this one. Really have their wits about them. This is a Brazil pick, interestingly. Something that I think Korea have done well on in the past is AR8s. They have Karuna, who, I mean, last year he showed up really well on the late stage AR8s.
Yeah, they definitely are capable on this sort of thing. Brazil certainly are as well when they have the likes of Mistia and Mistia, Nissan and Mistia. Also Dada as well, drafted into the roster as one of their main players for this sort of thing. And they have done very well on it as well. Like, they do have a good 4-man roster, so they must be confident if this is their first map with the lineup they have. See Nope KJK come in for this one. A player that comes in a lot for the reading maps for South Korea this year, one of their new additions. supported by 3 of their veterans, Karuna, Ponytail, and Flying Tuna. A perfectly capable roster for
I've
this sort of map.
always been impressed at Ponytail's consistency, considering he doesn't play any community tournaments very often.
Not too many. I mean, the odd one here and there. I've seen him around, but yeah, it's mostly sort of comes out of the national tournaments for Korea, I suppose, and the national community. So it's always a bit surprising when he pops up and always does so well. It's quite cool, actually. Some of the national communities where at OWC, these players that you may not have seen so much in international stuff really show up here. It's really cool to see every year.
But it will be Karina finding a miss. Ponytail, Flying Tuna have also dropped their combos early on. As you said, Nope KJK coming in, doing what he does. The linchpin for Korea on the reading heavy. Low AR stuff. Nissan finds a miss, as does Dada, but Nope KJK and Ponytail both trade it.
Those SVs claiming a few players. Those SV changes are deceptive. Early signs do say that this was a good pick by Brazil, though, showing definite level of comfort over Korea in the early stages. Look at the accuracies that Brazil have.
Look at the lead so far. We're a third of the map in. It's only been a minute, and there's already a lead of 300,000 points. That's equivalent to some leads that you would see at the end of maps. Dada finds a break. There's a 200 combo down for Brazil, but Ponytail having a little bit of trouble with this. Oh. You can always tell when a player's frustrated about their misses. They wiggle the cursor around, and it's universal. The universal sign of, oh, I messed up. Not happy. There's Nissan's 300 combo. Flying Tuna and Nope KJK building theirs. However, it's just not going to be... It's not going to hold a candle to 2 FCs on the other side.
Yeah, there's really nice stuff coming from Brazil right now. 2 FCs at this stage. Looking like a really good team score if they can hold a little bit more. Yeah, the level of comfort is clear to see. Good first pick, actually. Well done on the opening gambit here for Brazil. Really catching Korea cold a little bit. They are recovering though, but yeah, the early stages, they had a bunch of misses early on. It really stung them.
The FC is down from Mistia. It's too late for any combos to really change this. You can see the lead shrink slightly, but... Oh, Tusk breaks the ending jumps. But yeah, we'll count that. We've been nice this round, I think.
Yeah, we've missed 10 combo from the end. We just gloss over that. We just brush that under the table. That's still a really good score.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
Very nicely done there by Tusk. Nice recoveries though from Nope KJK and Flying Tuna there, but just too late, man. Caught napping at the start of this game, and Brazil take that point. Good start for them.
You can see the difference accuracy makes in Score v1 when you compare Nope and Tuna's scores. Tuna has 97%. There's about 140 combo down on Nope, but his score actually beats it. So, hold your accuracies, folks.
Accuracy is important. It really is.
And a point goes on the board to Brazil.
That's their pick though, so Korea now have an opportunity to do the same here, initiate their game plan. Oh, and this is going to be the No Mod 3, and I think this is a pretty decent pick by Korea. They did really well on this when they played this yesterday, so sticking to what they know in terms of strength. I believe Flying Tuna got a near full combo on this. which on this sort of map has generally been enough to carry a team. We haven't seen massive combos on this. 500k, 600k being the general highest average. So single man carry is going to be quite good on this. Brazil also played this. They actually played this and lost it in a fairly close matchup, but score-wise, I imagine Korea looked at that and realized that this would be a good opportunity, but only if they can recreate it. This map is quite volatile with its tricky alternate spacing.
It's very easy to just blink and miss, especially in such a consistently difficult map. It's 6.3 stars, but it's 6.3 stars of tech, and it's tech all the way through.
It never slows down with its patterning. Even in the slow parts, the rhythms are generally off standard like 1-4 taps. They're usually quite tricky, and on Score V2, that can trip you up in terms of 100s or missed slider ends and things, even on slow parts. I do think Brazil can improve the score that they had, and I imagine that they know that too. But if Korea are that confident on this, they can do another really good run like they did last time. Maybe they can play the coin flip game and hope Brazil choke this again. Check out the rosters though. So
yeah, we see Louise in.
Yeah, that's interesting because that's a swap from yesterday. Dada played this, but Louise swapping in for him instead. I guess Dada not feeling this again. As for South Korea, looks like they are going to be sticking with the... No, it's not the same lineup. They're swapping Ponytail as well. Ponytail swaps in for Nelly Toru. So both players changing their rosters a little bit from last game.
Yeah, just a little bit of a switch up. Try and get those average score up a little bit. Maybe someone more confident, maybe someone not confident based on how they played yesterday.
I imagine so. The players that got swapped out bottom scored for their respective teams, so I guess they want to try something different. Always a risk though, because that player spent a lot of time practicing the map, and you know, if someone else comes in, the last thing they'd want is to drop it a little bit more. But of course, Louise and Nelly Toru have done well so far. I doubt that'll phase them too much. Well, the smoke though from Louise, that's not looking good.
He's not happy. He's missed a couple of times in the intro. You can't tilt that early.
No, it means nothing at this stage. Not on a map like this that barely gets any FCs, if any at all. It's not over yet.
You need all the score you can get. You need to focus on the map.
He really does. He needs to stop smoking.
Not gonna help.
Still quite close though. 2 FCs against 1, so Brazil's still in a very nice spot here as the map slows down a little bit. It's on flying tuna again here for South Korea. Can he do it again? 800k on the last play. Oh, those sliders, nasty part here. Mousy Easy loses his FC. It's 1 FC to 1. It's still advantage Brazil though, thanks to Tusk recovering, and Louis also recovering, despite his smoke. He's recovering combo.
Maybe he's bound his smoke key to his tapping key and he's just...
Yeah, I think that's what he's done. He's giving us a nice art piece, I think. Call it the Ruruchi method.
No, you can't say that's the Ruruchi method. The Ruruchi method's missing the last note on purpose, right?
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Okay, well, who knows?
I suppose there can be more than one Ruruchi method.
If you FC the map and then miss the last note with smoke on, that's just the extra move. Solo coming in, one of the harder parts of the map, and a lot of the combos doing extremely well. Both of the FCs, FC that Solo, that is mightily impressive. Brazil still with the lead in tow.
And look, there's 2 FCs still on the board so late into the map.
That's going to be the job done for Brazil. Breakpoint. It's an excellent FC by Flying Tuna. He improves his score, but this time, though, it will not work. Brazil fighting back, and Misty as well with an FC of his own, as well as his team really backing him up well. Tusk Mouse easy. Louise recovering. Nice done.
Yeah, those are some good team scores. %95% on this is impressive to hold as an FC.
It's nasty, especially with the higher OD and all these rhythms going on. That is a very solid score. I don't recall what Machine's accuracy was when he FC'd this yesterday. I don't think it was far off that. Very nicely done. Next point will go to Brazil. Or next pick will go to Brazil. And they are opening this matchup exactly how they would have dreamed it would. This match goes any closer though than the last one they had. I don't even know. Brazil after facing Taiwan going to tiebreaker. They've already been there in the closest matches this week.
Yeah,
they won't win it again.
I don't know, I think that might have even prepared them for it, if it does happen. You know, they won one tiebreaker. Maybe this time they'll be less nervous, higher combos, you know. Whereas South Korea would just be play the tiebreaker once and then that's it. That's the only chance they get.
If it goes that far, yeah, if it goes all the way to tiebreaker, then yeah, Brazil would have the upper hand, you'd feel, just off preparation alone. At the moment, though, pushing forward to avoid that with some pay an alien free mod. Now this is a weird map. This is an awkward map in free mod. Low approach rate, smaller circle size, and very strange rhythms, very strange tap rhythms that are hard to accuracy, even on OD8. Taking a look, I believe that... Did Brazil play this yesterday? I think they did. Yes, they did. And they had a solid 3 million team score with 2 full combos, so going into this with some confidence, knowing they've already done well on it once. South Korea, though, actually had a better team score when they played this yesterday, so it's an interesting pick. I wonder if they've scattered that out, or they're banking on the fact that that was just a really good run from South Korea. Of course, in this instance, you can't expect the same scores many times in a row. But both these teams had very good team scores on this, so it's kind of a brave pick.
It is. Yeah, I don't know about that. You can almost expect the same scores from certain players, like Flying Tuna improving his score from last time on that last map. So there is, of course, the possibility that both teams will get pretty much exactly the same scores. I mean, even people switching in and out might not even shake that.
Any new players coming in for this one in comparison to last round, though, pretty brave. I feel like both teams, all 4 players, would have probably had a realistic chance of FCing this, looking at the miscounts. The miscounts were very low on the non-FCs for both teams yesterday, so... And, well, it looks like Brazil are sticking with the same lineup from yesterday as are South Korea, so exactly the same teams. Not too surprising to see that, so...
Yeah, how many times do you think it's going to be that we see the same map for both teams and the same... the same rosters?
I was surprised when we saw swaps in the earlier maps for like the repeating maps. It is rare to see usually when you already have it fully prepped. You don't usually change too much, but I do expect a lot of these repeating maps to see the same rosters. The thing is though, both these teams have very versatile players that might just be feeling certain things on the day. I imagine that's what it was earlier, alongside players not feeling it because it was the lower scoring players that swapped.
Yeah, we've got the same mods coming out on the players as well. Nelitoru on Hidden and Karina on Hard Rock. Same with Tusk Hidden, Karin Maliko on Hard Rock. The other two sitting safe on no mod, and Tusk finds an early miss.
Yeah, no overmodding on this one. It's something you can see on this one because of the low approach rate, but not here.
Yeah, everyone has the reading required to be able to comprehend and play this map pretty comfortably, I'd assume. And it's the modded players that seem to be struggling a little bit. Tusk and Karim Maliko finding misses here and there. Nelly Toro as well with the hidden for Korea finds his first miss.
And Brazil losing 3 of their full combos in that section as the map winds down now. 3 FCs to 1 and looking good for Korea as the map will start to wind down in just a moment. And there it is. It's just the low AR hidden Nelitoru with the break. Rest of the team holding well for South Korea. Oh, looking like this one might backfire a little bit. The combos are recovering, but there's a lot of combo on the board for Korea.
Brazil definitely were up against it when they picked this. This was in South Korea's favor, but perhaps going off the thought that they beat a map that was in South Korea's favor anyway, they went for this. Yeah, definitely backfiring. No finds a miss. Nelitoru also. Combos are there for Brazil. To another slower section.
Yeah, with a third of the map to go, there might be a window if Karuna breaks, which he does. Okay, now that really is looking like anyone's match at this point. There's a slow pot here as well for even more relatively free score. This might just flick over, you know.
I think it might. I think it's almost certain to near the ending. We've got a quarter of the map left to go, so there's loads of time for it to happen. These stutter streams could throw people off on Hard Rock or Hidden. Nelitoru finding a load of hundreds, holding combo through the section, however, everyone holds. Does break directly after. Look at the lead now, look at the gap. It's almost reversed from where it was before. Karim Maliko finds a miss, Tusk also, but his combo wasn't as vital. And Tunis dropped his FC.
That's all she wrote, that is. Great recovery. Great recovery from Brazil. After those early misses, they really got their feet on the ground and went through the gears there. Nice FC by Nissan, holding it together. And oh, look at that. It's a 3-0 for Brazil in the early game. Korea rocked a little bit.
Yeah, they're definitely on the ropes. Looking at the team scores from last time, it's 3 million points for both of these teams that they scored. So, compared to their match yesterday, this is an underperformance for both of them.
On the day, though, it's enough for Brazil.
Yes, indeed.
It's so volatile, though. This sort of map, it's you have your specialists that are going to be fine on this, but as a team, it's a hard one to get consistent scores on, just because the way the patterns are, it's just not. It's not conducive to consistent gameplay, really.
Yeah, we can go in and hyper-analyze that and try and look at the players and how they played and whether the cursor was shaky, but I mean, this map's just hard. Every map in the pool is just hard.
Yeah, when you get into these weirder picks, it tends to be a case of, you know, you could have any of 5 variations on your score, as opposed to something, say, maybe like No Mod 2 or No Mod 1, where you may expect a sort of consistent performance, right? Or possibly something like this. DT2, speedy streams. A team like Korea might look at this as a relatively safe pick if they have the roster for it. And they have had some very good DT rules this year.
We've seen Ponytail, Karina, and Tuna are here. Zayson jumps into the room, and that completes their roster pretty much for something like this. It's going to be interesting to see whether Brazil can step up from last time.
So I don't think Korea played this in the last match. Not this particular map anyway. Brazil did though. Brazil actually had a 2.2 million on this. So I imagine Korea look at that as a vulnerable score.
And with a DT roster like Korea have, that's a very vulnerable score.
Yeah, well, I mean, they played the Epica DT map, which was of course banned. And the Korean team got over 3 million on that. So in terms of this week, they've already put some decent scores on the board. This is a very, you know what, it's not a very different map, but it is a different map. This is focused on slower BPM, but longer stamina streams. But I feel like the lineup still will be repeated for a map like this in most of its entirety.
Most, but not all. We're seeing Sanjalift come in instead of Mouse Easy.
It's always interesting when Mouse Easy swaps out. One of their most versatile players, as of course we all know, but when it comes to the speed, specialists all the way through the roster for Brazil instead of him. It does make sense. Sanjalift is very good on this sort of thing. Probably even more so than Mouse Easy would be. It's an important point, this, for South Korea. If they lose this, they give the next pick to Brazil. And the way they've been picking, they've been doing well at shutting down Korea at this point. So Korea really do need to take this one, otherwise they got a lot of work to do to get back into this game. That said though, there's a lot of speed on the board. If this works really well for South Korea, they have quite a bit of ammunition to work with, you'd feel.
Yeah, definitely. This map will be very favorable to teams that have speed. Because you've got maps like No Mod 5, DT1, DT3. Of course, DT3's banned here, but...
Here come the streams now. This really does feel like one of those old AR8 DT maps that people would just grind for like the old TP stuff. With so much speed.
Yeah, I can imagine with this. The streams are so long. There's also not too much of an aim requirement to these streams either.
Ooh, that break from Ponytail right at the tail end of that stream.
Now
Last
this,
note.
if you're Korea, now this has to be scary. You've got 2 FCs left on the board. Tuna's broke 100 in or so. Oh, but Mistia directly after the break trades his combo.
That's rough, because yeah, that was a big advantage for South Korea, but
that was a massive advantage.
Yeah.
They fumble it. Nissan as well with a miss. I was hesitant to comment on that. Zayson has now dropped. That's why I was hesitant to comment on it. Nissan didn't miss.
Yeah, a bit of lag there. It happens. I think we're all settled now. Slower part here with a bit more of an aim requirement, but not really. It's just slower part. Accuracy is very comparable.
Brazil,
Slightly in favour of South Korea.
a third till the ending, and of course, with score v2, score ramps up incredibly quickly towards the end of the map. They've
So
already
make-
surpassed their score from yesterday. And Korea faltering.
Yeah, they had a bit of a whiff. They're not too far away though. This is just looking like a really good team score from Brazil. You really cannot knock Korea in this instance. This is just an absolute clinic here by the Brazilians. Goodness
Another miss
me.
from Zaysen. They did have a slight advantage. It was going to slowly go back to the Koreans, but look at a three-way FC on this. And you look at their scores from yesterday, what can you do? This, on paper, was an incredible pick for South Korea. If Brazil repeated their performance from yesterday, they would have been winning by 1.2 million points. So, for them,
Can't legislate.
yeah, for them to step that, almost double their score from yesterday, that is astounding, truly.
Yeah, incredible turnaround. Maybe the last run was just a whiff. South Korea misread it possibly. I mean, we know Brazil have such a good DT roster. But yeah, you look at that score and yeah, you'd think that that means there's some issues on this map for the Brazilian team, but nope. That did not work out at all. It's 4-0 to Brazil. What a start for Brazil here. It's
They're
their
right
pick
out
as
of the
well.
gates. They're right out of the gates. And they jumped over the tripwire that was in front of the starting gate. Brazil are just so secure now, and it's their pick. They could put a point on the board and be at match point. And Korea have so much work to do now. They have to take a step back, they have to clear their heads. You're looking at a team that maybe you thought you could beat relatively easily. Now you're 4-0 down against them.
Yeah, it's. I mean, sure, there's been a couple of little chokes and comebacks that have led to Brazil taking points, but you got to say Brazil have just been playing extremely well. South Korea have certainly not been dropping this one. Brazil have just been showing up and not showing any fear. Now, they've been going for a lot of reading picks. They went for both the low ARs in their first pick, but now they have to swap because there is no more left. But it's free mod once again by Brazil.
I'm so happy to hear this get met.
Yes. I mean, there's like another version of this that's a ranked map, right? This is like an alternate version. I always preferred this one to the other one, though. Just personal taste.
I think it's a different song entirely.
It is. It's like... It's similar. I think it's a remix of the same song, but it's like an alternate version. Because the other one, it's the decisive battle with the fugitives, right? That's what it's called.
It is, yeah. I don't know which one came first.
And neither do I, to be fair.
Because these are both songs from Final Fantasy VI. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong there, but
One thing I do know is it's a Jonesan map, and that usually means the same thing. Awkward aim. A lot of it. That's what he's known for in terms of tournament mapping and tournament maps that you see him. You see him a lot appear in like tournament pools because of the awkward aim his maps bring. This is high BPM as well. It's a high BPM awkward aim.
this is one we saw yesterday from the Brazilian side. We didn't see it from Korea. But Brazil performed pretty well on this. They got around 2.8 million points as a team.
Two FCs. I say that's pretty good going on this. This has seen a lot of chokes. The two FCs is a very good run, so this is a good pick based on previous performance. Totally makes sense.
Indeed, and the accuracies, they were both at the no mod FCs. It was Mouse Easy and Nissan that took the no mod, and 2 100s and 7 100s on this with no mod. Not easy to act this at all.
Nope, not at all. We are seeing a swap though on the Brazilian side from that previous one. Dada swapped out, who doesn't seem to be playing many of the maps late on, allowing his team to take the spot. Dada was replaced with Korean Maluko for this one.
But not a direct mod replacement. Korea Maluko takes Hard Rock, whereas Misty swaps for the Hidden. Interesting to see a mod swap on a player from yesterday.
Yeah, passing the mod over to Misty though, it's a pretty safe pair of hands when it comes to Hidden. He shouldn't have too many problems dealing with this, but there is a bit of a consistency penalty maybe, forcing one of the most consistent players onto a mod like that. The harder mod, in my opinion, on this map being Hidden.
But someone has to tank it. Someone has to take that Korea the consistency nerf even?
At the moment, the awkward aim has been working pretty well for Brazil, but with this one being less intensive in terms of awkwardness than the last two, this might suit Korea a bit better. Mods seem to be put onto Nilotoro and Karuna. Flying Tune taking the no mod for a potential high combo.
But that is a double miss. One Hard Rock, one no mod down, and Tuna follows it up. There's no no mod FCs left for South Korea. Hard Rock is down for Korea Maluko. But they're still sitting strong with their 3 FCs on their side.
Relying on that hidden FC from Nilotoro. Really, really good stuff so far for Brazil. There's a solo coming up that's one of the harder parts of this map, of course, but there's a lot of drops that need to happen and a lot of combos that need to hold for Korea. It's going to need a big flip.
Yeah, yet again, we're not even a third, we're not even 2/3 of the way through, and this advantage at the moment is comparable to a lot of score lines, and it's only growing. It's 400k, 450k, they're only accelerating. Karen and Ponytail continue to find misses, as does Korean Maluko on the Hard Rock.
The FCs are all holding for Brazil, though. It's not the big combos. Gosh, this is actually incredible from Brazil. Nilotoro's doing everything he can on their hidden, but it's just not enough. This is just not enough for Korea.
And that's seriously impressive performance on Hidden, from both of the Hidden players, actually.
Yeah, I mean, why we're dropping down for Nilotoro, but holding combo like an absolute champ, channeling Aristia there. They may not have Aristia on the team, but Nilotoro doing what he can. But wow, this is a big performance improvement from Brazil. They played well to take out Taiwan last time, but they're doing even better here.
My God.
This is an absolute show.
Were they just not showing their hand yesterday or something?
Surely you wouldn't take Taiwan lightly, would you?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe you take the gamble. In any case, Korea on the ropes. They're taking a timeout. Of course, a little thing you can do is use a little timeout. Take a step back, take a breather, clear your heads, have a discussion about what needs to happen.
They
You're allowed
really
2
do
minutes
need
for
it.
that. Yeah.
They're punch drunk at the moment in Korea. It just hasn't happened for them so far. I mean, yeah, that was a great score by Brazil, but to be fair, I'd expect a little bit better from Korea on that map in particular. They definitely should take a couple minutes to get a breather, because they have a pick, and they potentially have 3 picks against Brazil's 2 going forward.
They do.
But that is a mountain. That's Everest, that is. Brazil are absolutely storming this, and they're playing so well. How do you shake that off? Well, I guess we can start by peeking at the pool and what's left, and everything appears to be dug into so far, with the exception of Hard Rock. I don't think we've seen Hard Rock 3 yet. Has that been played so far? Or have I just missed the game that was in? Chat Purdue. It's actually a cool map.
Hard Rock 3, I think it has been played.
Oh, has it? I must have missed that then.
No, has it? Maybe I'm looking at Veriquitus and thinking of No Mod 4. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, because No Mod 4's been played. Although I feel like Hard Rock is a bit of a scary one. Brazil did ban it though, which does say something.
Yeah,
But
if South Korea has a strength, I think it might be Hard Rock. They've got Karina, they've got Tuna, they've got Rutel, who is a new addition to their team. Been hearing a lot about him, and they've got Ponytail, of course.
I mean, as we've mentioned, Korea have had some good scores in the earlier games, just getting stomped down by a Brazil team performing very well. But with everything dug into at this point, and Brazil looking stronger what we've seen so far, perhaps a full Hard Rock roster might be something to try and rattle the cage a little bit. We did see Korean Maluka coming with the Hard Rock. He did alright, but he definitely, the other mod players did have a more comfortable time. So I guess we'll see if that's what they go for. I mean, Hard Rock 2 is a pretty standard one that does benefit Korea pretty well. They did well on this yesterday against Russia. But there's also something like No Mod 1, which is also somewhat Hard Rock 1-like in the sense that it's a mechanics aim map. Oh, there we go.
Oh, for No Mod 1.
The No Mod modification 1.
I don't think this was something we saw from either team yesterday. This might just be a default to comfort pick.
Yeah, a bit of a reset. Get people back in the game.
And they sorely need it.
And South Korea definitely have the No Mod 1 roster to strike fear. They are very good at this sort of thing. And recall last year they had some pretty crazy scores on these. And certainly so far this tournament they've been very good on mechanics heavy things. Although, you know, they have missed a few players which came in for those No Mod 1s. Or at least they're missing Aristia for that. But they still have Karuna and Flying Tune. They still have Karuna, Ruben. Did Brazil play this though?
They did not. So there's nothing to really go off for this pick. This is solely just for comfort. It has to be just solely for comfort. Because, you know, you've got Tuna, you've got Karuna. They are some of the most consistent aim, almost generic map players in the game. You put these two on a map like this, and you can kind of expect an FC from them.
The thing with Brazil, though, in this situation is, you know, they're 5 points up. They can afford to take a breather. They can afford to just chill a little bit. Not too much, obviously, but Brazil know that if they drop this, they're still in a great spot, because they have the next pick in tow. This is the sort of map where nerves can come into the fore. But I'd be surprised if Brazil really suffer from nerves in this situation. And their 4-man roster for this sort of thing is no slouch either, bringing in Mouse Easy for this one. Nissan as well, who's been holding combo like a champ since, God, years in this tournament. Karien Muluka as well, one of their key hard rock players coming in for mechanics. And Tusk as well, definitely been impressing on these sort of maps in community tournaments.
Yeah,
Let's see
such an impressive addition to their team. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Try and juggle the client around a little.
He hasn't fallen into the slot. We gotta tilt it like, like pinball. Slot Karien Muluka back into the slot 3. We'll see if there's a disconnection, there'll be an abort. We'll see from the ref. Oh, looks like there is going to be an abort. So.
Yeah, there's a abort for Korean Maliko.
It happens. Round 2, full start.
It happens. Can't avoid it, but if you're Korea, you just cannot let this impact you.
Yeah, they really can't. They seem to be getting a little bit antsy on delays. They need to try and keep their head in the game.
Brazil have been using their full 2 minutes to get ready.
Match point for Brazil. 1 point away from entering the finals weekend. And one of the craziest sweeps, but only if Korea drop the ball here on their own. No mod 1 pick. Wouldn't count them out yet, though. Not even close. This is their home ground.
Fortunately, that abort not affecting anyone's opening combos. Flying Tuna being the first to break. Interesting miss from him. It's really not what you want. One of their most consistent players dropping the combo really early. And the gap between these teams starts to widen. We get out of the chorus. The jumps hit. Mouse Easy's the second drop. Korea now have a slight advantage coming into the next verse. The slower section of this map, it's not free combo by any means. Nelly Toro finds a miss.
Still Brazil looking good here. Map picks up again in difficulty though. In just a moment.
Little break, steady your nerves. Get into the next chorus. The jumps just do not slow down in this map. It's 6.9 stars, but it is 6.9 stars the entire way through. There's no difficulty spikes in this one. There's slight increases in difficulty, however. It's a map that you really could miss anywhere on.
Just there by Nelataru.
It's an even bigger advantage now to Korea. There's 2 players, or to Brazil. There's 2 players that are 300 combo down on Korea. And we're looking at 3 FCs into the outro from Brazil. There's 2 still there in a very large combo. For Korea, so if something goes wrong... But no, they collapse!
That's gonna be it, surely. That's it. That is it, Bubble. It's
They
all
absolutely
over.
collapse. It is... There's nothing Korea can do now. There's only 200,000 points left for Karina to get. And that is all she wrote. We follow a pattern, dudes. They trade wins.
They just keep trading. Keep it even.
Korea won in 2017, Brazil in 2018, and Korea again in 2019. It was Brazil's turn, and they do it in spectacular fashion.
This has destroyed everyone's pick'ems. Who put 6-0 Brazil?
Oh yeah, nobody would have gotten this.
That was absolutely incredible from Brazil. Humongous win. South Korea will drop. It's a great FC by Karuna. He has the top score in the room with 4 150. Gotta shout him out for that. One of their absolute linchpins doing it again. But sadly, South Korea will go home at this level, and Brazil march on. Wow, what a weekend!
Yeah.
First, they take out Taiwan on an incredible tiebreaker, and then they take out South Korea in an absolute domineering fashion. You were mentioning about how South Korea versus Brazil is like Real Madrid versus Barcelona. What makes Brazil? They just took both of them out. Wow. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, you look at this team on paper, and this team has the potential. They're really living up to this potential they have. They're top 6 now. And they're not looking like they're going to slow down.
I think on the back of that, really, they think, well, they should be able to have the confidence to take on anyone. Of course, they've already faced the US so far, and they could very well face them again if they keep their levels up. But alas, that will be then. At the moment, Brazil can look forward to a showdown versus Japan in finals weekend. Japan versus Brazil.
That's going to be a good fight. Brazil bring what they brought this week. That one is going to be incredible. Don't miss it. Don't miss the entire weekend. We're getting to late stages now.
Yeah, just don't do it. Like I say, we have absolute titans left. Massive surprises, big upsets, big comebacks, big tiebreakers. But with the semi-finals weekend all wrapped up now, we are left with massive matches, which you can see there. First of all, Germany have a date with Australia to look forward to next weekend in the losers bracket. They did face the USA, and the USA did what USA do and won that one handily. But Germany will be looking for revenge against a team in form.
Now that is the match that I am most excited to watch.
It's two teams with a lot of pedigree, but Australia with so much new blood that have been storming the losers bracket. You
And
can
so
see
much-
the scores right there.
Yeah, and so much raw talent too. They have the latent ability to scale into grand finals weekend, 100%.
I feel like they're one of the teams that will scale the hardest, simply because of that raw talent. Like I say, they just have the names that maybe in the early game they do good, But you know that the strength lies on finals, grand finals pools, and it's going to be so exciting to finally see Australia get a chance to try the finals pool at this stage. But they got to get past Germany, and that's going to be no slouch. Germany, no doubt, they have a job on their hands against Australia, though. And also, of course, the winners bracket final is decided, which will be an all North American matchup. It's the United States versus Canada. And that one is going to be a fiery affair, no pun intended.
Oh, come on.
I didn't even mean that, I swear to God. But yeah, US versus Canada is going to be a matchup with, like, say, so many friendships, so many... I mean, the communities for the US and Canada are so intertwined. They're basically the same thing. So that matchup is going to have so much riding on it, irregardless of the whole tournament. That is a humongous matchup that's going to be unmissable. I cannot wait to watch that. But alas, that's what's to look forward to next weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend of matches, Bubble. Goodness me.
Yeah.
But
well, that is, next weekend. For this weekend, though, I think that about calls it.
Apart from
we
one
have,
thing, of course.
yeah.
A bit later on, I'm not sure when, I think in about half an hour's time, I believe, but a bit later on, we are going to be showing off the maps for the finals of OWC 2020. We're getting some cool peeps in voice, showing you some cool maps and some very difficult maps that players are going to be ready for.
I've had the opportunity to see some of the maps and to try and set some replays on them. And they are difficult, but they're also really, really good. I can't wait to show some of these to you. But that is then, and this is now. Now I think we'll be going to a short break.
Yep, we'll see you guys in a little bit then for the OS World Cup 2020 Finals Map Pool Showcase. Thanks for watching the games, and we'll see you back here in a short while for that.
can feel the evolution. Oh, my time no longer frozen. Leaving all the dark. I don't know who I will become, but I know what I want more than ever before. I'm gonna stand on your ground.
小説より気ないですね。
Hello everybody and thank you for waiting. We're live with the last thing to do this weekend, which is the showcase. This time it's the finals pool showcase. My name is GeForce and today I'm joined by the wonderful Bubbleman. How are you?
Hello. I'm alright. I'm sure you could tell in the last cast. I'm a little bit tired. I didn't sleep very well last night, but I slept well enough to get some replays for you.
Alright, nice. Thank you for that. And also joining me is You know, you can't just have Ballman here alone. You gotta get the British duo, which is Doomsday. Hello, the Doomsday. How are you? He might actually be AFK for a second, so we'll get to him a little bit later. No worries. But for now, a lot of cool matches have been going on this entire weekend. A lot more tiebreakers, which surprised me a little bit, which is weird because usually you see tiebreakers in the same stages, but this year it like shifted by one. Probably might be due to the bracket.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know though. There was some pretty cool matches on this weekend. Where did the tiebreakers happen and which side of the bracket?
Oh yeah, funnily enough,
one was Brazil, Taiwan, right? And then the other was Indonesia. They're on different sides, I think.
Yeah. China, Indonesia was more of the right side of the bracket, and the other one were on the left side. It was still interesting to see how what's it called? It was interesting to see the tiebreakers actually being played in different stages. But yeah, I think we actually have Doomsday joining right now. Hello, the Doomsday. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing good. I'm still in shock from the last match. Honestly, that was ridiculous. Couldn't believe the result. Yeah, I had to run off, get myself a fresh drink.
Pretty spooky.
Nice. Alright, so I think enough gushing about the last few matches, because we've got plenty of matches to go for next week, and most of you guys are here for the Maple Showcase, so let's just get right into that, I believe.
And we've got maps to gush about, right?
Right. So we'll get into the Nomad 1, hopefully. There we go, that is Nomad 1, and it's gonna be your trusty Barky Mad Dog Nomad 1. Unsurprising here. You've liked him last year, he's back this year for his Nomad 1 prowess. I think they were one of the most popular Nomad 1s in the entire tournament, I think, and have been used in plenty of community tournaments. But here's another one you will probably see the following months or maybe even years in community tournaments. We don't really apologize because this is pretty fun, and this map is not different at all. It is 200 ppm, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and if you see Barky Mad Dog, you've got to have Buto Tome with that, right? And I mean, this is the jump map throughout the entire thing, and it is exactly what you expect. A lot of single tapping, a lot of big spacing, and very consistent in this difficulty. And it doesn't really stop there. And the jumps are as fun as you would expect from Barky Mad Dog.
He definitely has a way with putting circles on the map, on the, what's it called? Mapping play area? What would you call it in the editor?
Like actually it's a good question. We're not mappers.
The grid?
Yeah. I think that's a grid. Yeah, if you just look at the map, I mean, you've got a lot of jumps split into 3 KIs, and I mean, you're gonna have to move your cursor across the entire playfield here, go from corner to corner. Very comfortable jumps though. Like if you just look at the angles, they're very consistent and don't really change too much during the same jump pattern, which is gonna make this, I think, the most comfortable map in the entire pool.
Yeah, it looks pretty.
More focused on like this, like more spiky sections than the last one was. Like the slower sections are much slower, but the harder sections are much more difficult.
Yeah, you can really tell it picks up.
It is, compared to last week's Nomad 1, I think definitely more comfortable, but also lower in BPM, interestingly enough, right? But it is higher star rating, 7.14 is gonna be the star rating for jumps this time around. But yeah, I don't think we've seen Barky Mad Dog in finals yet. We have seen him in grand finals and in round 16 last year.
I was actually waiting for him to make an appearance. Where are the BMG maps coming in? Oh, there they are. I mean, with the BPM differences, I feel like the differences between, 208 and 200 on a map like this are negligible, honestly. It's not really about the speed difference. I guess that makes it slightly higher intensity on, like, the speed aim, but it's negligible. The spacing increase makes it feel like, for sure. kind of compare it to like something like Messen, another map by him, but that was much higher BPM. This is more on the super wide spacing segment of things at 200. That map was a bit faster than this.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that if you go lower BPM, the jumps just need to be that much bigger for it to actually be proper difficulty. So, you know, this might actually feel decent amount harder from last week. But yeah, we're
Definitely
gonna
be harder in the spikes.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna get right into the number 2 replay, which is unsurprisingly a stream map mapped by Itsuki actually. So a custom map by one of the pullers. And this replay is by Blank Name. Would you like to introduce yourself, Blank Name?
My apologies, I was playing it offline.
Yeah, this is actually the one replay Bobbin was getting when he was trying to get ready for the cars, and this is the reason why he came in a bit too late. So since you've been getting the replay, what can you tell us about this map?
It's very, very consistent in stream difficulty. There's... What you're seeing right now is basically what you're going to see the entire map. They're not standard by any means, they curve around. They almost look hand-placed. They don't have any real geometric structures to them, and that just means they're comfy. It's weird to say, because sometimes you see circle streams and stuff, you can kind of tell how a stream is going to progress, but with this sort of thing, you have to really be on your toes with reading it. There's the stamina, the death stream. A little section in the middle to test stamina.
That is a long stream. Yeah.
It is indeed.
This looks like
and then straight back into it.
I can see why the background was chosen. Definitely getting whiffs of like honesty, like sort of stream shape, I guess. But obviously it's a higher BPM. This is 200 BPM, a bit faster than honesty is.
Yeah, I believe Itsuki definitely had a lot of fun deciding on the difficulty in the background. But you know what's also fun? That's a fun fact for the day. If you assess this on Hard Rock, it is 727.27 pp.
Oh, come on.
It actually is.
Really? Oh my
yes.
God. My God, Itsuki.
That is a level of commitment I just was not prepared for, but you know, it is out there.
That is an intense stream map.
It's really tough. It's a consistent spacing too, so the stream will start at a spacing and then will increase a little bit, and then it'll go back to that spacing and then increase a little bit.
Yeah. But coming into the next map, it's gonna be the normal 3 map, which is the alternate map here, and it's gonna be when Tekedes, also known as Evil Elvis, also known as Johnson. And if you know him, I mean, you've seen his alternate maps, and they're this very distinct Russian style alternating, which is a lot more awkward than what you would expect from other mappers, like, for example, Lasse and last year's Grand Finals, which is a lot more stream heavy or like very flow heavy, while this one is just a mix of a bit of flow and just awkward like spacing variants and angle variants here. And this is gonna be a more awkward alternate map than the previous rounds, just to mix it up, because there's different mapping styles for alternate maps. But yeah, this one's 137 BPM on actually 274 if you double it. No, it doesn't really matter, but it is a little bit slower than last week. So the spacing might look a lot harder than it is, because it is quite low in terms of BPM.
It's in the range where we'll see more people single tapping it, but
it does look very single tappable.
Yeah, it definitely actually is.
Jeez.
I playtested this a lot by just single tapping it.
Interesting rhythms there as well. Follows the lyrics for a little.
It's rarity, actually. You see that less and less.
Works really well with this. I kind of feel like this is definitely a good example of an alt map. You touched on Lass being much more streamy than the technical in aim. I feel like the closer an alt map gets to being just linear flow, the closer it just gets to being streams, you know? So something like this where it breaks flow, it's almost more comfortable to single tap it.
Yeah, I can see that. There's plenty of different, I guess, ideas and just people mapping alternate. And if you could just go too linear aim or just too flowy with your aim, it's gonna steer your map. And if you go too high angle, it's gonna be just a high BPM aim map. And this one's like definitely more on the aiming side with the high angles, but the spacing variance and stuff makes it a lot more awkward here.
There's a lot of angles. There's a lot of more flowing patterns as well, though. So it's got a really good mix. Looks like your aim's got to be on point for this in every aspect.
Oh yeah, definitely. I really like the longer sliders there. The highest slider velocity.
Can I ask why Matryoshka's in the background?
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Why?
Look, we were so close to actually getting through without anyone noticing.
Oh no, I noticed it immediately. I just thought talking about the map would be a little bit more important than talking about the background. Anyway, moving on.
Moving on, it's gonna be a tech map, and it's one of the first times to actually break this rule of having the same mapper twice, like 2 stages in a row on the same slot. Which is something we tried, like actually in every year, I think we kind of tried to prevent that, but it just wasn't possible. Yeah, it is for the greater good, which means the tech map is a tech map, and it's decently hard and fits the stage. And this one, I think it definitely does. It's Camellia, it's an hex code, it's a color. Look it up. Thank you. All right, I'm not here to read out numbers, but I am here to read out numbers. For example, it's 6.43 star rating, and it seals 4.5. So the circle size being 4.5 makes it a little bit small here, but I think it's mostly about the patterns here. The circle size really makes a difference for the slider velocity, which is definitely high. It's 180 BPM and focuses a lot of the 1/4, just streamy jumps here and the snaps, and has a lot of slider velocity changes you just need to follow properly. This is actually a unranked map, a huge map set by Real Lazy, and we were grasping for straws and just kind of used this, removed a few 1/8 sliders and called it a day essentially, because nothing else was really working out. So yeah, we've got this one going for you guys, and I hope you guys will enjoy this one.
I mean, getting Real Lazy on the tech map, yeah, no complaints with that. He always does a good job, in my opinion. This is looking really, it's looking like a very traditional sort of tech map at this level. With all of these cut streams and would-be sliders shapes. Looks pretty traditional, but...
Ooh, watch your accuracy on those slider streams.
Yeah, most of them have actually been removed. There were a lot more sliders. I think this entire party is full of 1/8 sliders, or maybe it's the one afterwards. We removed some of those, just replaced them with circles to make it fitting for tournament play. This is an Odyssey edited version, so you will probably not see this one when it's getting ranked, because I think it's going for ranked.
Accelerated stream ending as well.
You want to be really careful with these. Especially with sliders too, you can lose a lot of accuracy if you're just not following these sliders all the way through.
Yeah. Also, if you know this map, we actually removed the active 1/6 at the ending there. But yeah, so there's a bit of 100s you can get in the end.
It's definitely hard enough without the speed requirement on top of it.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. Alright, but now we're getting right to the next map, which is going to be a speed map, and a map by Fergus, another custom map here. And
you got Fergus to map something for this?
Damn straight with it.
Yo!
We definitely did, and we also got who else than Red Pixel to actually play this one. It's Breakcore. I mean, it's the featured artist Goshin Xenobeat, and you know, we also have one of the Halloween backgrounds here. I mean, come on. Fergus went all out for us, I think. And he's done a phenomenal job here. This is a 237 BPM Breakcore map with just a lot of streams. It's consistently difficult, so many bursts constantly thrown at you, with a decent amount of aim requirement in this entire map. And as you can see, if you can play the BPM, apparently assessing is easy. I'm not sure. We'll see. Yeah. But otherwise, this map is very consistently difficult, and I think Fergus has done a great job here.
Red Pixel always makes these look easy. I don't think he counts. But yeah, I mean, whenever I see a map like this, I can't help but think of Grum, all these kick sliders and burst streams.
Yeah.
It's known for that almost as much now. Constant bursts at high speed. It's a bit slower than the last speed map we had, but it's a different focus. Much more on having to stop and start on all these bursts, as opposed to like more sort of, I guess, less gaps in the bursts that we had in the Mazarin map. This one's got so many kick sliders in between them.
Yeah, it's just active throughout the entire map and doesn't really stop here. Just kind of mesmerizing to see Red Pixel just casually assessing this.
I like how in the difficulty name there's SS.
that one.
Nice catch. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it was actually not planned for this to be an SS replay, but I guess Red Pixel just went. I think he just saw the replay name and just went for it, I think.
As you would. It definitely looks like a map where if you can stream this BPM, and if you can burst the BPM pretty comfortably, it's not going to be too difficult to keep your accuracy high. But saying that, you really want to be on the lookout for the aim as well.
Alright, that was the normal 5 map. We're gonna go to the normal 6 map, another replay by yours truly, Bubbleman. But it's actually not a blank
this
name.
is not quite an SS.
It is not quite an SS, but it is. I mean, it's still a pretty good play because this one's the normal 6 rhythm map here, and it's Niwashi playing with Ruby, a custom map by Down. And this one is 180 BPM streams into 1/3 into 1/6, a mix of everything, and it just kind of goes hard there.
You say that it's 1/3, 1/6 into 1/4. It doesn't change with a slider. It will change midstream. You'll notice it's changing from 1/4 to 1/6 near the middle. So you have to switch from tapping 180 BPM to tapping 270 BPM for a short while. And doing all that on OD 9.7, as well as taking into account the aim requirement that's involved, because, you know, all of these are doubles into sliders.
That OD actually is very high for a map like this. It's hard enough dealing with these patterns on a score v2 basis, but yeah, OD 9.7 is a huge accuracy test. We saw like a lot of low accuracies on the No Mod 6 this week, but this one isn't quite as nasty on the rhythm, but it makes up for it in just raw precision required on timing.
Yeah, the 9.7 is definitely quite high. I'm also a little bit puzzled here.
Wait, is that... Wait.
It's all to do with the note locking. 9.7 is going to be really forgiving. It's going to lower accuracies, but you're going to be seeing far less note locking than you would with something like 9.2 or even, 9.5. It's 180 BPM jump streams. So if you mistap any one of these, if you mess up the rhythm, you're going to be able to get back into it.
That help for the combo game then. I think at this level though, a lot of the teams are going to be able to put forward at least 3 players that can do decently well on the combo on this. I suppose the high OD is going to help with that, right? But the accuracy is still going to be a factor in those situations.
Yeah, because after all, this is 1/4 into 1/6 and those type of patterns, so that's definitely going to be something you have to look out for.
You have to change the speed. Yeah, you have to change the speed you're tapping immediately. And if you can't do that midstream, then you're definitely going to be caught out by this very, very heavily.
Oh, this song is such a jammer though.
It's so
I'm seeing
good.
this for the first time, and this is looking good. This is my kind of map.
A jazzy piano vibe. Yeah, it's.
Oh,
Pretty cool song. I would agree there. You know, I mean, it's pretty hard to, I think, overtake. I think what quarterfinals was really good with song choices. I mean, we were trying, but it is really hard to top just having an entire round with just really good song choices all around.
I don't know, so far it's been pretty good.
to be fair, looking at some of those double sections that came up a little bit earlier, I'm beginning to take my point back about people being able to combo this like 3 members. A lot of this I think people will, but like some of those standout sections in the middle of the map are going to catch a lot of people out actually, so looking at this again, I think the combo game is actually going to be quite valuable on this, let alone the OD. I think people will be fine until the middle stage in terms of like the 4-man rosters, and then we're going to start seeing people crumbling.
Yeah, if you know this song well, if you know the map well, the accuracy is not really going to be too much of an issue for you. Maybe on the switches from 1/4 to 1/6, but past that.
That's perfect, dude.
Great job, Mr. Buy Banners. Alright, let's get right into the next map. And it is Hidden One on our custom, but this one's looks a bit deceiving. It's by Devious Panda, but it is actually a collaboration between Devious Panda, Mao, and Selk. So it's a 3-way collab, and they've been alternating parts here. This one is the 194 BPM. A little bit awkward aim and stream-focused Hidden One here. So if you've got the aim for the awkwardness, if you've got the focus on the 1/4 snaps here, the stream snaps, and there's plenty of stream jumps as well, but it's mostly about the just the longer streams and just following them on Hidden, you know, on some of the later parts.
Getting a lot of Devious Panda maps appear this year in OWC. Good shout on that one. Does really well on these sorts of maps that are, you know, they have awkward skill sets as a theme.
Yeah, and I think Devious Panda is like probably one of the mappers who have gotten a lot of experience from courses and are just really reliable, and obviously having the time limitations we had for this year's OWC and just a bit of a lack of staff sometimes, well, a lack of manpower rather. It was really refreshing and helpful to see some of these mappers just step up and being able to deliver really quickly. At some of the earlier stages of maps you can see which Devious Panda was mapping early on, he just performs really well under pressure and delivers really quickly. This is why you see some mappers a bit more frequently than others.
I just want to shout out that they've got an experience from Course Ace, but they'll also have got an experience from winning the Beat Mapping World Cup with Team UK.
I mean,
sorry, just
big up our boys,
just wanted,
you know what I mean?
just wanted to throw that one out, you know.
I mean, farming badges one at a time, right?
Look at the streams there.
Hidden streams.
Ooh,
always a spooky
slow
one.
slider. Don't forget that exists.
I've seen that a few times this year so far. I wonder if anyone broke on that one slow slider that was on Ascension to Heaven. I don't think I saw one.
Also, a fun fact, this map has a lot of timing signature changes. So the rim of the map is a bit weird, in the sense that the white ticks just kind of reset. So when you expect like a beat to like stop, it suddenly starts off again, and it might throw people off guard, but if you just practice this a little bit, you should be fine, I would say.
Yeah, some of those repeats there. Very particular aim you have to follow. You really can't afford to be lazy on this ending.
I'm so jealous to everyone who gets to play these maps. Every one of these maps so far in the actual tournament.
I mean, to be fair, there's gonna be a bigger influx of maps for the community tournament scene. So if you keep on playing community tournaments, chances are you will see a lot of them.
That is true.
So if there's one thing that custom mapping has done, it's helped fill the gaps that we miss in community tournaments. So that's always cool.
Yeah, and there's a reason why we're filling the gaps in OWC, because there are gaps.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
And we're going right into hidden 2, another customer by Lasse. It is once again an approach with 8 hidden by Lasse. And as you would expect, it is the standard Lasse quality you would expect here. You have a lot of overlaps, you have a lot of just consistently difficult mapping here across the board. And this song itself lends to you to a bit of rhythm. Just a tiny bit, nothing too much, because the main focus is still like aim and reading and the density of the map, but still a little bit. So you can get a few more 100s or a few more 300s if you master those parts. There's like a few parts with like a 1/4 triple into 3 notes which are 1/3. But you cannot really miss it because the spacing is so low. So otherwise you've got these overlaps, you have to definitely read properly here. And otherwise I think Bobbleman has also playtested this one, so if you have anything else to chime in for.
There's so many perfect overlaps. As well as just the change in pace, you have to... It's almost like it makes you read in a small space and then moves across the playfield to start again.
Yeah, the overlaps in this, just watching it, this looks really quite nasty in terms of hidden reading. I mean, hidden specialist, I don't think I'm going to have too many problems reading these overlaps, but the perfect stacking is going to take some practice, you feel. It's a long
the
one
rhythm
as well.
There's a lot of switches between 1/3 and 1/4, as well as the fact that the rhythms aren't always consistent. We get into a little double section. I absolutely love the rhythm choice in this map.
Also, I remember quotes by Bubbleman a few days ago. This seems accessible. I'll just throw that one out there.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's OD 8.5. If you can play this with no problems, yeah, this is definitely an SS map. But the thing is, you have one try in the tournament setting with all of these maps, all of these patterns, sorry.
Oh, he actually said it about a buffed version, which was OD9. Well, yeah, we do have the...
I still don't take that back.
I don't think it would have hurt too much, but I don't think the accuracy is really the issue with this map. It's more about the reading the patterns. I don't think that would change that.
Getting into a little solo section here. See if your streams come in.
See if you remember these type of streams from a different map. Kind of reminds me of the BMX or BMX Project 8 map, I think in 2017 or 16, I believe.
It does, yeah. I was gonna say. The stacking in this changes a lot, but stays the same. As in, the snap between the notes, it might look like it's a double. No, it's just single tapping. It might look like it's single tapping. No, it's a double.
Yeah, it kind of reminds you of a mix of different Project 8 maps, just kind of mixed into one. Like, if you think about the way it overlaps, you think back to last year, last map in, I think, round of 32.
Yeah, there was a pattern there. If anyone noticed that pattern there, the stream that doubled back on itself, that's very Through the Fire and Flames.
Yeah, the old Leisure map, that. Yeah, those overlaps, damn, okay. Much more of a traditional AR8, that. I quite like it.
Alright, and another beat by Devious Panda, but it is once again another collaboration between Devious Panda and Real Lazy. Devious Panda just likes collabing with people, and you know, getting collabs on is also pretty interesting to go about it, because this is a funky song, and I'm not sure if it would have happened if it was one of these mapping alone. It is Jazz is Red, and this is a, once again, hidden free, very rhythm focused. It is 160 BPM, just a lot of 1/4 rhythm here, into some 1/6, and just the snapping, the sliders. It kind of reminds you of quarterfinals in 1/6, I would say.
Except on some buff juice or something.
I was about to say, yeah, that might have taken a bit of steroids here.
A bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to come by. Come on, it's lockdown. We didn't go overboard here. You have a lot of 1/3, 1/4, just the snapping, the spacing here. Also a tech part which you wouldn't really expect from a chess, so I'm not gonna lie.
Take up a dubstep in my jazz.
Yeah, I mean, sliders go whoosh on chess. Who doesn't know that?
Yeah.
Ketchup and fries, no, it's jazz and dubstep.
It's like Skrillex with my Barry White.
I just want to also call out. This is AR 9.3. So if this looks like it's dense, then that's because it is.
Yeah, there's decent amount of density. I would definitely agree in there, but it could be a lot denser. Let's be honest. This is
Could always be AR8.
True. I mean, we could, but we didn't. Thankfully.
I think that's a good choice, to be honest. That one looks crazy enough with those rhythms.
Alright, so I will hide in my bunker now because I have a bad feeling that Walt is gonna come for me. So if you want to take over this map for a second, please do. Thank you.
Okay, right.
Go for it, dude.
Alright, I think I'm in position. I close the blinds. I think Walt is not in front of my house. So we have Cortona Flash. For this one, it's a map by Talama. And it is the Hard Rock 1A map here with the comfortable aim. Definitely a lot more comfortable than last week. And yeah, it's 3 minutes 44 seconds, 206 BPM. It is about 7.14 stars on Hard Rock. Similar to Node 1. And you have some streams, but mostly aim focus patterns. Also, it's another custom map. I didn't actually mention that.
Oh, it's nice. The last one was a Mordred map, which was but it's fairly comfortable, but it had the little geometric shapes that make it, give it a bit more spice other than a pure aim map. This one's looking a bit more Route 1, but obviously with buff mechanics across the board. At least so far.
So what star rating is this? Looking at it, it looks like it's above 7.
It is definitely above 7. I think I remember 7.14-ish. I can actually take a quick look for a second. Cheating here on my cheat sheet. That's what it's called, cheat sheet.
Yes, man, why don't you just memorize everything for us?
Look.
Yeah, learn how to learn lines, man.
Okay, it's 7.09. It's 7.09.
Wow. Yeah, a tough Hard Rock map then.
Yeah, wait until you see the next one. It's gonna be an interesting roller coaster of emotions for a lot of people.
This looks a lot more consistent in difficulty than No Mod 1. It's quite an interesting parallel to No Mod 1, where you have the bigger jumps but the bigger circles for No Mod 1, but these are smaller and smaller, I suppose.
Yeah. It's also slightly higher BPM, so you can achieve kind of the same star rating or difficulty with just a bit lower spacing here.
Those patterns, the ones where they stop.
Yeah, I think I've actually gotten 3 strikes now from Wall, so I think it's over.
Oh yeah, you're not pooling next weekend. Sorry, Grand Finals map pool is cancelled.
Yeah, thank you for Taula for this one. It actually was weird how this one came about. We just tried it out. It was pretty much uncharted territory for both of us, and he just delivered. It surprised me. We just tried experimenting. It worked, so we're like, yes, let's go for it.
Yep, settled, done.
Yeah, like sometimes
no more discussion needed.
Yeah, like sometimes you ask and you talk to mappers, they have their niche skill sets of like what they like to map. And then sometimes you get people who like to experiment, like Devious Panda or Fotovnik. And then you just have Tala where you just try something and it works. You didn't really experiment, you just said, let's go for it.
That one miss though.
Skill with the ending choke.
All right, this is an interesting map. It is a replay by Flask, which would make sense for the replay name here. He got tiebreakered twice.
Feels bad, man.
Oh
Yes.
man.
But this map is the CS6.8, I believe. I'm gonna have to lie here, but I think
5.2, yeah, it should be about 6.8.
6.81 or 1.5 or something like that. It is higher than CS6.5 as you would usually see. And this map's star rating is actually 7.4, I believe, or 7.3 something, like really high.
Oh,
and this
really?
map, yes, this map has been giving us a lot of headaches. We actually had this map at CS 7.15 initially, and then it had 7.5 star rating, and it still felt too easy compared to the rest of the pool. This map, I don't know what's... This is so weird. This is the weirdest map I've ever really like encountered when it comes to star rating. We had a lot of playtesting focused on this one, and the map itself focuses on a bit of pattern aim and streams, and pretty much a mix of both, right? And the star rating just kind of goes through the roof.
Is it the spacing between the circles in the streams? Maybe.
Yeah, it's probably.
I don't know.
because
We could sit here and continue to brainstorm it, but
Yeah.
What's the point in that?
Yeah, but
It is what it is.
Essentially, this map is, as you can see, pattern aim and burst mixed together, and by Spartan, a custom map, by the way. And I don't even know if this is a... No, it's not Himmerung, it was not a V2. I was about to say, it is a Spartan song, so I wasn't too sure, but it's Himmerung, it's fine. Only 3 strikes so far. Yes, you can see some... if you play Spartan maps, you would recognize some of these patterns and some of the angle choices he does. He has a very, I don't know, peculiar way of patterning stuff in a very visual way, which might make for a few more awkward angles, which I think fits well for a harder 2.
Those lead-in patterns to that slider, the little wiggle in them. That's horrible. Why would you do that?
Yeah, this looks hard. I mean, the last small six-side hard rock we had was more of a standard map. And this one has some standard patterns, but it's got those awkward bits, as you mentioned. It looks quite nasty for a tournament map.
There's actually 2 angles, or 1 angle, I believe, that's gonna be changed slightly compared to the replay. It's a jump leading into a stream, which is a bit more awkward than intended. But otherwise, this is essentially what you see is what you get.
Can you like remove those wiggles as well? Please, for me?
For you, I mean, it really depends. How many banners have you bought?
Tenner?
That's 4
Does
banners. I'll
everyone
take
else
it.
have to play it though? We can sit in our golden throne in the casting lounge bubble. Watch people struggle on this.
Oh yeah, I suppose that's true. That is, yeah, okay, don't change. I'm not going to buy any banners.
Sadism. Yeah.
Should do it.
Alright, and it's another customer by Isomir D'Angelo. It's Yosei Taikoku. Alright, give me a second. Nikon Uchu Shisha no Yurikago. And this one's a alternate map mixed with a bit of 160 on hardware. And the beginning has a few timing changes, otherwise you can see some of the flow aim, but also a lot of sharp angles here, so snap aim as well. It's essentially a mix of both. And there's a respectable amount of 1/6 streams in this one. And otherwise, what you see is what you get.
Something really to be tested on hard rock. Fast aim is something that is overlooked quite a lot, especially with the smaller circles. You have to be very precise. A lot of control over your aim. So this is a good addition, I think.
We actually went for CS 3.7 because it was just too hard otherwise.
Yeah, very fair, very fair.
But it is still around CS 5 point something or 4.9, so it's still smaller than you would usually expect anything in normal.
It's looking quite a bit more linear than like the no-mod ult pick. That one was more about the awkward angles with the Jones and patterns. This one much more of a sort of linear one, so very different flow.
Yeah, you can definitely tell there's a few back and forths here and there. Even
There's a
even
few.
patterns that look like they're shaped like 1-2s. You all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's a star there as well. Tick off your jump map bingo card and an alt pig.
It's time to play Spot the Pattern.
There's triangles there. Little ones.
This is going to be either one of the most banned or one of the lowest average scoring maps, I think, this round.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
agree.
make that claim now.
I think I can see this one not being the most comfortable. I can see certain teams absolutely popping off on this, but I can also see teams really struggling to get combos together. Like I say, it's a skill set you don't see too much of outside of the late stages, which we're at now.
Hard Rock 3 and Hidden 3 usually end up being maps you would either see picked a lot by better teams who are really think they're definitely advantageous on the pick, or you mostly see it banned by lower tier teams pick, or like just banned in general because they wouldn't pick it themselves. And I think, are there actually teams? Yeah, I can definitely see some teams not having solid formula liners for this type of map, I would say. So I
think at this
definitely
level, though, I mean, I think at this level with the 6 teams remaining, I don't think any of the teams are going to struggle too much in terms of getting a few rosters together, but the little differences might cause issues. I can still see teams dropping the ball even at this stage on this, so I do see what you mean.
I'd be
nice
impressed
replay
if
by
we saw. I'd be impressed if we saw a 1 million on this.
Yeah. Because that would mean a really good accuracy as well to boot on this one, which is definitely hard. Well, yeah, that concludes the hard rock pool, and we're getting right into double time, which is gonna be a replay by Allometry, and it's a custom map by Nagi Hisakawa. It's gonna be Sui, Hoshi, Ori, Yume, Mirai, and it's gonna be generic Nomad 1. You see a lot of jumps, mostly comfortable jumps, and a few bursts here and there. It is 260-ish BPM after double time, around 7.2 star rating, I believe. After double time, and it's approaching 10.3. This one's a consistently difficult map throughout, focuses on A mostly, but has a few respectable short bursts, but otherwise it is aim focused.
We're reaching the point where we're starting to throw DT on extra level diffs in terms of the standard DT map. Big mechanics requirement.
Yeah, but even if we're doing that, I can still see plenty of receipts happening by specific key players on some of the teams. I think most of the teams, if not all of them, have people who can definitely see this.
Yeah, I think at least every team has 4 players that could FC this. I mean, at the very least, I mean, if you've been playing for longer than about 3 or 4 years, you will have played something like this to gain rank. Style has kind of fallen out of favor just because it's far easier to gain rank now by playing maps that will easily give you rank. But this sort of thing used to be really common, so
This map has some big jump spikes in between its little kick slidery patterns, so specific sections to watch out for, I suppose, when this map gets played.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the Ki parts, which are mostly intense, where you definitely have to get your combo up and between the parts, and then hold your combo throughout the Ki and repeat that 3 times.
We saw was it Ikanai Borderline this week. To be fair, when I saw that map, I did feel like it might have been a little bit easy for the round. This will definitely look like a step up though, although the style is very similar. As I mentioned, I do expect teams to really have no issues dealing with this one. But against particular teams, you do have to be wary going into a map like this. Looking at the likes of Australia and whatnot. Mapping to this might be a little bit scary, but we'll see.
Alright, and double time 2's coming in, and it's gonna be the stamina pick, and what do you know? You wouldn't put another house-slashed map into the pool? You know, I had to laugh when I was hearing the discussion about this map in Maple feedback a week ago. I'm like, you guys aren't ready. We've had this map in the pool since at least 2 months. And it's a house-slash map, a really old one. It's Sun Demystify Feast. And it is the Lunatic one, nerfed for the doubles to fit a little bit better on the weird wiggle parts. And otherwise, this has a lot of streams and decent amount of single taps in a row, with very low spacing there. There's a few doubles here, as you can see. They shouldn't be a problem. If you have troubles on the doubles and not on the longer bursts, I mean, you probably shouldn't play the map, because it's really about long streams here. And this is 10 BPM higher, but the stream length hasn't increased that much because of the 10 BPM of difference.
So this hasn't been buffed in stamina?
No, it shouldn't. It didn't get buffed in stamina, I believe. It has mostly been adjusted. There were some really long single taps in a row, which we split up a bit in sliders, and we buffered all the 1/8 repeat sliders because they were unbuffed.
Okay.
And then we upped the OD by 1. It was OD 7 originally. Also, the wriggles got removed.
Yeah, the last DT2 was quite stream heavy, obviously a bit slower than this, but that one didn't really have the doubles and little triples in between them like this one did. This one seems to have a little bit more of a minor figure control element to it in between all those streams. It seems to fill a similar sort of spot though. Really intense on those stop-start burst patterns as well as the longer streams, although the spacing's low enough that it seems to be all about your tapping really, pretty much. Good to see you keeping the Toho count up for us. Good job, dude. Proud of you.
Right, and I'm really glad that this is one of the few pick maps.
Ooh, big stamina section near the end.
Yeah, it just, you don't really have that long of a streams because it is 10 DPM higher than the last week's. It's 244, I believe, after DT. So yeah, that's definitely a bit more respectable there.
That's a full-bodied speed pick, that. A bit of everything in there as well. Bursts and longer streams and finger control to a small extent.
Oh, you want to talk speed? No, this is speed. This is banned, made dice. It's a last map which is ranked. Another picked map, thankfully, and one of the rare ranked maps in the pool. I think this is great. This is actually a map we found. It got ranked in September 24th. And we actually found the map before it got ranked and told Lars, hey, can you change the approach to 8.5? Thank you. And he just kind of got it ranked with that change. And I mean, thankfully we don't have to get any NAT checks because it is ranked. But yeah, this is the speed pick. 270 BPM, a lot of bursts all around. Not too long, but like just bursts throughout the entire map. And some players were actually surprised that this map. They didn't really know this map existed because it doesn't really have DT plays, and I think they will change because I think this is a great DT map.
Definitely looks speedy.
Looking super fast, but looking pretty comfortable in style for the DT players we're going to have at this stage. Looking at it so far. Plenty of 1-4 though throughout to contend with the speed. But so far, I think this is looking like one that's going to be quite comfy for a lot of people.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was picked pretty often.
How's a solo looking?
Also consecutive triples.
Yeah. Lasser definitely knows how to map for people who really like speed, I think. I mean, I didn't discuss this with him, but I mean, if you just look at this map, you probably kind of know who this is targeted to, right? This had to have been on purpose.
Even more consecutive triples there. I mean, a 270, that does begin to take its toll a little bit. Those little sections, especially near the end of a map.
Funny enough, I think most of these paths could actually be double tappable. I mean, but doable.
Someone double taps this on finals, man. Give
That is a
props
good
for that if
score.
they try that.
You're gonna get all the respect.
That is a
All
really good score.
It is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the speed demon himself. But we're getting right into DT4, which is the Fin Control map. It's a custom map by Mirage and the replay by Bartek. It is Soundholic Existence, and this map is 233 BPM and just doubles, quads.
Oh,
doubles.
this looks super fun already.
This is great. I love Mirage. He's done a really good job here. And if you want your speedy fin control, this is it. You have 3 parts, which are mostly the focus of the difficulty, and then in the middle, in the parts between them, like this. This is essentially filler rhythm in terms of where you get combo. You still can get a bunch of 100s here, but when you get into the double parts right here, this is essentially where you will drop a few more 100s here and there.
Well, that length, by the way, is not quite accurate. It's not a 5-minute DT map. It'd be more like 3 minutes something. It's still quite long for a DT pick.
No, actually, the first minute didn't get mapped, so it's like it skips the first minute or so. I think first and a half.
So we've got about a 3-minute long map here.
It's about 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Looking at this, I'm getting vibes of ZTS, but it's not a ZTS song in terms of the map. That's probably because it's Mirage, though. He's known for mapping that a lot.
I'm getting AG Queen Bee vibes. Not quite a consistently repeated pattern like it was in AG Queen Bee. It changes it up a lot.
Yeah, this is about 2 minutes and 50 something seconds. 1 entire minute didn't get mapped, so it's about 4 minutes and 10 seconds space, and then double time on top of that.
Yeah, really getting ZTS vibes on this map. All these doubles, triples, quads into those bursts.
It's honestly really surprising that this is Soundholic. It's not something I would have expected them to do, is play around with rhythm like this.
Yeah, I think I found this map when I was looking for, the song when I was looking through Taiko maps. Some people mapped this thing on Taiko. You wouldn't really expect, this is definitely something I didn't really hear from them at all. It was a really random find.
It's a good find, though. I'm actually quite liking the look of this.
Oh, brilliant find.
Looking like my sort of DT map anyway. IOD as well, going to cause some ACK issues. So, accuracy is going to be quite interesting on that one.
It has to be said, the other mode mappers really have some impeccable music taste sometimes.
Yeah. And speaking of cool music choices, it's gonna be Falcom Sound Team, and who else but Jonathan LFJ is gonna map Falcom Sound Team. And this one's Seductive Shudder. It's, I think, a song from the Trails games?
Can I, skip this one or something?
It's just, Alright. I know you might have PTSD, but we've already got that out of the way with the Nomad 3. Alright? Nomad 3 had a PTSD diff. But this one's, don't worry. I mean, it might remind you a little bit of the tiebreaker. So I'm sorry. The stream was just perfect timing.
This guy putting Azure up to 3 in free mod.
Yeah, that stream was actually perfect timing. Might have PTSD right about now, but otherwise, this 160 BPM, 164, it is CS4.5 approach to 8.3, and it focuses a lot of these streams and the pattern aim here. And then in the KI, it has, I guess, kind of an alternate style rhythm. Yes, you can see those space triangles here. It kind of feels a bit like an alternate map in the KI, but has some very inconsistent rhythm sometimes on purpose. So the guy playing on Hidden definitely needs to learn the rhythm a little bit. Otherwise, yes, you can see a bunch of overlaps here and patterns to trip you up on Hidden, but also just tough on harder.
The snappy alt section is going to be quite hard on Hidden, like you mentioned. The low approach rate. So those streams varying spacing and changing like the note you start on as well. Things like that. Yeah, nasty on the low AR Hidden. The small circle size as well. Brings out the aim requirement on some of these snappy little sections as well. Yeah, quite a lot of aim requirement for small circle size.
Yeah, that part right there was kind of the alternate part I was talking about. Also, these ending jumps here are 1/3. They're like 120 BPM, so you can single tap them. If you have troubles with these 1/3 parts. 240 BPM single tap shouldn't be too hard. And we're gonna get right into Freema 2, which is for Tovnik. And another map by him. This is a aim-focused pattern map with overlaps. Just take a gander at it. It is another custom map, if I didn't say that so already. And as you can see, bunch of overlaps here. Should be easily learnable though. Like if you get the rhythm down and you play this map a few times, you should probably get it down. Other than that, if you have practiced this map, you should probably be okay with the entire map and only miss for the aim and some of the streams.
Alright, I'm back. Is the Falcum Sound team won over yet?
Yeah, it is. Welcome back.
This was a lot of fun playing it as a test player.
Love the custom skin stuff. Every time Farto maps, man.
I mean, Bowman has played a lot of maps actually, played this at helping out a lot. Thank you for that, Bowman.
Pleasure.
I mean, I definitely like the end product here. I definitely think Fedornik has done a great job here.
Yeah, there's so many perfect stacks in this, and there's a lot of accelerating jumps, I suppose is the only way you can describe them.
Yeah, funnily enough, this map kind of started out as a brainstorming session, of which the exact same brainstorming session, I believe, Hidden 1 in round of 16 came about. And we actually took Happy Time Bar over an Eye from last year as a inspiration for this one. It didn't end up quite as similar, but you can maybe see a few similarities.
Here and there, yeah. Very, very well structured. There's a lot to unpack from this.
I can kind of see what you're going for with the Happy Time influences with like those overlapping sliders. We're seeing a lot of those. Some of the angles on the jumps as well. I can kind of see it, but like me seeing this map for the first time, it does feel quite a bit different. But I imagine in terms of feel, it's gonna be kind of similar to play. The AR's at least a bit higher than some of the AR9 stuff we saw, like the higher diffs of Happy Time. But I can see what you were going for, but I think it's come out to be its own thing by the end. If I'm just looking at it anyway, it might be different.
No, I definitely agree with your assessment there. And you know what? You might be inspired by something, but it could end up as its own thing, and
yeah,
I think that's not a problem at all. I think this is great.
No, it's come out quite nice. I'm liking the look of it. Tricky aim map with those streams as well. Going to be an issue for the hidden players. quite spaced for the Hard Rock players. I can see this one being quite popular, though. I can see it being a comfy pick for many teams at this level. They have the mod players to cover that, so expecting to see that a lot.
Definitely. We're getting into Free Mod 3, which is an Mazarin map into
Oof, another one.
Infernus, the Sowing Tier. And this is a map. This is also a song. Bubble, do you want to take it away? It got buffed, by the way, since the last time you looked at it.
It did. I played it this morning. I made sure that it wasn't over buffed, and nope, I don't think it's over buffed at all. I think it's just about right. Loads of sliders to begin. Kind of new Mazarin style, even with all of these sliders and slider ticks, and then it gets into anti-aim and awkward movement. It's approach rate 9.2 as well, so it's not going to be a cakewalk on hidden.
They get right into the slider part here. This has also been a bit of an experiment to like try and make something different, really. Focuses on slider aim, but to make it not too hard for Hard Rock has been quite a challenge, I have to admit.
The ISV looks really high.
There's a couple of
stickless though, but
a couple of 1/6s on there as well. Now those sliders, they're not actually as difficult as you would expect seeing them on Hard Rock.
Yeah, this has actually been pretty interesting. I've taken a look at a lot of in progress for this, and it looks so hard. And you try playing it on the Hard Rock, and you're like, wait, I can actually play this. What?
Yeah, it looks deceptively difficult, but once you play it, once you give it a try, it's really not as bad as you would think.
Yeah, and while I would like to take credit, I think this is all on Mazarin being able to make it properly playable for Hard Rock here.
He has done such a good job at making this, yeah. I think it's going to even be harder on Hidden than it is on Hard Rock. This section here is going to be incredibly tough to follow. It's approach rate 9.2.
And a respectable OD.
Those are tricky rhythms with the stop-start, especially stacked. You misread that and miss.
Yeah. If you didn't like Free Mod 3 last round, Decisive Battle, you're probably not going to like this. But if you did, you're probably going to love this. It's different enough to be comparable, but still be its own thing. And it's I would even wager it's around the same difficulty. Make sure you're holding those reverse sliders as well.
It's not a Mazarin map without a few streams here and there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the aim requirement in comparison to Decisive Battle, that one I had a similar sort of aim requirement to this, I suppose. And some of the spacing on this is kind of low, but it's more about dealing with those sliders. Many of them have ticks in, so don't be too lazy on a few of those.
Unfortunately, a slider break play, but thank you for the replay. And we're getting right into the tiebreaker by Jonathan LFJ and Captain, another collaboration. It is Ezreal. Reason it's French, right? I can't. It's something. It's this is a map, all right? This is, you see circles and you see a tiebreaker essentially, 5 minute long hard just general map.
Oh wow, it's 7.45 stars.
Exactly, and
that's a lot of stars.
That out of all the stars I've ever seen, those are definitely some stars.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this map focuses on the 230 BPM jumps and a few shorter bursts and a few shorter 1/3 sections. Has I believe 3 key eyes, and which mostly the difficulty is centered around, but it's difficult enough in the other parts to make you break across the map. It's just generally a hard map, and I think the song is fitting as well for a tiebreaker stage. And this is the I should say the next step of the tiebreaker ladder. Just one more to go.
Tell we're getting to late game now, when the tiebreakers start becoming higher BPM.
Yeah, definitely. When there's almost no other place to go with a tiebreaker than just making it faster.
Oh, there's a different way to go. We'll see where that goes for next week.
Right.
There's a lot of different...
Fours, right. A different way to go. I would hope it's a different way to go from the last 2 years as well, or else...
do trust
We're going
me.
to be having some words.
I think you will regret not playing Grand Finals.
But,
I mean, obviously, that's a no-brainer, but... I think this is the year of a great one, but we'll see. There's different ways to go.
That's what they always say.
Look, alright, fun fact, this song was actually in contention for finals tiebreaker for Jonathan LFJ, and the Grand Finals tiebreaker of last year, which was Jonathan LFJ, actually was planned for finals initially, but we had to move it up one stage and then fill out the final spot. And this one was next to the tiebreaker that actually was put in for last year. This was actually the second choice of a song, and well, it's in for this year now.
Of course, you'd be mesmerised by all the big jumps that we've been seeing in tiebreakers so far, but there's quite a few little 1/3, little bursts, little streams, and minor finger control elements as well thrown in, so starting to see quite a bit of, well, a little bit of gimmickry in this, I suppose, in between the 7.4 star mechanics. If you haven't seen them on the last few, I saw some on the AIM last week. It was mostly standard mechanics fare. This is starting to branch out now.
Yeah, I also do have to admit that on some accords, I had to shift my focus on just investing my time in specific skill sets or aspects of the pool, and I have to admit that I didn't really put too much time into stuff like the tiebreaker choices. That was just essentially what the map was one of the first choices. And this is so it's all up to the mapper if the tiebreaker choice was really good, because I didn't bet it too hard because there's other stuff to look at properly. And so I think tiebreaker were definitely potentially one of the weaker aspects of the tournament, but I think I'm pretty happy how most of the tiebreaks actually ended out.
I mean, if we need to give the reins to Jonathan LFJ to handle that, I mean, it's a safe pair of hands. He knows what he's doing in this. He's done it many times.
I mean, he's done it this tournament with Captain, and this is another collaboration with Captain, so this is a deja vu all over again. I have this gut feeling that we might, because this year's OMC is a bit weirder than last year in terms of when the tiebreaks are being played. Usually it was pretty consistent across the years, but this year is a bit different. So we have actually never seen, or we didn't see a single tiebreaker in the last 2 years on final stage. Can we actually see a finals tiebreaker?
I'm gonna wager that most, in fact, maybe even both the losers bracket matches could go to tiebreaker very, very easily.
I never want to jinx it, but I mean, the way this tournament's gone so far, I mean, I think all bets are off, honestly. You just don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those losers bracket matches go close, so hey, we could see this one. There's a good chance of it.
And you know what? I'm going to throw out there. I wouldn't be surprised to see USA and Canada go to tiebreaker.
That is a statement.
We'll see, man. And there we go.
Thank you for the replay, Merrick. And as we kind of conclude the last spinner of the map, I think that also concludes the showcase for this weekend. It's the second to last. There's one more to go next week, but there are still 2 weeks of matches left in the tournament. And man, it's definitely been a ride for the entire tournament, I have to admit. A lot of hype matches and a lot of stressful moments, but in the end, we're nearing the last few stages of the tournament.
It's just the big leagues now.
It
Six
really
teams
is.
left, man. 6 teams left. Of course, in the losers bracket, Japan will take on Brazil next week. Brazil, after looking so impressive this weekend, go up against a Japan team in form. And then, of course, Germany will take on Australia to complete the losers bracket for next week. And then, last but not least, USA take on Canada in the winners' final. All 3 of those matches, dude, you gotta be there. You're missing one of them, you're missing out.
Yeah, and I think that is it from us this week. We're gonna look forward to seeing you guys come back for the next week of matches and the showcase. And I think we'll sign off for now. Goodbye, guys.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Drop it.
Thank you.